Good morning and welcome to day two, match number one of the Headley Weeks Tri-Series going down here at a beautiful Coolidge in Antigua and Barbuda. Look at the current situation of this game. West Indies Academy are 49 for 2 after losing the toss yesterday and having to bowl first. Quick look at what would have transpired yesterday. Team Headley, they batted first and got 259 for 9. Led by a wonderful knock by captain Joshua De Silva. 136 not out he got yesterday, his highest first class score, and that's certainly what set things up for them. He had a wonderful partnership as well late into the evening with Akeem Jordan, who would have gotten his first class half century as well. So 259 for 9 declared, and then having to bat in what would have been the afternoon session yesterday. West Indies Academy, they got up to 49 for 2. Kirk McKenzie, he's a not-out man, 31 from 59 deliveries, and he's there at the crease with Kevin Anderson, who's on 12. They dismissed batters for the West Indies Academy yesterday. Keegan Simmons, he went without trouble in the scores, and Teddy Bishop, he went for first ball duck. Both wickets being taken by Akeem Jordan, who had the ball moving quite lovely yesterday. You're looking at that scorecard and seeing 259 for 9, and that's because of an injury to Shane Mosley yesterday, going for a quick single. And you would have to say that it was just a bit of a collision with a couple fielders that caused him to have what we now know as a knee injury. And a bit of an update on that. So yesterday he suffered a knee injury to his left knee, and he was forced to retire hurt during the team Headley's innings, and he was unable to return to bat after that, or even take the field once the innings came to an end. Sunil Ambrose, substitute fielder, came onto the field. And in terms now of that update, Shane Mosley, he is going to have a scan done on that knee at some point during the course of today. So once we get information on that and the extent of the injury, we'll certainly bring you that news. Never want to hear about an injury to a fielder. So hopefully, everything goes well as it pertains to him, and hopefully, he can maybe see him coming into this game later on into the second innings, hopefully, or at least get a chance in what will be the second game that they play. My name is Joel Manning, alongside of me, Seth Burton, to take us through what will be the first session this morning. Seth, what did you make of yesterday's action?
Well, there were three outstanding performers in terms of yesterday. Joshua De Silva, he was outstanding with his 136, not out, batting well. You mentioned his highest first-class score, but before him, the bowling of young Johan Lane, 5 for 43, his debut performance. I think that was outstanding from his 11 overs. And we must also put in context with that, Akeem Jordan's batting in support of Joshua De Silva came in at a critical time, with the team actually reeling at 59 for 5. And they put together a partnership worth 104. Akeem Jordan getting 54 from 64 deliveries. And then he was the man who struck goal in that critical time in that first over. Was able to have the West Indies Academy down at 2 wickets without a run on board in their response. And those were really the outstanding performances. However, it's good to see 259, a reasonable total. And the response since then from Anderson and McKenzie, after they would have lost the opening wickets, would have been, I think, a reasonable performance. So it's set up for a nice day today.
It certainly is set up for what should be another fantastic day of cricketing action here in this Headley Weeks Tri-Series. Johan Lane definitely a star with the ball yesterday on first class. They were picking up 5. And I asked him, when you started the morning, could you have imagined that your day would have gone like this? He said, honestly, no. I was certainly not what he thought his day would go like, but he was certainly happy. And he was, saying that the preparations that they did, just a couple days of preparations before they could have gotten into their work yesterday, they really came in handy, and taking the coach's advice, just keeping it simple, putting the balls in the right area, and it paid off for the young man yesterday.
Well, today we also will be joined by Vernon Springer and Mally Richards, and we are looking forward to having a good time with you. Good viewing and good listening, because it really could be an enthralling day's play, a day which I think will set up the full context of the match. 210 trailing overnight with 8 wickets in hand. And pace, spin, good batting. We look forward to it, and superb fielding.
To get things going for us from this media centre end, Marquino Minley. And he'll be bowling to Kevlon Anderson. And a bit of movement here to start the morning. Had a look at the surface this morning. A couple cracks starting to open up. And you just wondered what the ball might do off those cracks in the surface. It was a little up and down yesterday. A couple deliveries pitched back up a length and shot through rather low. We keep an eye on that, but lovely movement, you have to say, quite early from Marquino Minley. As I now say good morning to Mally Richards.
Good morning, Joel. How you doing, man?
Not too bad at all. A pleasure to have you alongside of me again.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure. You know, it's great. It's a fantastic occasion here. CWI have put on, I think, a fantastic series. It hopefully will unearth a few hidden gems.
Well, there certainly is a lot of talent out there, and we talked a lot yesterday about the fact that from the West Indies Academy side, a couple of these boys are looking to put up their hand and answer some questions with regards to whether or not they could get into the setup for that A-team tour. Then as it pertains to Team Headley, still a couple of guys looking to that A-team tour, but a couple of guys also looking towards the test setup as well. So everything to play for. I called it a career fair yesterday, Mally.
And, you know, the stakes are higher for some players than others. I think Kieran Powell is a fantastic example. He would have played quite a bit of international cricket already. You know, maybe things wouldn't have gone as well as he would have liked, but just of late, he's come back nicely into form towards the back end of 2023. This 4-day championship would have played really nicely, so this would have been a fantastic opportunity for him. Well, not would have been, it is, you know, because he will get other opportunities, but fantastic opportunity for him in particular.
Oh, another gem from Marquino Minley. Certainly started well this morning. Bowled the 3 overs yesterday. Wasn't successful, but what he was consistent in terms of the lines and lengths, and he certainly backed up Akeem Jordan yesterday. Akeem Jordan had the ball swinging quite nicely, picked up those 2 early wickets, set the West Indies Academy back, and he was paired quite nicely at the other end by Marquino Minley. So it's nice to see that he's kind of picked up where he left off from yesterday. Just 1 delivery left in his first over. A maiden to start us out on day number 2, 49 for 2.
And that's the thing about Marquino Minley. He's a very steady performer. You pretty much know what you're going to get out of the young man, the young Jamaican. But he's a bowler that depends a lot on conditions. If he's got helpful conditions, because he tends to hit 4th, 5th stump more often than not, that hard length consistently. I see a bit of grass covering here, a little different from what we've grown accustomed to here at Coolidge. It tends to be a bit drier, not as much grass. So if there's a bit of movement, a bit of seam, especially seam movement on offer for him, I think he's particularly dangerous.
As expected, pairing him from the other end, Akeem Jordan, the successful bowler yesterday, and the successful bowler as well across the West Indies Championship. He certainly looked the part, you would have to say, Mally.
Wicket taker, genuine wicket taker. Still young into his career, but if you look at his record, not overly quick, not express pace, but he does a bit with it. And it's those bowlers who do a bit with it, they tend to trouble even the best of batters. You think to a Vernon Philander, someone like that. Not quick, but just hits that area more often than not. Always asking questions of the batsman's defence. And if there's anything on offer, we've seen that here already earlier in this season. I think it was Barbados versus Jamaica, where Akeem Jordan here at Coolidge seems to like these conditions.
Yeah, he certainly likes these conditions here at Coolidge. He was on the verge of a 5-wicket haul there in that game versus Jamaica. Didn't get it then. Got it in the last match versus the Windwards. And it was a case of he picked up 3 in the first innings and 4 in the second innings of that game versus Jamaica. Interestingly enough, Kirk McKenzie was one of those wickets that he picked up in the first innings as well. And I was really looking forward to the battle between them. That's going to be the first runs of the day, and it will be leg byes.
And I think if I remember back to that game, Kirk McKenzie would have also played some nice drives as well. He started well here. Yesterday he would have seen off that new ball and would have been pretty confident in doing so. So he's got a fantastic opportunity to really put his name in lights. He's probably just a bit under the radar. But what a better chance, you know, in these conditions here. Couldn't ask for a better chance.
I certainly couldn't ask for a better chance. Those leg brays brought up the 50 partnership for this pair. They came together with the score still or not, and have done a fantastic job, you would have to say, since then. And it's interesting you mentioned too how McKenzie looked, especially coming on to that second innings of that game versus Barbados, because he got a 50 in that game as well. And I said that this innings that I see him playing here reminds me of the second innings that he played, where he was a lot more controlled in terms of shot selection, because in that first innings he was guilty of just pushing at a couple deliveries. First runs off the bat for the day go to Kirk McKenzie.
And you're right, it's his issue really, Kirk McKenzie, is what to play and what to leave outside that off stump as a bowler if you're looking to get him out. And I think in that first innings he would have nicked off to the wicket keeper or to first slip. So he, as an opener as well, it's just so key that you recognize the deliveries in which you play. It's not easy because the bowlers such as Akeem Jordan does a bit with it both ways. So you have to really watch the ball very closely. A good stride like that helps as well.
Yeah, certainly closes out the 21st over today. 54 for 2. I think the hallmark of the period that Kirk McKenzie batted yesterday, it goes back to how patient he was. And not patient in the sense of not necessarily not playing shots, but patient in terms of how he actually went at the ball. So he was allowing it to come to him quite nicely, timed it well, and that's how he got his runs. And when you look at the dismissals that were there yesterday, the dismissals of Keegan Simmons and Teddy Bishop, it was a case of they were looking to force shots that weren't necessarily there to the swinging ball of Akeem Jordan. Kirk McKenzie bided his time almost, let Akeem Jordan come to him, worked around the ball quite nicely, and I think that is the reason why he is here. Kevlon Anderson did something similar as well. That's going to be runs. Doesn't get to the boundary, but they get 2 there.
And your analysis is absolutely spot on. Even that delivery was a pretty good illustration of what you're talking about. Softer hands. He seems to get into trouble when he gets the hands out in front. Also, at times, he goes after balls that he thinks he can drive, but they're not quite there. So he's just got to stay within himself and, just as you say, allow that ball to come in and play it late.
Yeah, thinking back to Kevlon Anderson as well early on yesterday, and it was nice to see him make the adjustment as he went through his innings, because quite often you say it's difficult for batters to make adjustments whilst they're at the crease. So early on for Kevlon Anderson, he was actually put down yesterday off of Akeem Jordan as well, and that was going at the ball quite hard, striding out, trying to play that up-ish drive, and he got put down on what was a very difficult catch. Caught a ball from Akeem Jordan. 1 or 2 deliveries after that, he was going hard again, but then you saw him make that adjustment, start to wait a little more on the ball, started to time it quite nicely.
And also, I think these guys play so much white ball cricket as well. You know, the contact points on average are a little different in the white ball format as opposed to red ball. You probably would see that in the red ball, the batters are playing the ball just a little bit later. But it's you know, with the cross format and everyone playing T20, T10 and just going from format to format, at times it's just a little bit difficult to restrain oneself.
A nice looking shot. Doesn't get any runs for it though. And funny enough, I was having a conversation with Naeem Young, the captain, and he was letting me know that, funny enough, a lot of our guys do have experience, but it's in a list A format of the game, especially their bowling. And you actually saw that come into play yesterday in terms of how they followed up after a boundary. So, for example, Naeem Young got whipped away off the leg side. It was a case where you saw he was searching for a wicket. His follow-up was Yorker, and that is exactly what muscle memory would tell you from the list A format. You saw a couple bowlers go to that, and it's interesting you make that comment in terms of the batting as well, because they do have that list A experience. A couple of the guys do have 1 or 2 games in terms of the first class level, but there are 5 debutants here for first class cricket. So, you know, it's interesting to watch it play.
You're right. Even with the bowling, the lengths are different. You know, you probably, as you say, Naeem Young, he'll bowl at the death a lot. He bowl a lot of Yorkers, slower balls. Here it's almost a different style. You're asked to do different things. You know, it's a longer game. You've got to work batters out. Just like that, fantastic delivery from Minley. Just held its line outside that off stump, and that's where he becomes dangerous, because you saw that first delivery he bowled, came in quite sharply. That one just held, caused a bit of problems for Anderson, but the good thing was, that we spoke about previously, didn't push the hands at it.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to, once again, it's a case of the mental aspect of the game and knowing, well, it is okay to get beaten outside the off, because you would tell yourself in a limited overs format, okay, what adjustments do I need to make to get contact
onto that, run it down or something like that. Completely different mindset.
The end of another Minley over, 3 runs from it, 57 for 2.
Yeah, it's a completely different mindset, but the modern cricketer, you know, they're just asked to adjust and to adjust quickly. And if you don't do it, then you don't make the elite level. It's just the conditions in which cricketers are under these days.
Well, a wonderful opportunity for these young men, the West Indies Academy here, playing 2 first-class games in this Headley Weeks Tri-Series. A chance, one, to develop, because that is what it's really about. But I remember the words of Naeem Young at the toss being, we are here to also compete. So it's not a case of, well, we can get run over and be happy. We want to, you know, show that we have what it takes to be here as well.
Because I remember thinking when the season was announced, this was before the Headley series was even announced to the public, and no one would have known about it. But I remember thinking, well, the academy would have played in the regional Super 50. Surely they should have an opportunity in the 4-day as well. Why just the white ball format and not the red ball? So it was great to see the Headley Weeks concept being brought about and them being included.
Uppish for a while. Thought of a chance, but in fact produces 2 runs. So Mackenzie continuing along quite nicely. There's always that interesting task of having to restart your innings, because he looked quite nice yesterday. He was working it wrong, especially coming on to the end of the day. It looked very easy, but having to restart, bowlers a bit fresher again in the morning, looking to concentrate once again, build that innings from scratch almost.
But to be fair, we're seeing just why maybe Hakeem Jordan would have been elevated so quickly to the West Indies team. Not giving Kirk Mackenzie just what he's looking for. He's looking to get away for a sweet drive through the offside. That would do his confidence the world of good. He'll feel like, yeah, I'm up and into my innings now. But Jordan being really disciplined with that length.
It's interesting because actually just yesterday I was making a comment that in terms of the West Indies Academy boys, because of the experience factor, it's a case of, yes, they've played 2-day cricket, 3-day cricket, and a couple 4-day cricket matches here and there. But it's a case of at the level that they're playing at and dominating, they probably get one or two more bad balls per over. Coming here, facing the likes of an Akeem Jordan, who's into a very good spell so far in the morning, it's a case of not being afforded as many bad balls in and over. You probably will still get maybe one, but not one every over, but one every two overs. Because I remember making a comment yesterday, and then it was a case of Marquino Millie pitched at one, overpitched it. Kurt McKenzie got into a very good stride, drove it through the covers. And you would say, well, you are going to get bad balls because they're only human, but less bad balls. And because of that, the concentration levels just need to be a bit higher. The decision making just needs to be a bit sharper because the opportunities are just slightly fewer when you move up per level. Well, goes after that one.
And that's exactly what he's looking for. He's just looking for anything full where he can really throw his hands at. And Jordan on that occasion just overpitched. Not the worst delivery in the world, but good batting for McKenzie.
Fantastic batting to end out that over. It takes the score up now to 63 for 2.
And as you were saying before, Joe, what the kids today would say, there's levels to this. You know, as you step up from club cricket to your national team, then you play first class cricket. As you go up the levels, it becomes more intense. It's more difficult. As you're saying, from a batter's perspective, you get less bad deliveries. One has to have a sound defense, especially in this format. One has to be able to soak up pressure and then also at times reapply. One has to know when to score, when to close up and be defensive. It's just a complete test, you know. That's why they call test cricket first class. Is first class. It's almost in the names.
I don't want to call it science, Mali, but I did say that you wouldn't necessarily get a bad ball every over. You might get one every 2. And you would have to say that it wasn't necessarily a bad ball, but it was one that you could capitalize on there. And
one you could score.
Yeah, and it happened in the second over that Jordan delivered. Probably just searching a bit more on that occasion, but because of the patience from McKenzie and still being at the crease, he's able to capitalize on what would have been the overpitch delivery, the slight mistake made by the bowler.
Thing is, he earned that delivery, didn't he? Just by how he's come out here, even when Jordan's hitting his back of a length with a bit of shape back into him, he's covering up, playing quite nicely. If he gets too straight, plays him off into the onside, gets off strike. So he's earned that full delivery, and that's the thing at this level. You've got to earn the right to score runs. Just as I said before, soak up the good deliveries, and when one's in your area, look to score and score positively.
Inside the line of that one, he would say that he was beaten, but in fact I think he played it quite well there. Just pulled the bat inside the line. Kevdon Anderson.
Good batting. Very good batting there. Just what we were speaking about. Very much in control of his hands, but we're seeing a field change now.
In fact, probably just a fielder change.
A fielder.
It's the Neil Ambrose. Oh no, in fact, yes, a field change. So Neil Ambrose is making his way just, I would say, 3/4. In fact, no, making his way all the way back towards the deep backward square boundary.
I like this. Just keeping Kevlon Anderson honest, as the old folks would say. Just trying to keep him a bit off balance in terms of just what length he's going to get. Now he's got a decision to make. Well, an added decision. So the experienced pros here, just trying to play on that experience, use that experience to their advantage.
Pushes slightly at that one, and they come back for 2 good running by the pair. And in terms of the bowling of Marquino Millie, it almost serves somewhat as an example to the bowlers of the West Indies Academy, because yesterday as we mentioned, it was a case of, because of that list day experience, they go looking for that wicket delivery, you would say almost every delivery, and it's not necessarily a case of looking occasionally to set someone up, hold a line and length for a couple deliveries, then looking for what would be the other option.
I would have watched a little yesterday and would have seen Kelvin Pittman and those lengths that he was born. He's coming straight from a T20 tournament, cool and smooth, into this match. So it's hard, even for the best, to adjust, much less for a young man making his debut.
Yeah, certainly. 65 for 2 at the end of that one. But the opportunity certainly is an amazing one for them, because there was, even though I made that comment, there was not much flaw or fault in how they went about
definitely not,
their
definitely
work
not.
yesterday. I was thoroughly impressed by how each of the bowlers yesterday went about their workload. Johan Lane, fantastic from him. A fiver on debut. Joshua Bishop, the left arm spinner, he bowled quite well.
I'm a big fan of Josh Bishop.
Pittman, Naeem Young, and Ned Mackenzie even came in and bowled, a couple overs. I was thoroughly impressed with how the bowlers went about, their workload yesterday. So that comment, certainly for anybody listening, is not, a fault or a flaw. It's just a case of another element of the game that they can certainly improve on and add. But this is the scene to do it, the stage to do it.
Let's remember as well, they're at home here. This is their home ground. This is where they train and practice and do pretty much everything here at the West Indies Academy. So quite familiar, or should be quite familiar conditions for them. They can use that to their advantage. Experience may not be on their side, but experience of these conditions maybe. And as you said, they really rung their changes. Even Teddy Bishop got a few overs in as well.
Oh, that's lovely. Absolutely graceful, and it trickles away into the boundary.
Earning the right here is Kirk Mackenzie. That shot would take him up to 45 now, probably the shot of the day so far. The balance was the hallmark of that stroke. Didn't get that front foot in the way, allowed the ball to come in, as you were saying. It's been a hallmark of his play so far. And just stroked that down to mid-on for 4 runs. Probably one of the most difficult shots to play for a left-hander, to a bowler around the wicket.
And follows it up now with a good single. Fantastic cricket so far for the morning from this pair.
That shot just highlights that his game's in good order. His balance is tip-top. Not falling over. Keeping that head up and going to the ball. Almost nonchalantly just stroked that past. With good power as well. Kirk Mackenzie showing all his skill here this morning.
That one keeping slightly lower than Kevlon Anderson would have liked on that occasion. And I think that is something we certainly have to keep our eyes on as we progress through not just this match, but today. Also mention the fact that a couple of those cracks opening up, because there is grass out there, but there's also a relatively dry surface as well. Don't think that will become gaping cracks, but they still could pose a problem here and there.
It has been pretty dry here in Antigua. It's been hot, and I suspect that's why we see maybe a bit more grass than normal here at Coolidge. Just trying to hold this pitch together for the 4 days. Fantastic ground staff here.
Pulls the bat inside the line of that one again. 25 overs, 70 for 2.
But that's something we've seen here throughout this season, I think, even in the earlier up in the season. That inconsistent bounce at times, especially into end of day 2, day 3, going into day 4, that really becomes an issue for the batters. if you're a bowler, you like to see that, that's for sure.
Yeah, certainly is one where you just don't have to put much effort into it. It's a case of, well, thank you, pitch, I'll take that one.
Especially if you're a hard back of a length type bowler, a Jair McAllister type. Yeah, I think he'll enjoy bowling on day 2, day 3, even a day 4 pitch.
Yeah, I was actually looking at one crack in particular, and it's just outside the off stump of what would be the left-hander. So from that very end, Akeem Jordan is bowling to just outside the off stump of the left-hander. There's a, I guess you would call it diagonal.
Can it be exploited, though?
That's the question there, because it's, or what would be just that back of a length, because I attempted to straight out and see, in terms of the length, is it a ball that I could get forward to? Definitely not. So it's one you have to go back to. So I guess, I'll keep my eyes on that particular spot.
We'll see. Something to keep an eye on, Joel, for real. Millie, though, he's been very steady from this media center end.
Yeah, he's certainly been controlled. He's kept things tight. He's paired well. That's certainly what you want, because yes, the batters, they look relatively easy going about their work, but you don't want to make it any easier for them. So Jordan at one end is moving the ball around, occasionally looking as if he might take an edge here and there. Marquino Minley, that's not to say he's not looking like he can take a wicket, but he's certainly keeping it there, keeping the batters honest, not letting them get away to what you would consider to be a flyer at the morning to make them, any more comfortable at the crease. And because of that pressure, either himself or somebody else can come on the back of that and take a wicket. Oh, that one jumping out of the surface there. You just wonder if that could maybe be one of the cracks that we've been talking about, because in terms of that type of sharp elevation, that's certainly not what this surface is. We've not seen that across this game.
Yeah, that was a disconcerting delivery there from a batsman's perspective, from Marquino Minley. Yeah, just bounced. It was short, though. Maybe a bit short. Oh.
Another one jumping as well.
Fuller length. And not out. I think he got back.
Yeah, certainly got back there. Umpire Bassarat agrees, but you're seeing that one just a touch fuller than the previous delivery. The one before jagged away from the off stump. This one jagging towards the leg stump on this occasion.
Probably just took the glove of Kevin Anderson. No short leg in, so maybe that's something for Team Headley to think about here. These last two just starting to jump a little bit.
Yeah, just rearing up a bit.
That's what Minley's trying to do here. He's trying to catch Kevlin Anderson on the crease, Joel. Son Alhambra is still deposited at that deep square leg boundary. He's trying to catch him just slightly with his weight back. Hopefully that'll take an edge with a little bit of movement outside that off stump. Still got the 2 slips in the gully. There. So test for young Anderson.
Well, he's weathering the storm. Well, here is Anderson. A single to close that one out. 72 for 2.
He went short there, but that one didn't quite get up. Well played from Anderson. You could tell he was probably anticipating that one to bounce a little higher, but well watched in the end. Squeezed away to the onside for 1.
Yeah, I think the position that he got into tells us exactly that, because his legs were kind of in the air and spread and playing that one. He probably told himself that it was going to get him a bit higher than it did, and that's just the mind games as we see a bit of the coaching staff for the West Indies academy there.
Looks like the coaching development manager.
Just those mental games that come into the cricket. And a bowler looking to say, okay, it did it from this length, from that line. Can I hit that area again? A batter looking at the pitch and saying, okay, what is going to happen if the ball hits there again?
And everything happens so quickly. In a split second as well. You've got to make decisions. such a short amount of time. Short space of time.
Yeah, Anderson Phillip is now going to be brought in from that CIU end. And he starts outside of the off stump. A different kind of bowler to Akeem Jordan. Akeem Jordan is that swinger of the ball, hangs it in the air. Anderson Phillip more so into the surface type of a bowler, will rush you occasionally depending on, you know, where he lines it up.
Yeah, he's very attacking. Doesn't worry too much about the runs, but looks to take wickets. Anderson Phillip.
I think every team needs that, because there's always talk about fast bowlers, but there are different types of fast bowlers as well, who offer different challenges, and Anderson Phillip offers a different challenge to the Marquino Mindley and to the Akeem Jordan. He's that very aggressive, as you say, you're that wicket taker, always going, looking. You need that as well. It brings a nice balance to your team.
Yeah, bowlers offer different things. You know, one's tall, some are short, some are skiddy, some get that disconcerting bounce off a good length. You just got to use the attributes that are available to you, and Anderson Phillip is more of a fast twitch kind of guy, runs in hard, looks to be aggressive, as you said, and just gets a bit of movement as well, especially with that new ball. Just moves the ball away from the right-hander at times. He's got a good bouncer. Yeah, still a young man, 26 years old.
Worked quite nicely into the leg side. I think back to the couple first-class games that he played in his championship, because he was coming back off of injury. And I remember the game versus Barbados. Didn't pick up any in the first spell of the morning at Queen's Park Oval. And he was introduced just, I believe, either on the stroke of lunch or directly after lunch. I think it was directly after lunch. And now he came back after not bowling well from, I think, the media centre there on that day. He was fast. He just concentrated on bowling fast. Because of that, he started to pick up wickets. He picked up 3 in that first innings versus Barbados.
He's also the type, I did say he was good with the new ball, gets it to swing, but he's also the type that with the older ball, especially in these dry conditions, gets the ball to reverse. Especially he bowls that full length as well. That proves to be a real handful for batters. So even on a third, fourth day, you can turn to him with a slightly older ball, get a good shine on it, and he also poses problems. So maybe just has a couple technical issues to just work on. That head of his just splays away at times. But it used to be a lot worse. You can tell it's gotten a lot better, and that action's just a bit more refined now.
73 for 2 here at Coolidge, and I believe it's time for a change. Mali, a double switch in action. It's going to be Vernon Springer and Seth Burton.
We say thanks to Mali Richards and Joel Manning as the contest continues on day 2. It's been a hot morning. Feel as if just trying to get their helmets organized for a while in the first half an hour, so they've survived the first half an hour of play here, which is important. Morning, Seth.
Vernon, good morning. It's important, and the youngsters have done well, both Anderson and Mackenzie. Overnight and 49 for 2, and they have really put together a good start. 24 runs scored so far in the half an hour period. Mackenzie's inching up.
Anderson has been a good foil for him so far. 16 from 77. more Larry Gomes style approach of his innings.
And 46 from 79, Mackenzie, being more the aggressor in search of his second first-class half-century in his fifth first-class match. The Jamaican left-hander Anderson, the Guyanese right-hander, both 22 years old, relatively new to first-class cricket.
Certainly going down the leg side. Don't know what Grays was appealing for.
You got to be optimistic, you know.
Led by signal. He's still trying to ask the umpire, how is that?
And that one was clearly angling down leg side.
He bowled an in-swinger and it was darting going down the leg side. I guess maybe he still feels that this is club cricket, this is first-class cricket, where you have the best umpires. So everything is going to be bang on target. I'm not saying that...
And umpire Bazarat, he's as cool as cucumber, so he's not even got...
Reminds me of Jacqueline Williams, who we see umpiring in the Cool and Smooth tournament. Will not be ruffled. Like his demeanor, Mr. Bazarat. 74 for 2. Mackenzie. Shot. Class. Straight drive down the ground for 4. That's a magnificent shot with authority.
And he brings up the 50.
Well, according...
with that amazing shot.
I don't know if it's 50 yet, but the score is saying 49. So we're following it.
Brings up the 50.
80 balls, 8 fours, a strike rate of 62.50. Well, soft celebration, nothing to shout about, because he knows he has to go and start it all over again.
That's right.
Bang on target.
Last evening we said goal number 1 for him and Anderson to bat up to the end of play. For him, goal number 2, he has achieved his half century, but he needs to go on. Cannot stop there. And we hope that his performance will inspire Kevlon Anderson, who was a revelation in under 19 cricket, tend to have fallen, I don't want to say by the wayside, but the expectation of the young Guyanese was that he would have climbed the ladder quicker.
High proportion of boundaries hit so far set in this encounter, some 41. And we almost just half an hour, 40 minutes into day 2. So it means that the bowlers are guilty of not being patient enough and bowling too many boundary deliveries. And that has always been a problem that has plagued West Indies cricket. And we're talking about fast bowling. Listen to Joel Manning. I'm talking about fast bowling. You have to run in and bowl fast. If you're not going to bowl fast, then you have to do something with the ball.
Yes, 2 options.
You either can swing the ball, or, like the late Malcolm Marshall. Tuesday was, since he passed away, it was a touching moment. It was his birthday. And national hero, former West Indies captain, Sir Viv, on Andrew Mason's program, spoke so much about Malcolm Marshall and how he helped him while he was captain of the West Indies team.
Yes.
78 for 2. Very quiet period of play here. Lovely 50 here from Kirk Mackenzie, who was just growing in confidence and has played some exquisite shots this morning, especially hitting the ball down the ground.
He's so composed, Vernon. I reckon that once he gets through his first 2 overs and the nerves go, you would see the gem of his character.
Anderson Phillip, bang on target. Another thing, Seth, which is a cause of concern for me is if we do an analysis of the last 5 years and we look at the fast bowlers that would have come through the Caribbean, we've seen a number of them being injured over a short period of time, and that's a major concern for me. Yes, you would have looked and you see Jaden Seals, who was firing at Sabina Park in Jamaica, and then all of a sudden, he was clocked down. Not the same way. Anderson Phillip squeezed away down to the 3rd man boundary. Graves is after it. Don't think he will get there. Hits the rope now. Boundary to Anderson. Kevlon Anderson takes him up to 20. The score goes up to 82 for 2. And so I was speaking to Curtly Ambrose yesterday, and it's something that we've been clamoring a call for. The West Indies needs a pace bowling department where you have a camp and you have at least 20 youngsters.
Bring the
left
fast
armour,
bowlers together.
Yes, and involve the mentors. Get Sir Curtly, get Courtney Walsh, have people like Andy Roberts come around, Anthony Gray, you name it.
Also, they can learn from each other.
Yes.
As young as they are, they learn from each other, and they would be able to pass on that information to the upcoming generation. So I'm concerned about the ball. It seems as though we see Bravo there. We see
since morning.
Silver.
They've been going back and forth.
Umpire Brathwaite, though, is
he's standing
calm.
firm.
Yes. But there was a change of ball last evening. I'm not quite sure. We can't pick up what it would be.
The wickets also set determines what sort of fast bowlers do we produce, because it's all well to say you're leaving grass on the wicket. What kind of grass and how have you prepared the surface?
Yeah.
Clipped away beautifully behind square. Fielder coming around, they'll get 2 runs easily. Minley just pacing himself because he knows it's going to be a long day. He's got his floppy on.
Well, yesterday we had a full day without any interruption. Clear skies, and it looks a replication of that. Bright sunshine, clear skies. Nice to see the players out in white. Usually we're seeing the colored clothing.
Well, we came from white ball last night to red ball this morning. Almost this morning, you can say. By the time that game was finished,
Yeah,
time I got home, it was morning.
after midnight.
6 runs out of this over here so far by Anderson Phillip. Just collapsing slightly at the crease.
Did you gather what was the nature of his injury? What kept him out? I sort of missed the trick on that.
Yeah,
or the info on that.
I think, but sometimes you're scared, you're scarce to get information. You just heard that somebody is injured, more or less. But I just wanted you to look set as he collapses. And maybe
Yes.
he's trying to save his back. Before, I thought he was a lot more upright and clinging into the crease area.
At times, due to injury, they make these changes. All the
Yeah, the
biomechanics
coaches.
comes in. I remember
Yeah.
Alzari Joseph having his injury, and then he did some good remedial work with Kenny Benjamin that really helped his balance, helped him along, and now you see him flourishing in international cricket. That rehabilitation after injury is important.
Some people are also late bloomers. Philip, 26, might get better as the time go on. Big effort there from Graves at backward point to pull that one, in fact Gully, to pull that one out of the air. It sort of bounced and kicked on. 29 overs bowled, 84 for 2. This has been a solid start here by the West Indies Academy in the Headley Weeks Tri-Series. Team Headley batting first, and magnificent 100 from the West Indies wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva. His highest first-class score, playing in his 50th first-class game of 136 not out. And I think if he had even pressed the gas yesterday, set based on his ability, could have maybe got 170, 180.
That's right, and there were periods when he was toying with the idea that he needs to always be on strike instead of really taking the runs which he would have gotten. Didn't take them. At the end of the day, he will say, I may have fallen short by at least 14 runs. I would have loved to at least get 150. Makes
Right.
a difference in the mind.
But there's also a class step up too, where you make your authority known. Well, say good afternoon to some folks who are in England, Canada.
Oh, I was wondering why you were saying good afternoon when it's morning. But if you're going to England, then it's afternoon.
Yeah, Big John Dentist, the Maynard, Stedford White, number of folks following us online. Also want to say good
Is
morning
Shiv
to...
still in England?
Well, I think
The Tiger?
Shiv might be somewhere all over the place, boy, for hell you know. These
He
days.
always follows us. So.
Just like Vinod Manchan, who's in Pakistan. What
That
do you
was
think?
an assumption, Vernon. Please give.
Anything is possible these days. driven up to Bravo. Oh, he's moved again now. The artificial intelligence sent him to Miami.
I said my secret service. I didn't say he was, so at times.
Vinod will be smiling. Good morning to you, Vinod. 360 crew. An excellent job so far. We feel to be great to be part of the team.
We say Ronnie's representing well.
Certainly. Well, Ronnie is his lawyer. So you got to understand, Ronnie is very diplomatic. You can't get anything out of Ronnie, you know. So yesterday, when you were talking about your artificial intelligence that you picked up and your secret intelligence, Ronnie just held his course as if like, okay. 84 for 2. Wonderful.
So tell me now, we're talking secrets. What would be the secret of success here this morning?
Penetration.
Good. Bowl fast, bowl straight.
Penetration.
Take the edge.
Penetration. It's got to bend your back here. Penetration. We haven't seen any real good short ball this morning to make Anderson and McKenzie know that we're here.
How did you pick my thoughts? We're talking about fast bowling, and if we're talking about fast bowling, how do you differentiate fast bowling?
It depends on
from nice little.
It depends on you considering medium fast to genuine fast
I think
bowling.
that's the point now. So we're speaking about medium, fast medium, gentle medium on occasion.
Yeah.
But we have not seen that fiery stuff.
And I'll come back to you, Seth. There's a myth in the Caribbean because we've produced so many outstanding fast bowlers over the years, starting from, Sir Wes Hall and company and Charlie Griffith and all of those guys coming up, that we feel that we have to continue to produce that. But maybe circumstances and culture has changed. So we maybe need now to teach the youngsters how to swing the ball more on the tracks that we have in the Caribbean.
But I'll tell you that Wes and Charlie and Sir Andy and Holden, they used to swing it as well, in spite of the rapidity.
So, as you just alluded to, if you can't get the ball fast, then you need to be able to try something else different. And so that's why the late Malcolm Marshall was so good. Keep Boyce, the late Keep Boyce. And, you had those guys. You had even Bernard Julian who would be able to come and swing it around there. So you have to have something else outside of just being contented just to say, oh yeah, I think I'm going to run in a
Well,
ball
as you
fast.
mentioned fast bowling and Wes Hall, if Wes is listening, I understood he wrote a book. Dr. Desmond Haynes mentioned that to me about a month ago. I would love to have a whole of that book. And Charlie Griffith, I met him in the 1990s in Barbados. He is one of the most wonderful personalities you could meet. So Charlie Griffith, if you're listening, I would just like to say good morning to you and good morning to the Reverend Wes, if they by chance are listening.
I want to get our modern day players to also learn the history of West Indies cricket, something I feel which is a major downfall. I'll get back to that set.
Yes, the history is critical.
Yeah, I was listening to Sir Viv speaking on Mason and Guess. And when Sir Viv started off, he said that, because of his dad, he had to do a lot of reading and learn the history of West Indies cricket. Larry Constantine, what those guys did. So that when you get a maroon cap, you understand what you're fighting for. There's a sense of purpose and there's a cause.
And understand what the people in the region would have gone through and what they expect of you.
Anderson from the CIUN. Anderson Phillip. So
to Kevlon Anderson. Anderson to Anderson.
Yeah. Pretty interesting. good scenarios.
Anderson Phillip from Trinidad and Tobago to Kevlon Anderson from Berbice, Guyana.
Yeah.
Only in the Caribbean we'll get those matches right.
Only in the Caribbean. So good morning to Sean Devers, Akeem Green, Lance Whitaker in Jamaica, George, all the guys from Sportsmax crew. This coverage is also being carried live here on Platinum FM 97.9 in Antigua and Barbuda. So we say good morning to the folks in Antigua and Barbuda and around the region. Basil Morgan, good morning. Another good delivery.
So Basil, I join that mention of your name. You have always been so supportive to us. There are times we are not even aware that you're on, and then we'll get the message somehow. And your affirmation as you speak about history, here's a man who understands the history of the cricket and his people, served the region well as an outstanding umpire.
More fight, more fire. Anderson Phillip to Anderson back and across. I want to see a new strategy. Maybe he just gets a little bit of hostility, put a short leg up there and bowl more body line.
You know, when we were in the first round of for the match, regional match, I remember John McGinley, the former sports minister of Antigua Barbuda, came by. He shared with us. He lives in Trinidad. And John said, you know, there was, I think, 2 bouncers being bowled by Archibald, Colin Archibald. And he said, we're speaking about fast bowling, and now we get 2 bouncers. So it's a rarity these days.
You see, the batsman can do that all day. But once he knows that you have one in your armory, which is coming for the badge, then he's going to think seriously, do I come forward or do I stay back? And you maybe just need 2. You know what I mean? 2 directed at the badge. And then you'll understand in terms of what has been happening. We saw last evening.
We saw some rapid.
Yeah, Andrew Bailey and Dexter Sween from Jamaica. Those guys are cranking it up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, bowling some real quick deliveries. Let's hope that Anderson Phillip is hearing us so he can fire one himself. Bang on target. Can do that all day. So another over completed, a maiden over here by Anderson Phillip. 84 for 2, and sometimes the strategy just has to be different. It can't be business as usual where we come out and we set up 2 slips and we set up a gully and everybody goes through the motion in same normal basic feel. We have to regroup, get together and say, hey guys, let's look at what's happened this morning. We haven't bowled any bumpers at all. Let's bowl a couple.
Isn't that cricket is becoming a batting game? Because growing up, I know that, yes, you wanted to see the batters. You wanted to see Saviv and Haynes and Greenwich and Ritchie and Larry Gomes, etc. But you also wanted to see fast. You would not want to miss the start of a game because you wanted to see what the first ball for West Indies would have been. Vernon?
Here are these 2 culprits again. They've moved from Gregory Brathwaite.
You may want to change the adjective.
Yeah, right down to Mr. Bassarat. So they're trying everything. They might go to the standby umpire next. They mean that they have to get this ball changed.
They're smart and tactical.
Bravo is like, nobody's bothering with us here today.
They need the ball changed, but Graves is in.
Driven up to Bravo. Can't score. Just need a little... Just need some pep. Just need something. Just need some fireworks. You know, get some bumpers. Get somebody just pull a couple.
Well, I guess you have to go back to Marquino Minley, who is the one who maybe has that extra zip, that extra pace.
Don't take your eyes off of Justin Graves. He's demonstrated this in some of the games I have seen that he can be hostile.
Just needs to crank it up.
That's what we're saying. They may be listening to us set because changes are being made. The only change is not made. We're not seeing anybody under the helmet.
And that was always a feature when the fast bowlers were running in. Poor Gus Logie had to be at forward short leg. All the other guys had to be there with the helmet because you expect one. And it was not just international cricket. At the regional level, you always had that man sacrificing himself at forward short leg with the fast bowlers running, especially during the morning sessions.
Seth, I want you to look at the field. You tell me about this. So they've got 1 fielder in the middle on the leg side.
Wow. That's right. Bravo is suggesting
that they're gonna make
to
152.
Mackenzie that he only has 2 more runs to make. He's got to make 52 and that's it. But young Mackenzie is a good guy. So Bravo is there to perhaps inject some nerves. Would he succeed?
And some banter.
Mackenzie just allows that to go through. So we look at the field and we're seeing the 2 slips, the gully, the backward point, a short cover in Bravo, perhaps placed there to distract or to do some sledging, not bantering. Very vocal. The captain, he is at an extra cover position. There is a mid-on, and a mid-off. No one else on the onside but the mid-off. He's bowling wide, trying to induce Mackenzie.
But from since we last saw Mackenzie, he has certainly worked on his concentration and knowing where his off stump is.
Certainly.
He tended to hit the ball in the air just right into that short extra cover area on the offside. Now he's leaving the balls simply because he just made that slight adjustment in his stance where he can be able to look at the bowler completely.
I like when he goes over the offside. I like when he goes down the ground. He has not been tested yet with the hook shot.
Don't think they want to try either. See, he can do that all day.
He just leaves it, the third successive delivery. It's predictable.
He can do that all day.
Because Graves is coming from over the wicket. Mackenzie, yes, he has the offside field, but he's going wide, and Mackenzie's not even bothered. And it's important. Character becomes important. He has shown that character to stick firmly with his game. He's not going to be set off trail by no sledging, no banter, no temptation. He just needs to keep going.
Bravo being the cheerleader.
Oh! He perishes, and Bravo rejoices as though he was the one who took the wicket, or maybe he would have won a 100-meter race. Psychologically, Bravo has won the battle.
He has. He should have just gone through with that. It was there for it. He more or less played a check drive.
Should have gone through, straight through with the stroke.
Had gone through with that ball, that would have sailed away right over the middle. He got caught almost like he was saying inside the 30-yard circle, pitched up, and he really just more or less checked it. But he wasn't using such good nick. Just hit through the line of the ball. Let's look at that again, Wani. In terms of where he was. He got there, but he didn't finish the shot. He checked drive because he just stopped it.
Yes.
And he just locked it there. Had he gone right through, that would have been a boundary.
Yes. He wanted to go straighter, but he leaned into it, and Marquino Minley, who was at the edge of what we would call the circle had it been a T20 or an ODI game, right at the edge there at mid-off, picked him out. Had he gone straight down the ground over the bowler's head, which I think was the intent. But nevertheless, a good 50 from the youngster, good 50.
And falling set on the eve of a water break. And the breaks matter so much. And he's maybe now got to go and regroup again, work with the video analyst and get himself organized. Coming up next after this break is our two colleagues in Joel Manning and Mali Richards. And they'll take us through to the next half an hour. West Indies Academy 84 for 3 as Tevin Imlad comes out.
84 for 3 here at Coolidge. Still picture perfect conditions, blue skies, hot but not too hot, a bit of wind blowing across the venue as well. And the final pieces of success, you would have to say, in the first hour for Team Headley. It was a wonderful partnership between Kirk McKenzie and Kevlon Anderson, a partnership of 84 runs. But you would have to say a slight mistake, a bit of misfortune, a bit of whatever you choose to call it there for Kirk McKenzie. And he had to depart for what was a well-played 50. It brings Tevin Imlach to the crease. He's actually a replacement in this side, coming in for Rivaldo Clark.
My guy Rivaldo. Would have seen him the first time in the Rising Stars under 19 camp last year. And since then, he's just progressed in his career, so I was anticipating seeing him in this match, or in this series.
He certainly came into stride in the latter half, you would have to say, of the first class tournament, and got 136 not out versus Jamaica in what would have been round 4 of the competition. Got 46 in that first innings as well, so the bulk of his runs in the first class championship actually coming in that match, because outside of that he got 2 ducks versus Barbados, 325 versus the Windwards, 4-3 versus Trinidad, and 6-2 versus Leewards. So he had one game where he really came to the party. And funny enough, I think that when we look at the amount of matches in the first class setup, you would tell yourself, well, maybe had there been 6, 7, 8,
9, 10, home and away. Hopefully we can get back to that.
Yeah, but these 2 matches here being brought in as a replacement certainly serve as that opportunity to get the additional matches. Now, yes, there was a bit of a break, but he had a chance to understand, this is how I get to a big score. This is how I did it once. Okay, what about that innings can I look to replicate?
100%, Joe. But I'd just like to go back to the McKenzie dismissal. And we spoke earlier in our first stint about bowlers posing different challenges. And Justin Graves, different bowler from Marquino Minley and Akeem Jordan, in the sense that he was playing on the patience of a Kirk McKenzie, just hanging the ball outside that off stump, knowing McKenzie likes to feel ball and bat, would be feeling, okay, I'm on 50 now, need to get, start showing more dominance, get myself to what would have been a great 100. But he just played on that patience, and McKenzie just faltering.
Yeah, it's true. Just before that dismissal off air, we actually said there's absolutely nothing wrong with those 3 deliveries outside of the off stump from Justin Graves on that particular occasion. Well left, yes, by Kirk McKenzie, but it starved him of the opportunity to feel the ball on the bat for some time, and we do know he likes to play that drive, so they were all, funny enough, driving length, but wide outside of the off stump. A bit of chatter coming from Bravo, a bit of impatience playing in as well, a touch straighter, and probably a touch too full to get under it and get it over the man at long off. And that's what I guess we're talking about in terms of, just that additional patience factor, knowing when somebody's trying to set you up, not falling into the traps and what was moments, because had he gotten to the end of that over, it would have meant that they actually won the first hour of the day between himself and Kevlon Anderson, batting that first hour, not letting Team Headley get a sniff, get a scent in, getting somebody new to the creases. Now brought out Tevin Imlach, so a bit of, I guess, not necessarily a revival, but a bit of rejuvenation coming into Team Headley now, into what will be the second hour of the day.
Yeah, and I thought it was an execution issue as well from Kirk McKenzie, just like we said, having been starved at the strike and then seeing that full area, a strength of his. It's also why cricket's such a weird game, because your strength can also be a weakness as well in a different circumstance. And him just being a little rash, wanting to jump, maybe just be a bit too quick onto that one, just hit it in the air, when we saw him just allow the ball to come into him. Think back to that one down past mid-on, that on-drive that he played. It was sweet. He allowed it to come in. That one, he just rushed, got the hands out in front, hence why the ball went in the air.
Yeah, probably also just a touch fuller, too, in terms of the length, because the type of shot that he was looking to play, you always knew that it was the elevation that he was looking for, but because of how full that ball was, hit a bit lower on the bat as well in terms of the point of contact, and that was certainly the reason why he did not get the elevation that he was looking for.
And also back to the point of limited overs, red ball format, that lofted shot that you're looking to play there in this situation is very much a white ball shot. T10, T20, 50 overs. That's what you want to play. On the ground, low risk option, beautiful shot there by Imlach.
Yeah, we mentioned the runs that he got in round number 4 of the West Indies Championship, and that shot certainly was one that he played quite well in that innings versus Jamaica. Allowed that ball to come to him quite nicely. The first runs of the bat for him, the first delivery he's faced, and he certainly looked wonderful there. A beautiful stride, elbows high. You'd take a picture of that.
Oh, definitely. Good balance from the young man.
Knows where the off stump is, Mally.
Yeah, definitely. And you can tell Justin Greaves almost prefers bowling to the right-handed batters. He's more threatening. He threatens the stumps with that natural angle in. Always threatening the stumps and the pads. And if he can just get one to hold as well outside that off stump, which I know he's got that ability to, he becomes even more of a dangerous proposition.
Allowed a peel
inside. Oh,
and he's got to go. Tevin Imlach, that one coming back in nicely, and more success for Graves.
Inconsistent bounce there, Joe. We were talking about that, especially when Minley was bowling from this media center, and we saw a few just jump off a good length. This occasion, just keeping a bit low, almost took the inside edge there. Good low catch through to the wicketkeeper. And now, you know what they say, when one wicket falls, it tends to bring two. Imlach back in the pavilion.
Yeah, Justin Graves once again on that nagging line, you would have to say, but jagging back quite nicely off of the surface. Takes the inside edge, and a wonderful catch being taken in the end by Tevin Walker. That combination, that pair, did quite well for the Windward Islands Volcanoes across the first class championship as well. So another wicket down, 88 for 4 now. Tevin Imlach, he's got to go for 4. The balance swinging, shifting towards Team Headley.
Yeah, a real opportunity now for Team Headley to really make some serious inroads in this team, in this West Indies Academy batting lineup. Looks like Kevin Wickham straight into the crease. Young, talented Barbadian all-rounder. Someone who I've got a lot of hope in, I think. Someone who I'm looking to as one of these young players who I think can really be one of these standout modern players from the West Indies today. Bats, bowls, is fabulous in the field, great catcher. And it's that bowling as well, that mystery element to his bowling, I think, is what will really set him apart. If he develops. And I think he will. He
definitely has the potential. He looks like a player that you can work with.
Definitely.
You know, he's one that has all the shots in the booking. As a coach, you like that. You like to say, okay, I can work with this. That's not to say that, somebody who's a little more limited in terms of stroke play and that kind of stuff is not somebody that can be worked with as well. But I enjoyed watching Kevin Wickham across the championship. He got his chance in the second game here versus Jamaica.
We did that game, I think.
Didn't necessarily get off, in terms, and you can see the nerves out there because I believe he got not in 2 in that one. But then He had a very wonderful partnership versus the Leeward Islands, and that for me really started to show the Kevin Wickham that people have been talking about, the Kevin Wickham that they saw in the Under-19 World Cup, the Kevin Wickham that they saw across the Super 50.
Yeah, and I want to see him get the opportunity with the ball at this level at some point as well.
In fact, with scores of 2-1 versus Jamaica, but then directly after that in round number 3 was a 41 and that he had in partnership with Shane Doherty. I believe that partnership was probably about 90 odd or so, and it was at a period of time whereby Barbados were in a spot of absolute trouble. In fact, he was actually pushed to 1 down the order as well because Shane Doherty opted to come at number 4, pushing Wickham down to 5, and it allowed the young man some time to settle in. You saw the makings of an innings from him in that one. Then he got a 27 versus Trinidad, and that too was another nice little innings from him. Felt a shot that he probably will not want to watch again. The end of that over, 88 for 4. But as we said, he's a talent, and he's somebody that you want to see get the opportunity. So once again, fantastic that he's been included in this West Indies Academy side. But it's not for him to take hold of those opportunities, because to have all these shots, and to have all the talent, and to have people, having the eyes on you, you have to at some point do something with it. So a wonderful chance for him to do something with the opportunity.
Yeah, the pressure of expectation, as a young talented player, potential is good, but potential is also everything you haven't done. One also has to try and realize that potential, and that's where it becomes a bit tricky. But I think he's got a good head on his shoulders from what I've seen. I think he's got the intangibles, the ingredients, the minerals. He wouldn't have been originally selected in that 2000, when the last Under-19 World Cup squad. He would have been a late replacement, Kevin Wickham. And to be honest, he hasn't looked back since. He really announced himself on the scene, I think, with a century in his first match. Then he would have scored another half century along the line as well. Probably ended up the highest run scorer for the West Indies in that tournament, coming in late. And since then, he's just pushed on. So he hasn't let disappointment get him down. That's a beautiful shot there.
Clipped away nicely, and it will have the legs to make it into the boundary. So Anderson continues where Mackenzie is left off.
Clipped with a bit of flair there by Kevlon Anderson. Very subcontinental shot there. If you saw that played by a KL Rahul or anyone from the Asian continent, you wouldn't be surprised. But from Kevlon Anderson there, fantastic shot. So at times this wicket as well, you can still score runs. One just has to soak up those good deliveries.
I think that's what Joshua De Silva did quite well yesterday, whereby he too came in where wickets were falling at regular intervals. Not much, no partnerships to that point had been built, and he soaked up that pressure quite nicely, because the Western Academy boys were, as you would say, cockahoots almost. They were on top of the game, and nothing could have been done wrong at that point by them. But De Silva soaked up that pressure nicely, and as he gradually got into his innings, accumulated, took the 1s and 2s, capitalized on the bad balls, built another partnership.
And to be fair, that's what you'd expect from an international player, someone who would have been consistently playing against bowlers of a higher standard. Almost a drop down here in standard, but yeah, showing the true class of why he made it to the international level and scores hundreds at the international level as well. Exactly what you'd expect, and that expectation, that pressure of expectation, he just shows he's more of a veteran, more understanding of his game, regardless of the conditions, because he wouldn't have played here very much. But that experience of having played against better bowlers, been in more testing competitions, against bowlers in all conditions would bode him well in a situation such as this, and he just showed all the class that he possesses.
He certainly did. He set somewhat of a roadmap for a couple of the other batters to follow. Kevlin Anderson would love to be one to follow that roadmap, get 100 here. It certainly would make a statement for him. A perfect opportunity for Kevin Wickham to get runs under his belt.
I'd love to see him get a few here. Big fan of the young man.
Four runs from that over, 92 for 4.
But what was good to see is that he had forced his way into that Barbados team, especially being an academy player. A couple guys would have done that. Kirk McKenzie as well would have forced his way into that Jamaican team. So they're also just maybe a little ahead of schedule in terms of their development in the first class game. And it's good to have these young guys. I look at a few ages of the guys in even the Team Headley squad, and you've got the 28s, 29s, 30s. You want to see maybe in a couple of years in this series more younger players just looking to progress onto the international stage, as opposed to international players trying to get back, or former international players trying to get back there.
Yeah, a couple of running repairs going to Kevlin Anderson at the moment. He spent quite a bit of time at the crease so far. 103 deliveries he's faced. He's been out there for an hour and 17 minutes so far. And the experience of Sir Kirtley coming in there to Justin Graves. Justin Graves picked up 16 wickets in the first class championship. I hear somebody saying anybody home through our stump mic at the moment. Yes, we can hear you. I know you can't hear us.
You can't hear us.
It's in fact Joshua De Silva, the one saying anybody home. Yes, Josh, somebody is home. Somebody is at the couch watching everything that's happening here at Coolidge. But yeah, Justin Graves, I was very pleased to see how he went about his work with the Windward Islands Volcanoes. As I mentioned, picked up those 16 wickets. Did not play in the last game due to a bit of a concussion protocol. But it was nice to see. You know, I believe he picked up 2 5-wicket hauls as well across the first class championship. And he was actually the reason, I think, or a big part of the reason as to why Windward were able to push for the title this year. What would have been their first class title as well. And it's interesting because I was making the point yesterday that I would love to see a couple more guys making the moves to other franchises to get those types of opportunities. Because quite often there are a few guys sitting down as 12th and 13th in some franchises who can actually fill a role or perform a service in some of the other franchises. And that's not to say that the other teams are weak. That's just to say based on what that particular player does, they would have been an asset to another franchise. Instead, they're sitting down at 12 and 13. I really would like that, you know, we get to that stage where we start to really play a bit more of the franchise cricket model and have a couple more guys move, because I mentioned the fact that had Justin Graves been playing for Barbados, had Tevin Walcott been playing for Barbados, would they be here today in this Headley Weeks?
Yes, and that's the beauty of this franchise system. I think we've had a lot more movement than we've ever had, really, since its inception. I think to Marlon Samuels playing for the Leeward Islands. I think back to Akil Hussain, Kevin Cooper playing for the Leeward Islands as well. So, Nkrumah Bonner as well for the Leeward. So in from a Leeward Islands perspective, it's always been, since the franchise's professional championship has been, since its inception, the Leewards have always made use of it.
A quick single. Will be a bit of overthrows as well. Work for Joshua De Silva. The ball wins the race. So 4 overthrows there. So 5 runs added to the total.
Yeah, Justin Graves won't be happy. He's been very economical. Kept the pressure on the batters there, but extra runs being given. No backing up.
In fact, that one also jumping out to the surface as well.
Oh, yes, it did bounce. It did bounce. So 4 extras extra runs to the total here for the academy.
You'll take them, especially when they come as easy as that.
When you're speaking about like Barbadians in the Windwards, you think back to Carmes and his development in the Windward Island system, almost progressing to international cricket. Well, not almost, that's exactly what he did. He really hasn't looked back since.
No, he certainly hasn't in no formats. Really and truly has. Kyle Mears spent some time, not necessarily under the radar, but not getting that chance to really showcase his
the batting ability.
Yeah.
And it was going to the Windwards that really gave him the opportunity to bat in the top 6, really develop his batting. And yeah, it's done him the world of good.
Yeah, I know that country pride and so many other things coming to the fold. 98 for 4 at the end of that one. Yeah, pride, because you come from a country, you want to play for that, you want to play for that badge. But there are times when, looking at your development, you have to tell yourself, okay, maybe for one season or maybe for 2 seasons, I just need to shift, go somewhere else and get the real opportunity. Because you also find that staying at home, sometimes you find yourself not necessarily being buttoned down, but it's a case of not necessarily getting the full stint or the real opportunity that should be afforded to you, whether or not it's because of the opinion surrounding you from even, let's say, a Saturday cricket scenario, because that's the other thing I find that comes into our cricket, another conversation going on there discussing the players' probably future of West Indies cricket. But you also have instances where familiarity actually goes against you as well, because I remember having a conversation with one of the players and they were telling me that by being in another setup, it actually allowed them to kind of shake some of the, not necessarily ghost on their shoulders, but I guess you would understand that terminology, whereby things that happened in the past at even just the local level and what was a club cricket, were still held against them. But by moving to a new franchise, they were able to have a fresh perspective, a new appreciation for, their talents, and it allowed them to shine.
In one particular system for a long time, you tend to get pigeonholed.
Runs for Anderson, and 4 of them.
Yeah, so players would tend to get pigeonholed, coming up in a particular system. If you go completely outside of that, you're outside of your comfort zone now, but that also can really help in terms of just how you're viewed. You see the replay there, just a thickish outside edge from Kevlon Anderson. And it's been pretty good batting from the young man. He soaked up some 107 deliveries now, but he's also looked to score when the ball has been in his area, and that's been full.
He certainly made the adjustments as he's gone through his innings yesterday, with the ball moving as it was. I mentioned he was just a little guilty of looking to force it, but since then, being dropped, being put down, he's really taken full advantage of the opportunity, and he's allowed that ball to come to him. He's played balls, not necessarily on their merit, but he's played to his skill, or to his, what's the word I'm looking for here, Mally? I'll get it after this delivery. Pretty much playing what you know is yours, essentially.
As the old folks would say, just playing what you know, staying well within his game, not looking to play too many shots here, recognizing the situation. The team Headley have been pretty good here this morning. They've gone bang bang, picked up those 2 quick wickets, Mackenzie, the in-form batter, and Imlak going. So now he's just trying to get a partnership going with young Wickham, trying to forge their way ahead, trying to get closer to this total.
Still looking to be positive, and that's what you like to see as well, because playing within what will be your range, your skill set, what you know, doesn't necessarily mean that you can't be positive either. I think that people, when looking at the cricket, don't realize necessarily the balance that there is between being positive and still looking to score, having that intent, but also recognizing that good balls have to bowl.
100%. And young Anderson would have forced his way into the Guyana Harpy Eagles championship team this season as well, with some good performance in the inter-county stuff down in Guyana as well. Had a little look at that. So he's a player who's just gone slightly under the radar, but you'll be mistaken, or you'd be a fool if you just take your eye off him. You've got players like that who probably don't wow you right away, but are very, very effective. Kevlin Anderson looks to be one of those.
102 for 4 now. You did mention the fact that he forced his way in to the side. The ball in the hand of Darren Bravo. He will not be bowling it, I promise you that, at least.
He bowled a lot for Trinidad this season,
I was going to mention that because this morning I saw him stretching the hamstrings out, and I said, Darren, why are you doing that? He said, because I might be required to bowl. I'm swinging the ball nicely. He will never let you forget the wickets that he took down at the Brian Lara Academy, where he had the ball hooping back in and taking those LBWs. So because of that and everything else, he categorizes himself along the likes of an Anderson, maybe
just a little too late from a Darren Bravo. One always has to try and maximize what one brings to the game, and I think that's an aspect where in the West Indies we could be so much better. That's even from a grassroots level coming all the way through. You've got to try and even coax these players into being more productive, not only with just bat, because Darren Bravo, if he could, or even had known that he could have been a first-class bowler taking 5 wickets 5-10 years ago, who knows where he could have gone as an all-rounder, along with his batting ability.
Don't put ideas into his head, because opportunities still exist.
Yeah. 33 years old now, I think that ship has probably sailed.
He would have you know that just takes one season. Just takes one season, Mally. One season of
for genuine all-rounder status. I think DJ Bravo will always have that moniker in the family. That one belongs to the DJ, I think.
Well, I'm pretty sure Darren will have other words about that. Graves into bowl once more. And in behind it quite nicely is Kevin Wickham. Also categorizes himself probably as a top footballer some days. Darren Bravo in the pre-day warm-ups, pre-match warm-ups. He's usually the captain of one of the football sides. And he gives his instructions. He, juggles a bit here and there, looks for the through ball, celebrates when he scores a goal.
Oh, that's dead.
Well, that dreaded hand goes up. And Graves has another smile on his face.
Yeah, Kevin Wickham there just getting a bit crossed up, just getting that pad in the way, looking to play around it. And from our vantage point, that looked like it was stone cold dead, Joe Manning.
It certainly looked quite good, as you say, up and down that one, hitting him bang in front of all three, and a very easy job to be done by umpire Bassarat. Bang on the knee roll. And, well, any man in dark shades could have called that one. He's got to make that long walk back to pavilion, Kevin Wickham. He goes for just 5. He'll be slightly disappointed knowing that there's a wonderful opportunity for him here today. But more success for Team Headley. It's now 102 for 5.
Yeah, just planted that front leg there, Kevin Wickham, especially to Justin Graves. We know he's got that movement late back into the right-handed batter early in any batsman's innings, and that's a good thing about Justin Graves. He's always in that, he tends to be in that fuller length area, asking questions, and Wickham succumbs. Graves picks up his third, is it? Wow. His third wicket here today. So he's started a bit of a procession here, Justin Graves, and it's picked up where he left off from the first class season.
He certainly has. He's really that utility bowler. You would have to. He's not your out-and-out express. He's not necessarily the swinger of the ball in terms of when you look at like an Akeem Jordan, but he's utility in the sense of he's always there asking questions. He gets movement enough, as we saw there, to Kevin Wickham. The ball just coming back in slightly more so probably on the angle as well, bowling over the wicket into the right-handed batter. But that is what you get from Justin Graves. He's that utility, he's that workhorse. He's somebody that's going to come and bowl those long overs, ensure that the end is still plugged well, because not many runs come off of him also, but he's always there and thereabouts when it comes to the wicket column.
And also in partnership with someone who I think probably should have been here as well, especially for the Windward Islands, Preston McSween, the left arm seamer. I think they make for a very formidable partnership. Preston McSween, big swinger of the ball, seamer as well. When bowling conditions are favourable, he's a real handful, genuine wicket taker. I think he would have taken some 15 or 16 wickets as well. So in combination with Justin Graves, you could see why Windward Islands would have been pushing for that championship.
Full toss and driven. Work to be done by De Silva. Good work being done by him.
Yeah, going for the Yorker there. 4-1 from Justin Greaves. Just over-pitched and driven. Probably should have gone for 4. Not sure if Ambrit or Bravo got a hand on that one.
Well, the end of the over, 104 for 5. And two familiar voices will take you up towards the lunch break in Seth Burton and Vernon Springer.
It is a good fight back by the most senior, the team Headley bowlers. Because when we left last, it was 82 for 2. And we have had 3 strikes from Justin Graves. It's now 104 for 5. Kevlin Anderson, though he is still there, he would have given excellent support to Mackenzie, but he has lost a few partners along the way. He's on 31. What are your thoughts on his innings so far?
George Ferris sends his greetings to Mally Richards and yourself, and he's following us online.
Oh, this one is crunched over backward point for 4. Lovely shot. We needed to see that aggression, Vernon. We thought that the youngsters, while they're playing well, on a few occasions when you look at the dismissals, our concern was that they were sort of going into a shell rather than be assertive, and now we see that aggressive intent from Kevlin Anderson. Look at it. Wide outside, and he gave it maximum treatment. Not a 6, but deserved a 4. You speak about George Ferris. He was fast. We speak about fast bowlers. In the days of the late Malcolm Marshall, we used to say that the quicker may have been between them.
I can tell
George Ferris was
I can tell you about your cricket days when you coming up against Antigua and you had to face American Ferris. Trust me, it was pace like fire. No ball here from Markino Minley, so he's put under the pump very early. Want to support Mally Richards in his comment about Preston McSween.
Yes.
And since yesterday said, I was talking about the setup of Cricket West Indies and how you rotate players. So you have Preston McSween, you have Colin Archibald, you have Mikael Louis.
2 wonderful left-handers.
Yeah, you have a list of players, and then you just discard them. When you really, nobody was at fault, really. We just continue to just pick almost, same group of people. I feel that you have to keep that core a lot longer.
Well, 2 years ago, or when we had that AT best versus best situation, when I saw Preston McSween here, yes, I did predict 3 years ago that, yes, Jaden Seals would have made it onto the West Indies team. But McSween was next in line. Marquino, mainly, he was part of the setup as well. But McSween, and he continues to perform, an excellent left-arm bowler. So there are many. Colin Archibald may not have gotten the returns that you would have liked, but you can just see raw talent, natural talent, athleticism. He also has good pace. He can bat. In fact, he has a first-class century batting at number 10 for the Leewards against Trinidad and Tobago. So these are players. We have the abundance of talent. And we would have spoken much about Louis yesterday in terms of his capacity to swing it both ways. So we have players with multiple skill set and talent. Oh, crop down to the third man boundary for 4. They did set the backward point on the boundary, Vernon, but Kevlin Anderson, he sighted that and instead went on the ground. Though it went between slip and gully, he was in control and he cracked that one. Look at it.
Just thought that Justin Graves was just a little bit too close.
Positioned himself well down, but wow.
And just his position.
Over the gully.
He needed to be a little wider in terms of his base. Like the big
But
Joe
who will
Garner.
set him? You can't blame him. Maybe the captain may have said, that's where I need you to stand, or the keeper.
You see, in gully set, you're going to have to go left or right. So he's more or less like trying to catch it. Just that was a slash. And so you got to be able to give yourself time that you can recover quickly.
Remember those days with Joel Garner in the gully, but he was exceptionally tall.
El Camino Willett.
A shorter guy, excellent reflexes. Kevlin Anderson is gearing up. He's not got to be prodding around. Wants to make a statement here. 39.
And they seem to be working on something here by having the backward point right out onto the fence. There has to be a system here. More changes being made here by Joshua De Silva, the captain. So they may be thinking about a short ball.
He has seen aggressive intent. He has pulled Akeem Jordan now on the back of the square boundary on the onside.
One thing I can say to you is that Kevlin Anderson has certainly worked on his defense. And when I'm looking at a cricketer, that's one of the first things that I look for. How you defend the castle.
You look at this batting card, apart from the 50 from Kirk McKenzie, it's all Kevlin Anderson. The others single digits, 0-0.
Simmons 0, Bishop 0, Imla 4, Wickham 5. Young, the captain, has just come in and he's shown positive intent.
And he's by nature a positive player.
Yeah, he is.
I don't think they can put him in a mold and say try to bat the whole day. Yes, you can bat the whole day, but Young naturally is going to seek scoring opportunity.
You see that there's a concept going around, and we have to be careful in terms of when we tell personnel to bat all day, because you can bat all day, make 170, make 200, and get bowled out in the early morning and lose the game.
Quite an extended spell.
We look at England's attitude now. Seth, that's the way the West Indies
used to play.
You know what I mean? So you got a new coach with a new attitude, new captain, Brendan
He has
McCullum
changed
from
the
New
culture,
Zealand.
and that is his style.
Ben Stokes is coming in, and I think they're going to continue this way. Win, lose, or draw. That's how England going to play. They're going to play the West Indian way.
And may you say the original West Indies way.
Well, whether it's the original or not, we consider it to be the
It is
West
our
Indian.
stamp, our brand on international cricket.
Our brand.
But we need to get back to our brand.
Somebody
Because
might
we've
ask
been
you what is
speaking
our
about
brand, Seth?
Currently,
Well, what was our brand before?
aggression, assertiveness,
There we go.
dominance,
Yeah.
and understanding our roots.
Beautiful. 113 for 5, Justin Graves. Just goes to the crease. Doesn't really jump set. Just ambling through. But if he wants, he can bend his back. And so far, set in this game, in your own analysis, have we seen any really out-and-out fast bowlers?
No, no, not at all. Even Anderson, as though he has slowed down a bit. I'm not quite sure if the injury has affected him. We have seen Minley. We have seen Akeem Jordan, who has not come back this month. Who has not come back for the morning. Justin Grace can bowl faster, but he's just really lumbering in.
I think he
putting some fast medium deliveries, mixing with some medium.
I think if he jumps to, he might be a different proposition. Just ambles through the crease really. But I think what I would like to see him do is try and bowl an effort ball, and maybe then I can maybe make another assessment.
And you mix that up. If you're not an express, a Malcolm Marshall, a George Ferris, a Patrick Patterson, you know how to mix it, but the effort ball must be part of the mix.
Sharp. Beautiful clip there. Right up to the sharp mid-wicket fielder.
Well, as I said, Naeem Young, he's not going to push and prod. He's not going to be reckless either. I was very impressed with him in the previous West Indies under 19 team.
Another thing which you're observing in the franchise system set is how the fast bowlers or how the medium pacers are managed in the franchise setup in terms of the preparation into games and what sort of work is being done at the franchise level for fast bowlers. One is, if you look around to set, we have a lot of spinners, over-completed, 40 overs bowled, 113 for 5. So we have a mid-set where Seth Burton comes onto the scene and he gets 30 wickets in a regional tournament, and then he plays for the West Indies and he can't get anybody out simply because of the pitches that we would have prepared. So when you go now and you have real test pitches now where you're tested, we can't find you. You can't hit a pad. And that's another situation. If you look at all of our tournaments, the spinners continue to dominate. But when they step up now to the next level, which is the test level on the world stage in different circumstances, whether it be in the Caribbean or the subcontinent, they're found wanting.
Well, but they also must be given the opportunity and the time to emerge and develop.
But we don't seem to have enough patience when it comes to that.
You mentioned regarding the spinners that spinners would just dominate in terms of the quantity of overs bowled, so then they would get the most wickets. At the end of the day, you look at it, in the past, a fast bowler comes off with 25 overs in a day, 21 overs in a day, 29 if you're Courtney Walsh. But these days, the fast bowler walks out and he's tired after 12 overs in a day. But the spinner, Veersamy Permaul, Rakeem Cornwall, they're bowling 30
and 40.
So
I was pretty much impressed with the under 15 that we saw some good young seamers set.
Good young fast bowlers,
especially from Trinidad and Tobago, all around that look good. Leewards certainly have a good crop.
Yes, good crop. Both TNT and the Leewards played here in that game where TNT won the under 15. What is I like about TNT, and speaking to Coach Brown, is the process through which they came. And that is something that, we're hoping can be replicated. We could also do some research in terms of what happens in Barbados, Jamaica, Guyana, leewards, windwards.
Mainly to Anderson, backing across stylishly and defending nicely.
So we speak about the fast bowlers. They must do their work. They must feel that they're just getting there, and they have the strength. They have.
Do we have the person?
The willpower.
Do we have the person around to encourage them to do their work?
The thing for me, I don't have that inside edge that I can reveal what happens here or there. But I'll get back to that. But based on what
the reason why I asked that set, I mean, we look at home here. Has there been an engagement to even speak to someone like a Headley Baptist to come around and look at our young seamers? To have maybe Sir Andy Roberts as a mentor to bring Curtly around and says, we want you to go around Antigua and look at the young prospects.
That's what it is.
Bowlers.
I've not been as close to the Antigua Cricket Association, would not want to transgress, but I have not seen that. I can speak for what I've seen. What I can speak to, though, as you speak about fast bowlers, I remember, Kenny Benjamin, who is actually the head honcho at the Liberta Sports Club, the Blackhawks, set that tone. Even though he's a fast bowler, I remember there are times when he may secure the services of a Winston Benjamin to come in and pay attention to something. I know that sort of cross-fertilization. Through Cricket West Indies, I know when Alzari Joseph was down, he's an all-saints guy. Kenny Benjamin was secured to do that. But in terms of the masses, in terms of what happens in the structure, for the structure to put that right, I can't quite answer that question.
And the structure could start from school cricket set, because I could remember being involved with St. Kitts Youth Cricket. When you come to Antigua, you were always eager to go and look at a school game, because there was always some exciting young fast bowlers. That's why I saw Ricky Christopher.
Yes,
rapid. And I can give you the whole list of names of young fast bowlers that came out of school cricket. The late Colin Cookie Joseph, Cleve Joseph. School
Jensen
cricket was
Joseph.
was a big thing in Antigua and Barbuda. So that's why I was talking about in terms of structure, because you don't have to wait on the association to make that happen. At the youth level is where you identify talent.
Over completed, 114 for 5. Kevlin Anderson is still there. He's on 40. And he's trying to bat himself in a good position. His focus now, get into lunch. Because we saw what happened to Kirk McKenzie just before the break. Things happen just before the break, just after the break. So the focus and the concentration has to be right.
Big point. We were looking at the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association Dream 11 10-10. So a young fast bowler from combined schools, Glenn Williams. Right-hand fast bowler, and Yannick Watley.
We're also speaking, the under 15 Leeward Islands captain, Matthew Miller, is decent. We saw Jones. I have to do some more research on him. Very impressed. We have a few. So what I think needs to be done is, at times, the territorial nature, sometimes of clubs, or who is the coach, or what school they attend. Sometimes that seems to be the guiding light, that instead of giving them the holistic exposure, we sort of can be territorial. That's part of the culture that needs to change.
And so, I've said to you that maybe there needs to be a collaboration where you have satellite academies set
Yes,
up
I back that 100%.
in the respective territories. So
And
if
they
we
feed into this main.
So if we took for a reference a Ronnie and a Mali, and we said, listen, we're going to bring you into St. Kitts for a 6 weeks camp, and you're going to deal with feeling, and we're going to bring Seth, who's going to deal with the psychology of the game, and because cricket is not only just about on the field playing.
That's right.
It's off the field.
And there's some intricacies in terms of on the field that we saw. Well, we're having the introduction now of spin.
Cavanagh.
Yes, for the first time for the morning. And that is good. When I say it's good, don't get me wrong. Not that I'm saying it's good to see that the pacers could have dominated, or the medium pacers, the seamers could have dominated the bowling for at least a good hour and a half in a day's play in a West Indies setting. That has been lacking. So Kaveem Hodge. Oh, immediately loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. It was a good shout.
I think he was going down.
Yes, I thought it may have pitched outside leg. Let's see what one he has on screen. Yes, and it was going down as well.
Yeah, it was outside the line.
You have good eyes, Vernon.
Well, you could just look at the way he was drifting it. And the keeper, I was looking at the keeper, Walcott, to see what his movement was like. So I always tend to
follow the wicket keeper.
Yeah, I always.
That's a good indicator.
Yeah. And I saw his left foot already drifting going down. It's just the final positioning of Anderson might have raised the alarm in terms of where the ball would have hit him.
But the shot was so confident, and that is why you can't get carried away with the appeal, the volume of the appeal.
Clipped it. Can't beat Bravo at short mid-wicket, who's chirping away. Kyron Powell at first slip. So they started with a slip, a short leg. Sonny Lambris, senior statesman, is had to go under the helmet. Doesn't look convincing under there.
Oh.
And a loose shot there by Naeem Young. Walcott missed it. Powell is after it. Don't think he'll get it. Hits the rope now. And I just thought that Walcott got up too early. Needed to stay down a little longer.
4 byes.
Yeah, let's look at it again, Seth.
Yes, it was a wild heave on the part of Naeem Young. Decided to go through.
Yeah,
It beat the keeper as well, the wicket keeper.
But his
The
positioning,
eyes, the hands.
his positioning set.
That's right, towards leg.
Yeah.
And yet the ball beat him.
You just your left foot supposed to go, and you still have to be able to cover the line. Well, that is going to be close. Naeem Young again outside the line of the leg stump.
Well, with the introduction of spin, the greatest excitement we have seen in the field. We know we have had 3 wickets this morning, but within 3 deliveries, you have had what could have been a missed stump. You have had...
It's got to do better with that full toss, yes, Seth.
Yes, 2 big appeals.
You got to put that away. And that's something that I find, Seth, that we because we're so into a defensive shell, by the time the full tosses come around, we don't put them away.
Well, in those days,
all.
once there's a full toss, you know, it would be hammered. All the muscles and all the placement and everything, the timing goes into that. These days is shut up. So 3 for 20 for Justin Graves, 2 for 27 for Akeem Jordan. We have not seen Jordan for the morning. You may see, it may seem a bit hazy, but it is hot, piping hot here in Antigua Barbuda. The control tower tells you that we're close to the airport. In fact, we are about 250 yards away from the airport.
So 120 for 5 set, 42 overs bowled, and we were talking about the dot ball percentages. 209 dot balls so far in the innings. And that's what we're talking about, rotation of the strike and looking to pick up a singles. Now just imagine, Seth, if they had just got even 75 runs, what the score would have been. It could have been 190 for 5, 70 singles.
You were speaking earlier about something that I want to get back to after this delivery.
Mainly from the CION to Naeem Young, who comes forward.
And that's my point. You were speaking about dot balls. But in order to address the dot ball issue is the mindset of the players running between the wicket. In the days of old, you learn that as the bowler is running in, you are at the non-striker's position. You're already taking an initial march back up with your bat grounded, obviously, but you're in the forward mode.
Game awareness. Got to be in the run. You got to be thinking about getting a single.
And we look at it and we are seeing that the non-striker is still anchored, and only after the ball would have reached a certain position. So that even that
assertiveness
part is not
from
there.
the non-striker is taken off late.
Right, and even the batter, you're not seeing the communication. So we're not seeing that much in the under 15s. I think it was distinct in the Trinidad and Tobago camp. We didn't see it much in the others. So that part must be addressed as well. Lovely pull shot.
They need 2 there. They're just ambling. No intensity at all.
But they have young legs.
Well, it's not even so much a matter of young legs yet. I was saying to you yesterday, it's the culture and what they see the senior players, the approach of the senior players. Now, when you're coming up against an England and an Australia who are going to run you to the ground, that's where the problem is.
So we used to say run the first one hard, and hard means hard.
Real hard.
And always look for the second. So by the time you get to the second, you're exploring the possibility of a third. Good stop. So Young is going to be attacking.
I would like to see Anderson set. Maybe start his approach from just behind. He's just labeled comfortable on his bat. So you have to get some energy within the process to go.
That's right.
As coaching, you get those guys to start walking so that they get up and they see in terms of what has been happening.
Wow, Young trying to fan that off.
Gets a boundary.
Fending it off. He gets a boundary. I'm not sure where it runs. Thought it was his shoulder, but he was not really convincing on that. That one got big on him for Minley. But in the end, he succeeded.
Wonder if Kevlin Anderson is having a little challenge set with his calf muscles, because I think about 2-3 overs before, the physio came out and had the spray on his calf muscle there. So again, I maybe have to kind of observe that, why maybe we're not seeing the assertiveness in his running. 126 for 5. 9 young. It's full of potential. Over number 43 comes to an end.
126 for 5. And Kevlon Anderson, he has been there at the start of the innings. He has seen through all 43 overs. So Kirk McKenzie would have stood out tall, and he wants to stand as tall as Kirk McKenzie. He even wants to get taller. Both of them are diminutive in physical height, but I'm speaking in terms of the stature. After this game, they would want to look back and say, I would have gotten a half century, I would have gotten a century. That sort of thinking, and I think Kevlon Anderson is showing that he has the character, the mettle, to see through all the challenges, and he has done that well. Naim Young, on the other hand, he's going to take the chances.
Kevin Hodge will start his third over. They're trailed by 133, the West Indies Academy. Anderson has been a perfect foil for this West Indies Academy innings. He certainly batted time. He's batted balls, 41 from 125. Make it 42. If he wants, he can get 43. And he's coming back quite easily for it.
Nice little glance. He's playing it on the ground. At times he may slash it to the point, backward point area. But he has been on the ground. He has been steady.
Down the onside. For maybe commentating in the cool and smooth T20 action, would have to consider that to be a wide. But it's red ball cricket. Anderson, bat and pad close together, smothering the spin. Coming from the spin country of Purmall and Moti, he would certainly have to learn how to bat spin.
Definitely.
Down the onside again.
Traditionally, Guyana is a spin country. Guyana and Trinidad, but Trinidad has sort of pulled the choke a bit over the years and have produced some wonderful fast bowlers.
High proportion of boundaries have been hit in this match so far. Set 48 boundaries and 3 sixes. Another over comes to an end from Kevin Hodge.
I just want to clarify before I get into it. I'm not saying Guyana has not produced wonderful fast bowlers. I was just speaking about Guyana and Trinidad. Because when you think about Colin Croft, later on Ryan King came on the scene, I thought Colin Stewart, but Ryan King, I thought should have extended that opportunity a bit more. As we were speaking about tall fast bowlers yesterday, we may have missed that period with Ryan King and
but even when Ryan and Stewart came, you still had the mindset, you know, with the butts and the spinners and the Nakamoto and company, yes, that it was
spin dominated,
spin dominated. So, you know, really, you know, the processes would have changed over the period of time.
Unlike TNT, where you did have the Bishop effect, going on to Dillon, going on to Black, and now on to...
Do you remember Marlon Black?
Certainly.
Yeah. And some Ravi Rampal, you know, when he came from the youth level.
So you had those.
Naim Young looked like he got fooled there, set with that delivery. He fell over there. Let's look at that play. We play. You know, it's like he went off balance there playing the Shem Holder delivery.
Because it was wide. Let's
see what happened.
Yes. And then he decided he wanted
I almost thought that his sole of his left boot fell off. The way he ended up. Shem Holder just before lunch. I don't think that most of the countries have also got a good grasp of the franchise system. And Mali was making the point. The Leeward Islands have certainly used it wisely enough. And
the Windwards have as well.
Have moved it around. And we'll get back to that conversation. We're still in our own comfort zone, and you have to take a lot. I mean, even when Kyle Mayers came out from Barbados and went to play for the Windward Islands. You see the calmers what you're seeing today. Sometimes you have to come out of your comfort zone.
That's right.
Devon Thomas left the Leeward Islands and went
Jamaica.
and played for the Jamaica Scorpions and came back a complete different player. And so that all goes well. Footed in. Was playing for
Yes.
Guyana. Went down and played for Jamaica.
Django coming into the
Yeah.
lead setup
Bonner, came and played for the Leewards for some time.
and improved his cricket here.
So it's always a good move when you can be able to work that out. Kyle Hope played for Trinidad and Tobago.
That's right. String
Yeah,
of
yeah,
players.
so
But you're saying it should be more
Watch out,
frequent.
Primus. Yeah, is trust in the system. If it's a franchise, and Malim hit the nail on the head. If we have a franchise system, we have to understand what the franchise system is about. You know what I mean?
It feeds into the greater team, and the focus ought to be the main team, which is feeding into the main team rather than maintaining your regional boundaries.
And part of the once Cricket West Indies can get some funding set, I think second team 11 cricket is also going to be important to complement the franchise system, because
But I think this is what this is doing, the Headley Weeks, even though you don't per se have the second 11, but or you're speaking apart from outside after the season.
no, well, if you have 5 rounds of matches with your franchise first team,
Well,
It's
it is
lunch
lunchtime.
Yeah, at the end of 45, 130 for 5, the luncheon break here. Some 3 wickets falling this morning, umpire Bassarat finally.
And they have
kicking the
scored, what,
bails.
71 runs for the morning, taking it from, what, 59 for 2
Yes.
to 130 for 5. Still a balanced situation here. They're just about halfway
I think
in
Team
terms
Headley,
of the innings,
I would give Team Headley the edge.
simply because they are halfway in terms of the wicket, the low
well,
order
not,
to
not
come.
so much halfway, but I think the application and what happened this morning with losing those quick wickets.
Yes.
Mackenzie is going to have to kick on. You can't put in all that work, get up to a first hour, set the decks for you to bat up to the hour, and then give it away the way in which he did.
Well, let's hope Kevlon Anderson can stay around and his captain, Naeem Young, who is on 10, can stay around.
So at
Anderson
lunch,
needing just, what, 6 runs
6
to
for
get
his
his
half
half
century,
century.
and Naeem Young needs another 40.
That's right, and they're trailing by 129. And we look forward to joining you in half an hour time when we will continue with the week's Headley Tri-Series match number 1 between Team Headley and the West Indies Academy.
We're getting ready for the second session of play here on day 2, match number 1 of this Headley Week series here being played at Coolidge in Antigua and Barbuda. The situation, West Indies Academy trailed by 129 runs on first innings. 130 for 5. They are Kevlon Anderson. He's not out at the crease on 44. He's played quite well thus far. Had a wonderful partnership this morning with Kirk McKenzie. McKenzie getting to 50 and then being slightly outfoxed by Justin Graves, offering what was a very easy catch in the end into mid-off. Then a couple quick wickets fell for the academy. Tevin Imlach, Kevin Wickham, and now at the crease, the captain, Naeem Young. He's there on 10, batting with Kevlon Anderson. 130 for 5 as we get ready for play after lunch. The ball in the hand of Akeem Jordan, who has been given a change of ends. He operated from the CIU end, road end, into the latter half of yesterday evening, and then this morning and picked up the 2 wickets yesterday. Now back from this media centre end to get things kicked off after lunch. Starts with one outside of the off stump. Was very controlled across the 2 spells that he's bowled thus far. A lot of swing on offer for him yesterday and quite early this morning as well. The ball, though, now 45 overs old. You probably tell yourself that in terms of the type of movement that was on offer for him. Probably won't be there as much. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes with this older ball, Akeem Jordan. Vernon Springer alongside of me.
Good afternoon, Joel.
Certainly good work, you would have to say, by Team Headley, kind of pulling themselves back into this match, especially on the back of what was a very good partnership by McKenzie and Anderson. A partnership of 84, which took them pretty much to the brink of the first hour of play this morning. And then the wickets falling in quick succession from there, allowing Team Headley to kind of pull themselves back into this match, Vernon.
Good to see Jordan back into the attack. Squeezed away down into the third man area. He gets there, goes across the boundary as he hits the slope here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. A boundary after lunch for Anderson.
Yeah, that boundary takes him up now to 48. And you certainly know that they're looking for wickets after lunch, and that's why they have brought Akeem Jordan. That one just coming off the outer edge of the bat, not necessarily forcing the shot was Anderson, but finding the gap off the outer edge of the bat takes him to 2 away from a half century.
The partnership 32. Model of defensive concentration coming back and across. Well balanced, leading into the ball. Good stride. He's not a tall guy. He's more a diminutive player. Sort of looks like an Adrian Barrett from Trinidad and Tobago. Same stature. Maybe if I match him up, Joel, against Gus Logie, he might be the same height. Well, David Williams is another character. He's shorter. Good afternoon, Willie. Back and across, model defense, posing for the cameras here. Joel?
Yeah, looking quite nice. And I mentioned the fact that as he's gone through this innings, he certainly looked better. He's played the ball on its merit. He's occupied the crease, taken advantage of the bad balls And it's been a wonderful innings from him. Should he get to 50, it'll be his first class half century.
2 slips, a gully. Backward point. Short extra cover over completed. 134 for 5. Anderson goes to 48. The boundary after lunch of 140 deliveries. And some 46 overs being bowled here, Joel.
Yeah, I mentioned the fact that will be his first class half century. He had a chance to play 3 games in the West Indies Championship versus Trinidad, versus Jamaica, and versus Leeward Islands. And across 2 of those matches, you would say that he got starts, but he got scores of 16 and 31, 36 and 22, but he wasn't able to carry on here today. He's now at 48, and he would want to ensure he gets to that first landmark. From a West Indies Academy perspective as well, they would want him to get there and carry on because they needed a partnership. I mentioned the fact they had that one partnership this morning of 84 runs between Mackenzie and Anderson, and now they need another given the fact that quick wickets fell after that. So looking to put themselves into what would be a very good position if they could probably bat another 10, 15 overs, put on another maybe 40, 50 runs to get themselves into what would be another passage of play, another good passage of play for them, with the chance then of getting towards that first innings total of 259 put on by Team Headley.
Justin Graves switch from the media center in here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground now to the CIU end, and just having a conversation with Bravo and Minley. He starts
with one wide of the off stump and signalled wide by umpire Brathwaite. Picked up the 3 wickets before the lunch and interval, Justin Graves, and it was because he was patient, kept the ball in the right areas, preyed on mistakes being made. Kirk Mackenzie probably would have to say made a mistake to him after being starved of feeling the ball on the bat. 3 deliveries outside the off stump, then playing at 1. Was caught after that.
Very attractive half century from Mackenzie. First wide of the game being bowled by Justin Graves. And he's more or less coming downhill, so he's getting the ball to dart around here. 35 for 5. Into over number 47. Flags of Antigua and Barbuda, the home of Cricket West Indies, along with the Cricket West Indies flag, just fluttering on the northern side here.
Well, that's cut in the air from Naeem Young. That's going to be another boundary for him.
Short and wide, and all Young had to do was just ease it up and over Shem Holder's head, down to the vacant boundary for 4. So I think the players taking some time to get themselves organized. Joel, after lunch, loose delivery there, punched away nicely by the West Indies Academy captain Young, who goes to 14. They trail by 120. 139 for 5 is the latest score here in the Headley Tri-Series.
Naeem Young is indeed that type of batter that likes to go after the ball. We actually seen it in the period of time that he batted just before lunch, and the amount of shots that he played. The runs don't tell you the picture of the amount of shots that he played before lunch. Struck a couple deliveries to fielders, but how he went at the ball was really telling you, that he was looking to have that positive intent. Seeing it there directly after lunch as well.
Not a wide delivery down the onside. Now I know he's trying to bowl down the corridor of uncertainty, and he's maybe had to get his radar switched on, because he would have picked up 3 wickets from the major centre end. He's now being switched now to the CIU end. He just has to get himself organized in a very big way.
I think the main events probably also is where Justin Graves will have to make that adjustment. He was bringing the ball back in into the right-handers from this media center end. Now getting that ball to shape away from the right-hander from the CIU end. Mally Richards now joins me on commentary after somewhat of an extended lunch for him.
Sounds that way, doesn't it? Interesting. Graves switches ends here.
It just probably makes you wonder why, as we complete that Justin Graves over 139 for 5, but he picked up 3 wickets just before lunch from this media center end. He was bringing the ball back in and asking questions of the front pad of the right-handers, getting it to move away from the left-handers, and we think about dismissal of Kirk McKenzie. Then Akeem Jordan picked up his 2 wickets from that CIU end, but after lunch, opting to start with Jordan from this bottom end and then bring Justin Graves from the top end. Just curious maybe as to why they might have gone about with that approach.
I think we've seen some inconsistent bounce, especially from the media center end, and we know Jordan is pretty much the most accurate of bowlers on the show so far. Maybe him and Marquino Minley. So maybe just looking to exploit that. Some just bounced, others kept low. You think back to the Imlach wicket. That one just shot through a bit lower than he expected, took the inside edge. So I think it's a good move here by Captain De Silva, showing his captaincy credentials.
What I guess it shows me though is that intent as well, because you're looking at a position of 139 for 5.
Mm-hmm.
And instantly when you see Akeem Jordan being introduced into the attack, you know that the mindset is for wickets.
100%, and just there turns around Anderson, who's on 48 now, but that one just pitched on about middle and leg and just went away quite sharply from the right-handed batter, turned him all the way round, squared him up.
This is now what Jordan offers you with that older ball. So with the new ball, he swings it. With the older ball, he just gets it to seam a bit, gets it to move off at the surface. That's glorious, absolutely glorious. And what it means, it will be the first half-century at the first-class level for Kevlon Anderson.
Fantastic shot there from Kevlon Anderson. Stood quite tall and just smeared it away through that offside with a bit of flair as well. Wow, that one came straight out the middle of the bat. Made a fantastic sound in our headphones here. Good shot, and it's not a bad delivery. It just tells you that Kevlon Anderson is probably just starting to feel in his best form here, because that was not a bad ball at all. Hit at the top of the bounce.
Yeah, certainly was a very fantastic shot from Anderson. And it would have brought a very good feeling for him also. He's hit several 4s in his innings, but none have allowed him to raise that bat. And just getting to that milestone in itself certainly will do his confidence the world of good.
And that shot has prompted a deep point on the boundary to Anderson. That was really sweetly timed. A shot of real class from the young man. So really just starting to show the talent that he possesses. Weight of runs though will be key for him. You know, it's one thing to look good. Yeah, he's gotten to a half century. He's in now though, coming at number 4. He's got to get a big score, get accustomed to really scoring those big hundreds that really make a difference.
Works it out to that man that was placed back on the point boundary. A single to close it 144 for 5.
I'm not sure what you make of that fielding position there. That fielder deep point to Anderson seems almost a wasted fielder. It's not necessarily there for a bad ball, because we saw that Anderson can hit a decent ball there for 4, but not exactly sure of the motive. Exactly what's the point of having a deep point at this stage? 144 for 5. You're pushing for wickets, trying to get a lead here in the first innings from the Headley's perspective.
I certainly can't speak to the motive per se, but it is a fielding position that we've seen employed quite often, especially in the longer format of the game. And it's a little interesting because I slightly overheard a conversation at lunch today between a couple of the players, and they were talking about how much easier the pitch has gotten for batting, but when the ball is back of a length. So maybe something like that is probably why I guess a fielding position like that, deep point, comes into play. Because for a bowler like Akeem Jordan, looking to probably just hit it back of a length, you begin to think, well, how easy it would be to always get the boundary, especially how the field is running away to that side. So that could maybe be one reason as to why. I could be dead wrong in my analysis there, but you know, I just remember hearing the conversation surrounding that. Just back of a length, the batting is really very easy out there. The surface has gotten slightly slower as well, as what they were saying. And you kind of saw it, funny enough, when Mackenzie and Anderson were at the crease this morning, how easy they actually looked after a while getting into their innings.
We did mention that off air. We were having a conversation about that. And it just seemed like this pitch was just becoming more easy paced. Especially when you spend time at the crease. Kevin Anderson now spent a bit of time. Things becoming easier. And I guess, like you said, with that deep point, good shots become one. That can also play on a batsman's mind. Plays on that patience of a batter. Forces him to then try something different, possibly, and make a mistake.
Yeah, I think it always comes down to those mind games and starving in one side and looking to do something else, whereby you might have a change of feel and say, okay, this is the plan that'll operate, to given that this particular batter is probably looking to be a bit more positive. And if the runs aren't coming to what might be their favorite shot or the easier shot for them to play, they start to manufacture a shot or two quite easy, thinking back maybe even to that Kirk Mackenzie dismissal where there was actually a change of feel the 4 deliveries before he got out. And then Graves bowled the ball across him, and then Mackenzie actually just slightly shifted his guard to try to access that ball, or get a bit closer to that ball. He bowled it even wider, that was 2, bowled it even wider, that was 3. And by that time, the position that Kirk Mackenzie found himself in 3 deliveries later was different to what he started facing that over in. Justin Graves comes a bit straighter with the ball, also a bit fuller. He goes for that drive because now he's actually able to access it, and that was the wicket there. So even like simple things like that.
Nice soft hands again from Anderson. Doesn't carry through to the slips. He's going to pick up 4 more, so he moves to 57 now. Looking more and more assured at the crease with every delivery. And you're so right there, Joe, in terms it's always a cat and mouse game in terms of finding the balance between attacking fields, defensive fields, as we see this replay again. Graves, good ball. No extra pace on that one. Soft hands from Anderson. Went straight down. Probably went for the extra pace on that delivery, but Anderson showing, 152 deliveries now he's faced. Runs definitely in this wicket if you're willing to work hard, especially at the beginning of your innings.
149 for 5, the West Indies Academy. And just looking out at the field just now, Mally, you always kind of get an indication from the batter in terms of the ideal shot that they would like to play to a delivery. You know, often you see a swing here and there. After batting that ball, and that was kind of rising a bit, I saw Kevlon Anderson practice going back and turning the wrist on that one. That was good to see because it tells you about the mindset of, okay, looking to rotate here, that kind of stuff. Because another batter would have been looking to, you would say, play that pull shot because, to be fair, the shot could be on given that square leg was vacant at that stage. But I think it just tells you a little bit about how Kevlon Anderson is thinking at the moment.
Yep. And he's thinking about scoring runs at every opportunity while also showing that sound, solid defense, a nice, solid base at the crease, no frills. He's got the kind of technique where it looks like not much can go wrong. Very repeatable with his actions and his stroke play. So I think one that definitely has put his hand up here early in this, still early in this series, Headley Week series, but he's put his hand up early with the performance. Especially from the academy, you know, we're seeing these academy guys performing in these conditions. It's always good to see.
Well, they are pegged as the future stars
Exactly.
of West Indies
The
cricket.
the next generation of West Indian talent.
Well, Mali stars are meant to shine.
We need a few diamonds, though, not just stars. And I think the talent is definitely there. It's here in the region, you know. It's here. It's here. Will we develop it, is the question. Can we develop it? I think these kind of series go a long way in realizing a lot of the potential that these young players would have shown. Also the academy. I think that's going to go on now for hopefully from now till whenever. It just becomes a staple of West Indian cricket. There'll be a whole new batch, I think, in the next year or so, whenever this these set of players graduate to higher honors. So the infrastructure just being laid, I'd say, hopefully for the next 10 to 15, 20 years.
Oh, you just wondered when Naeem Young might play a shot. And given that Akeem Jordan knows him quite well from back home in Barbados, he probably knew, because that ball was just a bit straighter as well. And that's where we talk about that setup once again, whereby he was asking Naeem Young to leave balls outside of the off stump. A driving length, but a bit straighter there. And you also saw the type of shot that Naeem Young was looking to play, whereby it was one of those almost looking to force it back past the bowler. And once again, hangs it outside of the off stump. A very interesting contest on our hands at the moment. 149 for 5.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. Like you said, that familiarity. Both guys would know what the other's trying to do, trying to counter that as well. So far, Naeem Young, 14. He's looked quite solid at the crease. Hopefully trying to play a captain's innings here. Would have captained the Barbados A team. Would have been a couple months ago or this year on a tour to Dominica. When I saw that and I read that, I had to give special kudos to the BCA, thinking that's a good initiative. You want to see more of that around the region.
Edged and narrowly past the outstretched right hand of Kieran Powell. But what it means is another boundary for Anderson.
Another boundary to Anderson, and the hands just got a little in front of him there, hence why that one almost carried to Kieran Powell. Just pushing a bit hard, fuller in length on that occasion, but not quite going to hand. So Anderson picks up another boundary. So it seems like the runs have just, especially the boundaries, especially since lunch, have just come at a more regular rate for young Anderson. Just 39 now away from his maiden first class 100.
That one jumping out of maybe one of the cracks on this surface. Exaggerated movement on that occasion.
Number 99, is that Sunil Ambrose? Because he's absolutely convinced that that took the glove or something on the way through. But it's that crack. It's gone like a leg spinner. There. It's hit something and it's just gone away. Straight through to the wicketkeeper. So much so that Ambrose thought that that possibly took the edge. So
I just wonder if we could get that replay one more time, because I really want to get that Sunil Ambrose moment. The question that Ambrose was looking to answer there was a very interesting one. It really tells you about how angles can mess with your judgment in cricket. Even calling something like an LBW from the wrong angle. But there it is. Exaggerated movement off the pitch. And then comes into frame, probably in 2 seconds, will be Sunil Ambrose. He's answering a question. He cannot believe that that ball has not touched anything.
Because from his angle, it's a vacant. There's no one there at fine leg. A bit of a chase, though, for the wicketkeeper. He is not going to get anywhere near that one, and it's going to be 4 runs. Yes, the angle from which he was at, he's saying to himself, how has that moved so much and not touched anything? But the umpire wasn't even concerned.
All it tells you is that some days you can't trust your eyes.
Definitely. Definitely, because he was completely convinced that something had happened there.
And funny enough, this is where I guess I must head into complimenting the umpires, because players at various angles have a different perception of what went on. And from cover, you're going to say, no, that was heading straight on. But from the umpire's position, from his angle, his perception is just slightly different, and say, okay, this is the decision that I have to go with on this particular occasion, whether or not that is out or not out. So it really tells you, even just something like that, how much harder it is, you know, as an umpire to get things right.
And that's why they're at the angle that they're at when they're standing. They've got the best vantage point to see everything going on in front of them. Pushing hard at that one again is Anderson. Picks up 2 though.
Closes out that. Justin Graves over 159 for 5. Just noticing a slight shift in intent at the moment from Kevlon Anderson. There's nothing bad about it, certainly, because he's batted himself through what was a tricky period with Kirk McKenzie. He's now starting another partnership here with Naeem Young. A couple overs after lunch, half an hour probably that we're coming up on in terms of the amount of play that we had since that lunch break. And he's starting to sense a moment whereby he can start to maybe apply a bit more pressure to Team Headley, because yes, it's one thing to bat time and to be out there and spend time at the crease, but at the end of the day, it's runs and wickets that matter, you know. And it looks as if he's starting to get into that mode by, okay, he might start to target somebody like Justin Graves and say, okay, I can maybe be a bit more positive to him. And certainly nothing at all wrong with that. And maybe we saw the chance that was, yes, a chance, but not a chance, because Powell did not even get a hand to it. And you would expect that if you start to show a bit more intent, because we were talking about the fact that he was allowing that ball to come to him, not pushing out, playing with softer hands. But see, the last 3 or so deliveries, you saw him pushing out a bit more, looking to be a bit more positive. And I like that from the young man, because a game goes in periods and different shifts, and it looks as if he's into that shift whereby he knows that he can maybe start to get on top of Team Headley just a bit more and cement the position of the West Indies Academy. A brilliant stop by De Silva, usually behind the stumps but doing work at cover.
And just to pick up on your point about Kevlon Anderson, that's what time at the crease will do to you. 158 deliveries. That shot in particular, the top of the bounce off of Akeem Jordan would have given him a measure of confidence as well. Plus he's got these little voices going off in his mind. That's beautiful. Doesn't beat the man at mid-on though. He would have these little voices going on off in his mind. 67 now, he'll be saying to himself, okay, I'm on, well, he'll be hearing these voices saying, you're on 67 now. Now is the time to really show your dominance over this bowling attack. But he'll be best served to stay well within his game here.
Naeem Young has been starved of runs for some time.
Picks up two though. Just the two fielders on the onside, square leg and mid-on. Jordan has been very disciplined with that line. Pretty much been on or about that off stump, outside the off stump. Hasn't allowed for too many to be played into that onside. Not sure about this deep point though, especially to a Naeem Young.
Oh, he tries to go. Naeem Young, you just got the feeling that you were into that phase where we mentioned the fact that he was being kept quiet, and you know that he's someone that enjoys playing his shots.
He was going straighter than that, probably took the inner half of the bat. But yeah, you get that, well, we got that impression that he was just starting to itch a little bit, wanted to feel more ball and bat. Played a nice drive, didn't find the gap. De Silva did a bit of good fielding as well through the offside, probably saved a boundary.
Leaves that one to close out over number 52, 163 for 5.
Will change. It will be Vernon Springer and Seth Burton.
It has been a pretty good composed post-lunch period for the West Indies Academy. Kevlon Anderson, the man who has really batted well, was able to move from 44 to 67 since lunch, got his maiden first class half century, and sharing in a half century partnership now with his captain Naeem Young. So it has been a good period for the youngsters, because they have fought back well. At one point they looked as though they would have been dismantled this morning in the pre-lunch session after good batting by Anderson and Kirk. Mackenzie, they lost 3 wickets in quick succession to Justin Graves, but now this pair has really kept them steady, and I am quite sure wow, not like that. Anderson wants to ride that one, wants to flash at it, beating the outside edge. But you know, the real issue here is simply that this way has to bat, and they need to replicate that partnership, Vernon Springer, that we had with Josh De Silva and Akeem Jordan.
I think that shot was on set. he just didn't get deep enough into the crease and was caught in no man's land. Once the right foot trigger movement got across, should have been breaking down backward point with that shot. He was trying to steer because he was caught in no man's land.
Rides this delivery well. Resumes that battle with Anderson Phillip. Phillip still trying to get his first wicket. He's trying to work up some pace here, replacing the man who had been bowling for quite some time, Justin Graves, the man who took 3 wickets. So Anderson, I think Vernon, he's settled.
He'll only be settled when he gets 100.
Drives uppishly through the covers. Coming back for the second. And they would get it quite easily in the end. Good running between the wickets.
Automatically get the throw in. And Young and Anderson capitalizing on that opportunity and picked up a very comfortable second run. I got a WhatsApp message set from a gentleman who is maybe watching online YouTube. So I had to explain to him that we're just broadcasting the game. We're not following through on the YouTube channel. So all the folks who are viewing and following us on the YouTube channel, we say good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are around the world.
Yes, good evening. I had a WhatsApp as well from Mally Richards. And I would just like to shout out someone from Barbados, Richard Clark. Sent a lengthy and nice WhatsApp to Mally about me. We played against each other in another version of the game, and he was relating an incident from 23 years ago, Vernon. Some guys have good memory. It was a good memory.
You're a good man, Seth.
Well, that's what he said, so it was a little flattering.
You're a good man.
So, Richard, if you're listening, kudos to you, my brother. Anderson. You're looking at the top hand. Tell us what you're seeing with Kevlon Anderson.
Because the bottom man coming into play here. He's in 2 minds. And I think on this track, unless the ball is real wide, then you go square. Outside of that set, you got to look to play the ball up the V a little longer.
And I think it's a ploy to him. They're trying to get that ball outside the off stump in the manner in which they would have had Kirk McKenzie. So he needs not to get into that trap. In this case, the trap has been set with the deep backward point on the boundary. The 2 slips and you mentioned, the use of the top hand and the backhand. Earlier he had one that he could have really punched through point for 4. Good, made the right movement, but in the end, as you mentioned, was not deep enough in the crease. So he has to be careful because this could be part of Josh De Silva and his team plan.
I just want to ask you something, and this is just an observation. Would you have switched Justin Graves to the CIUN? Because he would have picked up 3 wickets from here, but he just was not comfortable coming from that end. So, same with Akeem Jordan. Going downhill, I would have maybe gone for Anderson Phillip coming from this end instead. Just a thought process, looking at it, Seth.
Yes, after this delivery, I think you're right in your thinking, because yesterday there was a similar situation with Young
Lane.
Yuan Lane got his 4 wickets from the CIU end and was bowling real well, and then later after that 7 he was pulled out. Then after lunch he was brought up the hill and obviously didn't have the same comfort because you're already in a rhythm. The strides are right coming from that angle, the wind. And similarly, I do agree with you with Graves. He has gotten all his wickets from this, the southern end. Being shifted, you can really see a difference in his approach. Good one from Akeem Jordan. And Akeem Jordan, likewise, had his 2 wickets yesterday evening. Had the openers out, and then the openers had opener the number 3. And now he didn't bowl prior to lunch.
In the first session.
And now in the post-lunch session, he's coming up the hill. And some guys like to maintain that rhythm. The wind, what brought them success, the situation, the end, and perhaps good thinking on your part. Perhaps the captain may be considering this.
The focus now would be on Anderson, who is hit on the inner part of his thigh there, more or less falling over, and that's simply because an inducker here from Akeem Jordan.
Yes, he can. You can tell he's feeling it. He walks away and then perhaps suggests what stroke he should have played. But he has settled so nicely. Kevlon Anderson, the young man from Berbice, Guyana. 166 for 5. They are trailing by less than 100 runs, now 93. Anderson is comfortable, he's patient. Quite a good knock. Young, who was starved of the strike, as our colleagues were saying. He is 19, but he has featured in a wonderful partnership with Anderson. Already 64 between these two.
Down the onside, turn down to the
It will be
final.
4.
And certainly he got bat onto that one as Ambassarat will make the signal.
Anderson goes into the 70s. He moves to 73.
And I've got a colleague of mine said it's the first time that he's seen a cricket game. He's attending a cricket game. He's just come from New York.
Wow.
You know, met him through Mitch. We was on a program yesterday and just came off of the plane and journeyed right here to see his first cricket game ever.
That's so good, Vernon. Man, you continue to be an ambassador.
I'm trying.
So I would have to speak to Dr. Shallow and Bazarat to let them understand that it's not just commentary. This is Mitch. So Mitch and Charles are with us. Yesterday, just before you come in, Charles, yesterday I also had the privilege. Another one down the leg side. Didn't get the edge. I had the privilege of seeing some tourists. 2 came from the cruise ships. 2 were at the hotels. And the next I spoke to was a family. They were on their way to the airport. They were delighted to be watching the cricket. And now Vernon has brought Mitch and Charles. The first time see the cricket match. Charles,
yes.
Tell us about it.
I don't know. I just got here, so I'm trying to understand what's going on. I see somebody pitching, see people running. I heard somebody scream. I don't know what's going on, but I'm gonna try to catch.
You try to process it.
Okay.
Any semblance of baseball in it?
A little bit. I'm assuming they have to try to hit the stick or a part of the stick.
Well,
Yeah.
so those sticks are stumps. We call them stumps.
Okay.
Yes. So when you bowl, they're trying to hit the stumps.
Mhm.
So you can get out hitting the stumps.
Mhm.
Similar to baseball, you can
Right.
get
With a
caught
strike.
out
Okay.
if they hit the ball in the air and they catch it full.
Okay.
So you're on the way.
So it's not called a pitch. It's called a bowl.
Bowl.
Okay.
So you bowl the ball.
Okay. All right.
Such a great thing to be doing this. And you would realize that with the cricket now, whereas in the baseball they would throw or pitch,
Mhm.
with the cricket the elbow has to be straight, so you bring it right over.
Okay. And everything comes off the ground.
Everything comes off the ground.
Okay.
So I trust that you would enjoy your stay or your time.
Absolutely.
And we're delighted. You'll be here for a little while?
I'll be here till next week. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday we're doing a camp. I don't remember the locations, but Cedar Grove and
Is it basketball camp?
basketball
Yes,
camp.
I think I heard about it. Okay, that's
Right.
with Mr. Max Fernandez, the Minister of Tourism and MP for that area.
Mhm.
So in Cedar Grove and Yorks. And one Monday and Tuesday at Boland's with Shugi. That's the MP for St. Mary South. Nice cross fertilization. I like that. Sport beyond politics. Sport for nation building.
Right.
And though this is cricket, outside the off stump, so we call that the offside. In cricket, we can jump the ball. It doesn't have to reach the batter full.
Uh huh.
So it can jump
Does
any.
he have to move?
Well,
or he
yes, he
stays?
can. The batter can stay, or he can move anywhere down the track or across the track. We call that the pitch.
Okay.
The only thing in cricket that is the pitch is the surface on which we play.
Okay.
So Charles and Mitch. Charles has an understanding of this, I would assume, given his connections here. He defends well, gets a single. So in getting the run, is just moving between the sticks, as you call it, between the stumps on the pitch, or we call it the wicket. The stumps can be called the wicket.
Okay.
And you can get a single. You don't have to run all around the park to get a home run.
Okay, I got you.
So I trust that you guys would do well with the camp here.
This would be our fifth camp.
Your fifth camp.
Yeah, we had first man out in City Grove, and we did the last day we did Bowlands.
You did Bowlands and City Grove.
We did, I think, 3 at Ayers at Clear's basketball court with George Hughes.
That's a good delivery. That one just moved away from the batter into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. That's our former national coach, right? And Mitch is looking familiar, so I could do some investigation off air when the next speaker comes. You're looking quite familiar. But Charles, I thought so. So it is possible that we may know each other. But Charles, you enjoy. This is our national sport.
Okay.
Our national sport in Antigua and in the West Indies. So what is happening here? These West Indian players, some have played at the highest level. We call it test match or international cricket.
Okay.
Whereas some are emerging players, so they're in an academy like you have your camp.
Okay.
It's a fixed academy. So the team that is batting there, the academy team, so a group of youngsters
I got you.
hoping to do well, West Indies Academy.
Okay.
And the other team represents Team Headley, which is one of the late legends of West Indies cricket. And those may be some of the senior pros who have already played at the highest level. And then there is a third team, Team Weeks, of Sir Everton Weeks, another legend. Still alive, right, Sir Everton? He died, he passed. My bad. I had the opportunity of doing coverage with him back in the 90s with some great men, Tony Cozier, Reds Pereira, Sir Everton, Prof Edwards, etc. So those legends now are brought, those teams are now brought into a tri-series. And at the same time, they would get some professional development education during the process.
Kind of like a mentoring type
That's
of
right. So
guy.
you're going to
Okay.
tell us what is in store in the camp and how different do you go about molding young players in basketball?
We're big on fundamentals, learning how to dribble, shoot, foundation stuff, so you can make sure your foundation is strong, so you can make sure you can have success later on. And then I'm big on listening and being able to follow directions and doing what you're asked to do when you're asked to do it. Listening to your parents, getting good grades. Grades are very important. It's not just a sport, and it's not just basketball. It's bigger than basketball.
It's life.
It's life, right? So we're doing life lessons through basketball, life skills through basketball. What's the score? Who's up?
Who's up? It's 172 for 5. That's the West Indies Academy.
Okay.
And the previous team, the team which batted, which is Team Headley, they made 259. It is a 2 innings game.
Okay.
In baseball, you have many more, right?
Right. 9.
So in cricket, the option is they want to exceed that 259 and get a lead. So if they exceed 259, they would get a lead. So the other team will have to erase the deficit or score that many and then score enough runs to give them to win. Hope I didn't complicate the matter. So if they get to 259, anything over 259, we would call that a lead. So if they get 260, they lead by 1 run. If now they come back and they make 250, the other team would have 249 to win.
Okay, so they said they're leading by 86.
Yes, the batting team they're trailing by the batting team they're trailing by 86. It means that they have 86 runs in deficit.
So they're 259. They're 86 over 259.
That's right.
I got you. Okay.
So it's a wonderful experience with you,
Okay.
Charles.
Absolutely.
And thanks to Vernon for initiating this. It's a good cross-fertilization of cultures.
Yes, absolutely.
And cricket is coming to the U.S., so I guess I would be able to touch base with you guys because cricket, it's in the U.S., but it's coming into a professional league.
Right. It's not.
Later on. It's
Right.
got a mushroom.
Okay. Right.
It's
right,
going
right.
to be a big thing. So, Akeem Jordan would have been drafted into the West Indies team to play at the highest level.
Mhm.
So he's representing this team now. So players from all islands will represent the West Indies, all the islands of the Caribbean, including Guyana, which is a country. And they form the West Indies team. So that's the only sport we play collectively as a group.
Okay.
So I trust that you would enjoy what is there to enjoy from Antigua. Thanks for coming by from the airport
Absolutely.
and having your first game of cricket.
Thank
This is
you.
historic.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Set. Vernon. That's Vernon Springer, my colleague.
And that's Ronnie from Trinidad and Tobago. And in the back there is Joel from Barbados. So, Caribbean connection. So, Charles, we hook up, my buddy, man. God bless you. Was indeed. Yes.
Vernon, this was special.
I know you would have enjoyed that. You got a good listen.
You gave me a treat. No problem. Okay, you may see me on Sunday.
Take it easy, Charles and Mitch. All sports.
Vernon, these are real peculiar situations, and it makes the world so much closer. The world of sport. If you have just joined us and was wondering what was happening, we had the visit of a professional from New York who is here to do professional development basketball camp.
And you know, it's amazing set.
And it's the first time that he's seen a cricket
yeah.
match.
Well, yesterday
Had to record this.
had an interview with him set. And he says to me, I said to him, you know, when you come to Antigua and Barbuda, I have to bring you to a cricket game. So he realized I delayed in coming on there. So he called me straight when he got off of the American Airlines flight and said, I'm here. And I need to see the cricket game because I told him that we had a game here at Coolidge. So he was adamant that he wanted to see his first cricket game. Charles.
All goes well for cricket in the territory, in the region. Good bowling on the part of Anderson Phillip.
That's the power of sport, right?
It is the power of sport. Nothing is more amazing than to bring people with different perspective. He said something that stands out, and I think all of us need to pay attention to. He says they teach listening. That is something that we don't do. We don't teach. We give orders.
Well, like I said to you, you know, we coaches have to become teachers.
Yeah.
In every aspect of life. What you do is you're creating better human beings. Just played just a little bit too hard and just soft hands there, certainly being able to get a single. Good attempt there. So Anderson is growing in confidence.
He's growing in confidence, and I would really want him to get the 3 figures. I've never met him personally, but was very impressed, you know, with his batting in the under 19 for the West Indies under 19. Was part of that same squad with Naeem Young. Quite a few other players who would have gone through with the opportunity.
He plays within his limitation set, and he keeps it simple. He plays the ball right under his eyes.
He's watching it.
Yeah, just, you know, once he gets that right foot sorted out set, you know, get deep, and he can be able to punch a lot of those balls looking through the gap. Sometimes he tends to want to go square, and depend on certain areas where you go on certain pitches, you have to take that out armory for that day. Decide that you're not going to look to punch.
Packed offside field. Always coming on the front foot, and that's what I like. He gets out to the pitch of the ball. He's not guessing or prodding as some of the batters do. So it will be very difficult to get his edge. It's easier to get it maybe with the shorter ball that he may have to cut, as you mentioned, at times anchoring a bit on the back foot, but he's definitely a good player. Kirk McKenzie showed good grit, getting his team out of trouble when they were 2 down without loss due to Akeem Jordan's exploits. And now when he saw Mackenzie went, he decided he must take full charge, and he has taken charge, well supported by his captain Naeem Young, who's on 24, and you must give respect to that 24, because Naeem Young didn't try to be too aggressive. There were times when he was starved of the strike, but it's a partnership that is building now, a partnership worth 75 runs, which is the precise score that Kevlon Anderson has.
Yeah, important period of play here. And important to the point, Hodge will be bowling left arm around. So Hodge is being used as the spinner on this team outside of Shem Holder, who is certainly his body language is not indicated that he's in this game. The games that I saw him before, he really looked bubbly, cut the ball to really grip and turn at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium when we saw him. He bowled a couple of overs here, but didn't get the bite.
Yes, it's good to see Hodge back in things, because I thought that during a period when selection was going certain angles, I thought that he was one that deserved some attention. His batting, he has his batting together. Didn't really score many runs when he batted this time, but he got a good 100 against the Leewards. He's coming back into things. He's one of that player who you can pull as a good all-rounder. Given the opportunity, let's see what he does with it. Ooh, that one kept low. But because Naeem Young was so careful, he was going back, I mind you, but he was able to come down on it without really hurrying the stroke. And that is not looking good.
Shem Holder just diving over one there at short mid-wicket area and allowing Akeem Jordan, who's down on the long on boundary, to come in. Now Hodge has decided to bring up Akeem Jordan closer. So mid on, mid off. He's back and just whipping that. Not Naeem Young, but Anderson for a single. So a ploy being worked out here. And they may be saying to Anderson, if you want to go over the top mid on or mid off, we're going to bring them up. But when Naeem Young comes into strike, the mid on goes back to long off, because he is a player who hits the ball consistently straight down the ground. Pushes that, but can't beat Hodge.
He's batting with some discipline, because he likes to go big as well, but recognize that this is not white ball. That appeal, really?
Is that Sonny Lambris?
That's Sonny Lambris.
That's one of the loudest appeals I've heard for a long time.
Quite animated, keeping the excitement bubbling. Yesterday we spoke about would the youngsters, all the chirping continue beyond an hour. We are getting it from the seniors. Even after lunch on the second day.
Umpire Bassarat would not be fazed by that. Another over completed. And some 58 overs have been bowled. And the current partnership has set us, call it right, as 77 between Young and Anderson. And Anderson has formed an exciting foil for Naeem Young. Now, there's some treatment coming out. The physio is coming out. And I was saying to you earlier, Seth, drinks are coming up after, so the umpire Bassarat saying to him, you'll have to wait. I know that Anderson was getting some treatment for his calf muscle, his left calf muscle, so I hope that everything is okay with him.
I'm not quite sure if this one is his hand. He was favoring the right hand.
As if like he was maybe
I
cramped.
think he was, perhaps.
Yeah.
It could be because Mark
been out there for a long time.
Since yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah.
When the after.
And he's really batted for 2 hours this morning and counting.
That's good.
For the day's way. But that's good. That's what you want. He needs to break that back barrier.
He's showing that he has the character. And
he has to deliver on the big stage. And if he can get 100 here in his first class game.
Someone will keep their eyes on him.
Somebody will all be. The reason why he's here is because somebody has been watching him set.
So you're
And
saying, watch me for longer, but do the right thing.
yes, but we got so much
Gotta do
talent
it.
out there, sir. So we
Gotta
got
do
some
it.
more Andersons out there. Machu Nando is another player that I was very, very,
Hoping
very
that
impressed
was
with.
it would have been in the
Yeah, I would have loved to see him
setting.
here, but he maybe have more opportunities as the time go on.
Crack down to backward point, but there is cover. Someone on the backward point boundary.
And he's learning set because his right foot got deep there and he played the ball late and didn't hit it up and over. But they set him up for a trap for that. And maybe they would have looked at him during the season. The video analysts would have had data on him, and you could see that they're working to apply.
They are, but he is defying that and has batted or is batting rather well. Well composed.
Young looks very relaxed. He looks like a true leader. As you rightly said, he's come here to compete. And the West Indies Academy team, they want to send a message. 180 for 5. They trail by 79 runs set.
I think they have really had two tails of the tape. The first was putting Team Headley under pressure at 59 for 5 yesterday before lunch. That was a scare. They were able to recover. They themselves had a scare, and now they're fighting back, and that's what you want to see from the young West Indians.
Good leave. Good leave. I want to see Anderson Phillip attack the stumps because I think he's got the pace
Yes.
to really rackle. You know, just attack the stumps more consistently. Don't mind if they defend. You know, one might nip back, and one might go through. His teammates encouraging him, telling him, come on. He's got 2 slips and a gully waiting, along with the wicketkeeper. Short extra cover in Son Alambris. Mid on, mid off. Young driving it to his opposite captain in Joshua De Silva. Don't know how you feel, Seth, but I prefer to see the skipper at first slip or second slip.
Well, as a wicket keeper as well.
Yeah, I don't want him to get injured. I know no major cricket is coming up until later on.
But maybe he's enjoying it in the outfield.
Yeah,
He
he's
can run around.
Yeah, the only thing though is throwing arm.
That's one factor. And he batted quite long. So
Yeah.
he's a fit lad, Josh De Silva.
So good afternoon to his dad, who is listening keenly, watching, following the progress. Dad and mommy.
That's good. That
Parental support, so important in sports set.
very important. It's a Trinidad and Tobago thing.
Yeah.
We saw the mass support we had in the under 15.
Over 20
Trinidad and
parents
Tobago and
and
Barbados.
families came here to Antigua and Barbuda. So it's a water break here set. And at the water break here, West Indies Academy in reply to Team Headley score 259 for 9. They're 180 for 5. Kevlin Anderson is really batting beautifully. He's 77. He's going to get some treatment. And the captain, Naim Young, has really been a perfect foil for him in the break. So the first drinks break after lunch. 180 for 5, 59 overs bowl, 77-run partnership. Coming up after the break will be the voice of Joel and Mali. And they will take us up to the tea break, 180 for 5.
A bit of a refreshment. And time to get going again. 180 for 5, the ball in the hand of Kevin Hodge, the left arm spinner.
No real turn on show just yet, though. Joe?
And as soon as you say that, turns just a bit. I think back to that first innings with Joshua Bishop, and when he started to slow it up, you really started to see a bit of
pace.
purchase from him. You also saw a bit of bounce, and I guess that's because of the height factor for Bishop. Because then you also had Ashby Ned, but a totally different type of bowler is Ned, to be very honest. Usually very flat, you know, a bit quicker as well, so you probably wouldn't expect Ned to turn it as much.
More white ball
Yeah.
style bowler, Ned. I'll tell you what, though, there's a little leg spinner. Ooh.
They're asking a question. And umpire Gregory Brathwaite is unmoved. Bravo is chirping
He's
out
got-
there. He wants to get off the field.
He wants to get Ashmead Ned into bat, based on what I heard him say there. He's saying the tail is probably pretty long for this academy team. Saying Ashmead Ned is in next. Time to get a wicket. But so far, this partnership, some 78 or so between Anderson and Young, has really done a fantastic job from the academy perspective, inching them closer to that 259. And from this position, in this partnership, they'll be hoping they can take a lead into the second innings.
Yeah, 180 for 5, a maiden over by Captain Hodge, the man that hails from the island of Dominica. But certainly this partnership, I mentioned that at 102 for 5, you just figured that the balance started to shift towards Team Headley in terms of the possibility of maybe even if taking one more, what this total could have looked like for the West Indies Academy. However, this partnership, as you mentioned, 78, taking them now to 180 for 5 is once again in the balance. And you would have to think that if this pair can keep batting, by the end of the day, you would say honours going to the West Indies Academy, especially if they bat towards the close of play here to the type of position that they can set themselves up in, whereby by the end of the day, probably even just a slight lead, even that from a mental perspective is, I would say, day 2 belonged to the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, and they've scored at a rate of just about 3, pretty much throughout. And even on that last shot from Naeem Young, you could tell this pitch is just becoming easier to negotiate as the ball gets older.
One is the cry from the fielders, but was always 2 as they head into that very vacant leg side field. A lot of work to be done by Justin Graves, having to run some maybe 15 yards or so to his left.
Still no Shem Holder into the attack. Moti isn't playing in the 11 here, so I'm just looking at the spin options available to a Joshua De Silva. Spin's going to be very important on this pitch.
Well, this could be an out. It is indeed. So the short ball ploy works for Anderson Phillip. And Naeem Young, he's got to go.
I think we just put the commentator's curse on this partnership. We were just waxing lyrical about just how good it was. It was forging this academy team into a position of dominance somewhat. But just there, and you could tell previously the short balls, probably Naeem Young not the most comfortable to those short balls. He's fine when the ball's pitched up and comes forward and plays through the line. But when it's short, just has a decision to make, and he just seems to get stuck and flaps at the ball. We saw it happen before that drinks break. Didn't go to hand. He was a bit lucky to top edge that one, but on this occasion found that fine leg fielder, and he has to go. He'll be very disappointed with that. He goes for 27.
Yeah, 2 men back on the boundary there. He was never in control of it, as you see they're pulling it from probably just outside of the off stump. An easy catch in the end down at fine leg by Marquino Minley. That spells the end of the academy skipper. He goes for 27, is 182 for 6.
I'd love to see that again, just to look at Naeem Young's feet and his base on that one. Didn't seem to have quite a solid base there. Yeah, here it is again, that short ball. Look at the feet. Back foot didn't really go back, just stayed on the crease in the interval.
How easy they looked at the crease and how much further could they take this partnership to the point that I actually thought that ball would have been coming towards the boundary as maybe a single or even 4.
Oh, has that taken anything?
It's fact signal buys by the umpires, just taking off from the surface once again. Just angled down the leg side, makes his way into the boundary. But it really tells you, I guess, or reminds you, I guess, what we were saying a little earlier about Anderson Phillip and the type of bowler that he is. You saw that aggression there. The field was set perfectly for it, but you saw that aggression from a very good short ball as well.
Yeah, good strength, stamina from Anderson Phillip there. Good illustration of the type of bowler that he actually is. Mixes those lengths up. Just there, going through a bit low again. So this inconsistent bounce just becoming more regular now as this game wears on.
Joshua Bishop is a new batter to the crease for the West Indies Academy side.
And also, this academy team should have recognized this inconsistent bounce, because they will be batting last, Joel, on this pitch.
Once again, straying down the leg side. Anderson Phillip just pushing it on that angle. And he actually seemed a bit winded after that delivery. He has bowled a fairly lengthy spell, I guess you would call it, after lunch. But the end of what was a very successful over for him, 186 for 6.
Just striving for that extra pace there, Anderson Phillip, after picking up that wicket of Naeem Young. Just striving for extra pace, just pushing that ball down the leg side. New batter Josh Bishop at the crease. Probably a missed opportunity there. You want these new players, new batters, to face as many deliveries as possible when they come to the crease. Just giving him a few sighters early.
Just looking at the overs, and in fact, Phillip has bowled 5 on the trot since lunch, and you maybe get the feeling that that last burst of energy would mean that that's the end of his spell from that CIU end.
Or he may just possibly come back for one more after picking up the wicket in the last over.
This was timed wonderfully by Kevlon Anderson, but straight to Shem Holder at mid-wicket.
The only fielder really at that straight mid-wicket position on the onside. Just had to find either side of him on his runs.
Well, he finds the gap now. Won't get to. But in Shem Holder doing the fielding there, it reminds me of why I was a little distracted before the wicket fell, because you mentioned the
Shem
overs
Holder.
that Shem Holder could probably bowl. He's actually only bowled 3 in this innings so far. He bowled 2 yesterday before the end of play, and then 1 just before lunch today. You probably wonder, maybe. Oh! Well, Sunil Ambrose was in no position to take that catch whatsoever. And they're all laughing out there given what they saw occur. That ball raced off the inside edge of Joshua Bishop's bat. You see Sunil Ambrose there getting down, but not really getting down into position, and sticking out the right foot.
But he almost seemed unsighted by that one, because the body went one way and the foot the other. Not sure what happened on that chance for sure, though. Almost looked like a regulation short leg catch, to be fair.
Yeah, had he gotten into the correct position, and you see the reenactments of it there by
Went the
Kieran
wrong
Powell
way.
sticking out the leg. What you can say is that he saved runs.
Yes, well.
So he did a part of the job, not the job the team required him to do on that particular occasion, but he did something.
That's putting a positive spin on it, Joe. I know if I was the bowler, I would not be happy indeed. Probably best to start a bit lower, Mr. Ambrose, but it's the end of that somewhat eventful Hodge over. 187 for 6.
It's interesting because I'm looking at the wicket column for Kavim Hodge, and it's telling me that he's picked up none today. But I remember to Naeem Young, there was one he gave some air. Naeem went to play, missed it, missed the leg stump as well. Tevin Walcott missed it, and that would have been a possible stumping chance. So that is the possibility of wicket number 1. And then the possibility of wicket number 2 there with Ambrose. So we said that there could possibly be a change from that CIUN, especially given how Phillip just bent over and held on to the knees.
You were right.
He really looked winded. And because of that, Marquino Mindley is now being introduced into the attack. He's bowled 10 overs, hasn't picked up a wicket, but looking at the runs that have come off of him, you can say that he's bowled control, he's bowled well.
Yeah, he definitely has. And it's not something you've seen too often, though, is a bowler being pulled out after picking up a wicket. Sometimes that wicket just gives that extra energy to maybe come back for one, but it's not to be. It's going to be Marquino, though.
And he too just angles it down the leg side. But it's interesting to see how the ball is actually taking off out of probably, I guess what you'd say, close to the middle of the surface at the moment from that CIU end.
And it's the breeze as well, possibly. Just going across this Coolidge ground from right to left almost from our vantage point. Just aiding that ball to just angle down the leg side. So they're best served from the Coolidge Road end to start that ball a little further outside the off stump to the right-handers. The movement's definitely there. It's just starting a bit too straight.
Similar in field employed from Mindley. 2 men back on the leg side. He goes for that shorter one. Probably not getting up, though, in height to where he would like it, or the height that delivery from Anderson Phillip got up to.
It's not the tallest man as well. Doesn't deliver the ball from the highest point either, Marquino Mindley. Almost a little slingy in action. So probably they'll have to pitch those short deliveries a little shorter to get them up to their head height. Maybe not quite as quick as an Anderson Phillip either. Just seeing a little difference here. Josh Bishop still near at the crease, still on 0, just being rushed a bit more. Kevlin Anderson would have faced some coming up on 200 deliveries now, 193. Showed you how comfortable he is to similar delivery. So time at the crease really does make a difference.
Yeah, it certainly does get easier as you spend time out there. There's also the factor of the fielding side in terms of energy starting to become just a bit more wary. The name of the ground is Coolidge, but there's nothing cool about the conditions out there. It's scorching hot at the moment. A bit of breeze, yes, but
Steamy.
very much so.
Oh. But inconsistent bounce again. Maybe not quite getting up as high. Going through the gate. Joshua Bishop doesn't take the stumps, though. He survives. 188 for 6.
Yeah, it's just those small moments that as a bowler, as a fielding side, you hope go your way, whether or not it's an inside edge or whether or not it's the top of the bails. Anything would do. But is that a little interesting stage whereby, yes, they've lost the wicket, but still in a decent position to still get themselves up towards what will be that first innings total of 259. So from their perspective, they're still in with a shout of getting there and potentially a small lead or a lead, regardless of what it is. But from a Team Headley perspective now, as you heard Bravo say, not much to come. How can we wrap this up?
I think Anderson's the key here. He's the man in control. Just how much of a lead, or if they do get the lead, will be very much dependent upon his innings from this stage. 79 out of 188 already. Josh Bishop and the other batters would just have to support him.
He hasn't looked troubled, hasn't looked phased at all across today. Hasn't really put a foot wrong for the day, has Kevlon Anderson.
It's hardly played a foul stroke, if any, comes to mind.
Oh, gets cute on that one.
Almost looked like he was shaping to sweep to begin with. Got low and changed his shot at the last second. That back leg just collapsed. Managed to negotiate it quite nicely though. Showed good hands.
Over.
6 overs have been bowled by Kavim Hodge, 190 for 6.
Yeah, Kevin Hodge created a chance in the last over. Not so much in this one. No real turn, bounce, inconsistent bounce on show, especially from the media center end. Seems like a lot more is happening from the Coolidge Road end. Anderson some 19 runs away now from what would be a fantastic maiden first class 100.
Would be a wonderful landmark and a wonderful occasion if the young man can get there today. Cut uppishly, but safe, and 4.
Length on that occasion and just a hint of width to throw the hands at. Josh Bishop fully obliges. Marquino Minley just erring with his length and line on that one. So good to see Joshua Bishop looking to capitalize on scoring opportunities when presented. Easing that pressure on a Kevlon Anderson. It's still important to me though that Kevlon faces most of these deliveries, takes the responsibility in this situation. Solid defense, though. Bishop doesn't want to hear much of that from me. That's for sure. He's saying, hey, I'm a batsman in my own right. A solid defensive shot there from the young man.
Joshua Bishop can certainly handle himself at the other end. But honestly, agreed though in terms of the majority of the strike, not necessarily farming it.
Not farming it, but just
Yeah.
controlling the situation.
And he gets onto that one. And that too finds the boundary. So Bishop is motoring along nicely here.
Hit 2 boundaries in the last 3 deliveries now. Just short each time. The ball's just been slightly short from a Marquino Minley. Allowing a scoring opportunity. It's just gone away from his stock length here with the 2 men back. Powell moves to mid-wicket though. And he's top edge that one again, but it's going to run away. So definitely a short ball attack here by Marquino Minley. But so far, Joshua Bishop is standing up to the challenge. 12 out of the over so far.
He's certainly standing up and standing up tall. Is Bishop not in control of that one, but he will still enjoy the result, being there's 3 boundaries now in the over for him. That occasion though, the ball actually got up a bit higher, and it was in that uncomfortable area whereby it's not down the leg side, it wasn't outside the off stump, it was cramping him for room, and that's why we saw it come down towards this fine leg area. So in terms of the height and the direction, you would have to say that it was what Mindley wanted to bowl. Bowled him! So after 3 boundaries, he's crashed into the off stump.
He's gone fuller there, but once again, that inconsistent bounce just shooting through, maybe misjudged in terms of the line from Joshua Bishop. Maybe looking to leave on length, but that one just scuttled through quite low, maybe hitting the stumps halfway up. So after that enterprising over also a few shots, few boundaries from Joshua Bishop, he has to go now. He's gone a bit fuller there. Misjudged it in terms of the line, but it has just gone through a little lower than he anticipated. Maybe if this pitch was truer in bounce, that probably would have just bounced over, but didn't. And he has to go. So the 7th wicket goes down now for the West Indies Academy. Anderson, though, still at the crease, chasing that maiden first-class 100. Bishop departs for 12.
202 for 7. You would have to definitely say an error in judgment on the part of Joshua Bishop there, especially after the barrage of short balls that he had to face from Marquino Minley. Minley, though, coming out the better end of the stick, you would have to say, the better end of the contest at the end of it.
Oh, Jesus Christ. As we live done, this Silva, do the honorable thing and give me the ball. I'm going to give you a story about that evening.
Just 1 delivery now left in this Minley over.
It's the man that Darren Bravo was calling for. He comes to the crease, having a bit of a conversation with the young man, just trying to get into his head. Ashmead Ned at number 9, left arm orthodox spinner, joins his countryman Kevlon Anderson at the crease. So he'll be hoping to support his countryman. I'm sure they would have played a lot of cricket together through the age groups as well in Guyana. So he'd want to be there possibly for Anderson's maiden 100 if it comes. Bounce again, not quite getting up. But it's the end of that Minley over. We'll have another double change. It will be Seth Burton and Vernon Springer.
Thank you very much, Mali. 202 for 7. Kevlin Anderson, 81 of 199 deliveries. Cool and smooth action continues at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 3 games today. Piggott Squashers, they reach 150 for 8 of their 20 overs. Chris Greaves scored 54. Elroy Francis scored 43 set. And in reply, Empire Nation, they're 4 without loss. That's a top of the community clash. Empire and Pigotts.
Well, this is a... thought he would have taken it.
Dropped.
Is it Ambrose?
No, Shem Holder.
Well, he has been sleeping a bit. Today looked rather lethargic in the outfield. And Anderson must be thankful because he has been toiling for this and he can't really give it away. At this stage, Vernon, he cannot give it away. He has batted too well. Came in, he weathered the storm yesterday, the early storm, and should not allow himself to be drawn into any indiscretion.
Well, outside of Holder dropping the catch, he saved 4 runs.
Well, that's true.
Had that gone past him, there's no one in the mid-wicket area that would have raced away for a boundary. Not that.
That's going down leg, and they are really ringing the appeals.
Still trying to work out why Calvin Hodge keeps appealing.
Well, I guess it's not him alone. It's part of the team culture. Look at this.
Clearly.
Clearly down the leg side.
But that is his job, to appeal.
Well, also he's joining the chorus. That has been the case for Team Headley.
Close.
I think they're an entertaining bunch. They are saying we have our opportunity to appeal. Let the umpires do their job.
Driven up to the offside, over completed, and Calvin Hodge is getting to his overs, a maiden over in the process.
Yes. Good tidy over there. Could have gotten a wicket.
Should have. Could have. Should have. Days like these.
Yes, Holder should have held on. He's wicketless. Hodge. 3 for Graves, 2 for Akeem Jordan. 1 each for Minley and Phillips. Meaning the seamers have done their job in terms of wicket taking. Good period here for Team Headley. The last 2 wickets they have gotten 2 quickly after very good partnership. Good delivery, that one.
Well played by Ned too.
Yes. Hurried Ned.
He got
Ned
back on the cross.
He was well composed and in good position.
Looks like he's up for the challenge here.
Mainly is teaming in. He has really stepped up the pace the last few overs. Nice. Well, they have pushed the back of the square. In fact, 1 forward of the square, 1 back of the square on the leg side on the boundary. Bowled! Another one.
Ned didn't know anything about that. And he's getting the ball to Induck here.
A real good period for Minley.
Yeah.
Earlier he had Joshua just misjudging the line and leaving one alone, rocking back the off stump. And then Ned was looking to play, but that one rocked back the off stump. Minley with 2 quick wickets here, pushing things in favor of Team Headley.
Let's look at the movement here from Ned. No defense at all.
Came back through the gates.
Yeah, but it's almost like a double-decker bus because there's no way that Minley should be hitting your stump. You got to get your bat down to defend the ball.
And the difference, you look at those 2 dismissals, himself and Joshua Bishop's dismissal.
Got to defend
One
your
was
castle.
leaving it, not defending, not judging the line well. This one did come back a bit, but there was no effort at defending the stumps on the line. And poor Kevlin Anderson must be wondering, would I be running out of partners? 202 for 8.
He certainly looks that way, unless Lane plans to give him some support. And I think they're going to try and pepper Lane with some short deliveries.
Well, you know, Joshua De Silva had good support after he would have had the initial support from Akeem Jordan. He did have some lower order support to get him across the line and to leave him not out. Can the same thing be done here in the interest of Kevlon Anderson, who is on 81? Johan Lane, the man who took a 5-4, 5 for 43 in his debut first-class game. Oh, gets a good bouncer. Got inside the line well. Midley is working up some steam.
I saw Lane, I don't know if you remember, Seth, they've had some games where the Cricket West Indies would have organized, had about 100 and odd cricketers here in Antigua and Barbuda.
The young cricketers.
Yes. He's no rabbit, you know. I don't know what mood he's in today. But let me see how he will stand up here. 81 to Anderson.
He defends well.
Yeah, I had a look at him. He's somebody who is very much organized. And he might be saying here that, listen, Ned would have maybe played more first-class games than me in the Super 50, but I'm going to show those guys that Ned is the one supposed to be batting at number 11.
Well, even though he comes in at number 10, it doesn't mean he's a rabbit. Used to have some of these guys based on the teams coming in in low order. Sean Pollock used to bat at number 9 for South Africa, and we can start to look at that. Malcolm Marshall used to bat at number 8 and sometimes number 9 for the West Indies. So it doesn't mean that you're a rabbit. It may just mean that the team have good batters or those who are favored. Is that a fair assessment?
Certainly.
May not be questioning Lane's credential as a batter.
Well, we'll find out how long he survives.
Must survive some good pace.
Maiden wicket over again for Markina Minley.
Good pace on the part of Minley. Somehow he has just stepped it up and has joined the wicket column. 2 for 40. Charging in and bowling. That's what we had not seen for a little bit on this very hot day here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds in Antigua Barbuda. I also say good afternoon to other folks across the world. I mentioned Barbados earlier, and some of my old colleagues over there, Keith Holder, Ezra Stewart, we say good afternoon to you. There was a good friend of mine by the name of Alvin Bess. We call him Casey. Played a lot of wind ball cricket along with Richard Clark and the rest of the guys. Just want to say hello. Can't call everybody. You know how it is, Vernon. You forget names.
Yeah.
Not forget names, but you can't call all the names.
No, Joseph Ritzborough, one for sure, would be listening and following the stream.
Kevlon Anderson, a lovely shot, sweeping that one forward of square for 4. This young man is motoring on. Would also say good afternoon to Reds if he's around. He's like the father or the grandfather of it all. Gentleman who has survived. And
Maurice Foster in Jamaica, if he's listening, he has the opportunity. I think the other day I saw something coming out from Reds. I think he got into an accident.
Reds?
Maurice Foster.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Colin Bones Cumberbatch right here in Antigua and Barbuda. Good afternoon to you, Bones.
Down the ground. Back over the bowler's head. 4 more. Anderson is gearing up to something special here, Vernon.
So he's got this in his repertoire. Amazing.
That's the youngster I saw in the under-19. But he has been playing a responsible knock. This time he just played that with a flat bat. Horizontal bat, but over the bowler's head. Ferocious shot into the boundary for 4.
And all of a sudden, he's just put pressure on them. Long on, long off, sweep on the offside, deep point, deep backward square, and the mid-wicket. So the chirping is finished.
They're all
Anderson
silent.
is on the go. More runs. You get 4 down the hill. Powell goes to retrieve. Hits the rope now. Boundary
The
to
third.
Anderson.
The third off the over from Hodge.
Lane comes down and says to him, "Don't worry, I will be here for you."
That assurance is needed. He moves into the 90s.
He's 93.
Sweeping, driving, doing everything right.
93 from 208.
Same way we said Minley stepped up the pace. Kevlon Anderson has stepped up the striking for the West Indies Academy.
So they're playing cat and mouse. Joshua De Silva. Let's see how he will approach this and if he can get the single.
Well, he doesn't need to worry.
Don't think he does,
Lane
yeah.
is
Lane is quite
well
capable.
assured.
Yes.
He has shown that. Got 3 good deliveries from Marquino Minley. Left one, drew away from one, stood up straight, played it back, and defended well.
Over.
I think he was trying just too hard set to get that single. Little soft hands there. Was trying to get it past Sonny Lambert's short mid wicket. In the end, score moves to 214 for 8. 68 overs bowled. Team Headley dismissed in 70.4 overs. So we have a contest on here.
In terms of how you use the overs, I think Joshua De Silva, he is happy with his individual performance. Lane would have been happy with his bowling, but needs to add with his batting. Akeem Jordan showed that. He batted well, came back, bowled well. Kirk McKenzie would be okay about his half century. Should have gone on, gave it away. Kevlon Anderson, the man on the focus. Lane steering. He has those long levers.
He can apply himself.
Another youngster I was impressed with during that particular coming together, that camp by Cricket West Indies, Rivaldo Clark.
Yes.
He's in.
He was originally not here, but he originally was expected to be keeping in this game. Cheap.
Definite talent.
Oh.
And there is also Depiza. I'm not quite sure what has happened to him since that particular camp, because he definitely looked like the one who could have gone through. Also bowls a nice spin.
He also had Carlin Bowen Tuckett, Leeward Islands
That's
under
right.
19 captain. So I hope that the Leeward Islands Hurricane franchise drafts him and gives him a contract.
Good stride and good defensive work on the part of
So Anderson
this
doesn't need to
youngster.
worry.
Needs not to. And that's the point I was making with Josh De Silva yesterday. His 136 could have been 150 or more.
180.
But he was trying to fan the strike instead of
and
just
when he moved
taking-
into overdrive, he just looked such a different player.
Precisely. So he could have gotten more, but he was a bit concerned about batting with the tail ender. Oh, Lane got a good one and he tumbles over. Wow, we could look at that again. It was a bouncer and he did not intend to duck on the first thought. That's what I believe. Look at it.
He's having a good laugh about
And
it.
then
He's a good character.
Short to his body, moved away, fell down, and then rolled over. What a drama. He would love to have a cut from this Ronnie.
That short pitch followed him more or less.
Yes. Marquino Minley again. Good delivery, wrapped on the pad.
Going down.
Not out, says umpire Brathwaite.
And height too, because he's such a tall guy. That hit him above his pad, just above his pad.
Definitely going down. And he's a tall lad, as you mentioned. above the knee roll.
High proportion of bunges in
Where
this
was
match
this
so
all the
far.
time? That extra pace that we're now seeing. We spoke
Well,
about pace. We just weren't seeing pace.
Since after
And
lunch,
Minley has.
the track has certainly dried out and it's got a lot
Is it
harder.
the track or is it the effort?
I think it's the track.
Because the track has been drying out for 3 hours. I think it's the effort. You could see that Mark charging from Marquino Minley. Good delivery. And
Well played.
wow, Lane is turning back on that. And he's prepared to do the hard work.
Well,
he's prepared to take the knocks.
He wants Anderson to get 100 also. And I like this.
This is going to make him better.
He's on his first class debut. And maybe they're saying to him, Akeem Jordan has just walked up to him to ask him if he's okay. Saying this is a big man's game. But I know Lane will be thinking seriously when I get my turn.
That's right.
Prepare yourself, guys, because I'm coming back. Well played.
Yes, he ruled
Really,
that well.
really played. I think Anderson, once he gets to his 100, he really will have to thank Lane.
93 he's on. Lane is yet to score, but he has survived 11 deliveries. Looking rather composed. 6 fiery deliveries for Marquino Minley and Maiden Over. And then Anderson continuing to march on. 93, Kevlon Anderson. And his effort after lunch has really pushed scoring rate up to over 3.
Bowling change right time over.
So they're making adjustments from the previous over. In fact, Hodge has given way. Rightly so. It looks like Graves, Justin Graves, the towed Barbadian fast bowler who plays for the Windward Islands Volcano franchise. Stretching and doing some practice with Akeem Jordan, his countryman. Graves, the man who had the 3 wickets during that middle passage of the pre-lunch session.
Graves bungs away to Anderson, starts with a wide delivery, but not wide
signaled by
enough
the umpire.
to be called wide. Gregory Brathwaite did call him from the CIUN. 3 for 40 from his 15.1 over so far. Anderson has batted beautifully here. Investment. He looks a relaxed player. Very simple.
A man with a mission. He has seen it all. Team not for 2.
Comes stylishly forward and just playing it up to the short mid-wicket. You know, Seth, Guyana's always, you know, before this, and we maybe can push back to the 10-year cycle, has always produced some exciting batsmen. I mean, you go way back, you know, to the Kalitcher and then the late Roy Fredericks and Basil Butcher and Clive Lloyd and all of those guys were on Kanai. They've always, in between that mix, produced some outstanding batsmen and cricketers. And what was strange, Seth, is that even though Guyana was dominating the regional 4-day competition, you know, Leon Johnson played Test cricket, yes. Vijay Singh played Test cricket. You had a number of guys, but they weren't consistent in the West Indies team. So they were dominating the regional cricket. But in the actual mix of the West Indies setup, there just was not a consistent Guyanese batsman in the top 5 or the top 6.
Agreed, but also there were times when they performed well and really didn't get the chance in terms of the run. When I say that, I mean you may get 2 matches and that's it.
Got you.
You know, they weren't given the lengthy run or the, you know, even though there's a failure, you're back on a tour. And I think, to be fair, sometimes when you have the potential and that opportunity is thwarted or dwarfed, it could affect you.
But it comes down again, Seth, to preparation and how how does the franchise prepares players for the test level. Because if your practices are not geared towards the test level, then we're going to get mediocre performances at the franchise level. And by the time you get up to the test level, then you're going to fail because you haven't been prepared to step up to the next level.
Well,
Come back to that.
Lane has been given his charge to face. You can see the confidence that they have for each other. Anderson is saying, go and have your go. Enjoy your time. You did well on debut, because a 5-wicket haul is like the equal of 100. 5 wicket for the bowler is like 100 for the batter. And I like the fact that Anderson is content with giving Johan Lane the strike.
Well played for the young man. I think we're approaching tea set.
Yes,
so
we are.
we're maybe 6 minutes away, and Anderson is 6 away from 100 also.
Needs not to be pressured, just need to be focused. At lunch, he went in on 44, so he has scored 50 during the session.
And I was
So
talking
far.
set about preparation from the franchise level. I'm talking about how do we prepare batters? Meaning, if Seth Button comes into a Leeward Island Hurricane franchise setup, then you consistently would have to bat for a period of time. So you might bat for hour and a half, take a break, come back, bat for another period of time there, because we're preparing you now when you go to the next level now where you got to spend some time at the crease.
Well, I don't know how that goes. As I said, I don't have the inside edge, but I know of batters or all-rounders who would say to me they really don't get much batting in the nets, and that shocked me. And I'm talking about persons with first class 100, with list 800, and you wonder. So those, perhaps the scientific approach may need to be taken.
It's strange you said. Why was Minley taken off and Hakeem Jordan coming back on? Couldn't understand that.
Well,
Because I thought that Minley was onto something here.
Well, is he on the field? We'll just look and see if he has left the field, because he was teaming in. Yes, he's still on the field.
He's still on the field.
He was teaming in. We had not seen that sort of pace in the entire game as we have seen in his in the 4 overs, successive overs from Marquino Minley.
96 to Kevlin Anderson from Berbice, Ghana. They're glued to their televisions. Back and across. Minley looked like he forgot about what was happening there.
This is a determined knock. I really hope he gets there.
You're a praying man set, so
Yes.
maybe you can get him across the line
Silent prayer.
with a silent prayer.
But I always say it's not just prayer, it's also your will.
Yeah, you have to
must-
want it.
Yes, you must combine the will with the divine will.
So he maybe might be talking to God himself too. Driven down to the third man area. Justin Graves comes off, fires a return. Young man goes up to 97. He's batted well.
And he has trusted his ability. I like this. He's going down. He's having a word with Lane. They seem to have real good communication between the two. This is important. If he gets it, it would be his first. And once you get a taste and you get it in this context, a discussion that we would have after tea, because we would change our lineup. There's so many players who could have gone on to the West Indies but did not. Oh, Lane pulled away from that. And oftentimes you ask yourself, how would a situation like this benefit them? Because it was just a competitive season. And who is picked for the West Indies senior or the A team? But a situation like this, there are so many players out there whom, had they gotten the opportunity in a Headley Weeks Classic, in an academy situation, may have gone on to greater things.
It's
So
life.
we'll look at that in our next discussion.
Jordan.
Ooh, they're really going after Lane's head.
Yeah, they are. Bowling figures so far. Akeem Jordan, 14.4 overs, 3 maidens, 53 runs, 2 wickets. Marquina Minley, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 41 runs, 2 wickets. Anderson Phillip, 15 overs, 4 maidens, 29 runs, 1 wicket. Justin Graves has been the workhorse. 16 overs, 5 maidens, 41 runs, 3 wickets. Shem Holder has only bowled 3 overs, no maidens, 14 runs, no wicket. And Kevin Hodge, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 21 runs, no wicket. We're into a good contest here. Lane is not. He leaves alone a good delivery. The fall of wickets for the West Indies Academy at the end of that over, the 71st over, 219 for 8.
Pardon me.
Game on here.
Interesting stat is that they have batted more balls than the Team Headley. Team Headley batted 70.4 overs. They have batted 71 overs so far, though they are, 40 runs adrift. They are still trailing by 40 runs. The youngsters are doing well. Here is a factor. Prior to Lane coming in, we saw about 3 short deliveries all day. One which was topped edge by Naeem Young, and he got caught. But since Lane has come in, we have seen they have peppered him. He's much taller than all the other players on the West Indies Academy team. But why are the fast bowlers peppering the fast bowler when they weren't peppering the specialist batsmen?
Justin Graves to Anderson. Anderson back and punches that out to backward point, thinking about the second run. The field backward point is deep. Rifles a return. Looks like Anderson Phillip into the keeper. So he goes to 98.
Yes, Kevlon Anderson is on 98. He was not happy. I guess he wanted the second run, but there was a bit of hesitation initially on the first.
Batters out, dismissed so far for the West Indies Academy batting. Keegan Simmons caught on ball Jordan without scoring. Kirk McKenzie was caught mainly ball Graves for 50. 95 balls, 8 spanking boundaries. We break. Defending a good delivery. Anderson just saying to him, just keep batting on. Tevin Imla was caught Walcott ball Graves for 4. Kevin Wickham, LBW to Graves for 5. Naeem Young was caught Minley bowl Phillip for 27. Joshua Bishop was bowl Minley for 12. Misjudged a straight one. Ashmin Ned, he didn't know anything about a Minley straight delivery. And he too was knocked over. And Ewan Lane, he's fighting away here. He's facing his 18th delivery. The man of the moment, the man, Kevlon Anderson, 98, 219 balls with 14 boundaries. 219 balls. And the bowling figures, like I said, the loss of wickets. Not for 1, Keegan Simmons. Not for 2, Teddy Bishop. 84 for 3, Kirk McKenzie. 88 for 4, Tevin Imla. As we break away and support Justin Graves. 2 songs inside edge. They were going up and then they just had to abort their appeal. 102 for 5, Kevin Wickham. 182 for 6, Naeem Young. 202 for 7, Joshua Bishop. And 202 for 8, Ashmin Ned. It's a game on here. A proportion of 62 boundaries have been hit. This could be the last over before tea. So Anderson might have to wait, but we'll see what the umpires come up with. Is Alcott behind? No. I don't think he got an edge onto that.
He didn't get any edge on that. That's just gamesmanship. That was so clear. We don't need a replay to see that.
And Justin Graves is getting frustrated, but I don't think he played that. I don't think he played that ball.
Pure gamesmanship. Played inside that.
They're trying to intimidate Lane.
Umpire bat. Well,
I think the bat really more or less quaked the ground, more or less than anything else. You didn't see the deviation.
Inside of it, that deviation started as he played the shot. The ball came, was clearly outside the line. but it's part of the appeal ploy. Last night I saw one at Cool and Smooth. Now is not the time to speak about that.
Yeah. Justin Graves.
You're getting an appeal like that. It tells you that Darren Bravo continues to light up the place with his appeals. It is tea time here, Vernon. And Marquino Minley distinguishing himself in this session. 2 for 41. We know earlier Justin Graves did that in the pre-lunch session. His three wickets came 3 for 42. Akeem Jordan, his 2 were yesterday, but this is today. And the story of today is that Kevlon Anderson has been batting well and moves up to 19-8, 2 away from his maiden first-class 100. He has really been the man who takes his team in on 220 for 8, well supported by Johan Lane, who is yet to get off the mark. We will be back in 15 minutes.
350 dot balls at the end of it. Coach Andrew Coley coming across and applauding the effort of the young man Anderson. And as Seth said, on behalf of our entire team, Joel Manning, Mally Richards, Seth Burton, I'm Vernon A. Springer along with the 360 team here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. We'll take our tea break and we'll come back in 15 minutes time. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. And we're broadcasting live day 2 of the Headley Weeks Dry Series involving the West Indies Cricket Academy, Team Headley and Team Weeks. Team Headley on their mission to try to dislodge the West Indies Academy, who trailed by some 39 runs. Kevlin Anderson is on 98 not out, and Ewan Lane is on naught. As I say, good afternoon to my colleague, Molly Richards.
Good afternoon, Vernon. Good afternoon to all the watchers, listeners, wherever they may be. Young Kevlin Anderson, 2 away from a maiden first-class century. Kind of flies under the radar. Kevlin Anderson, one of those players, bit quiet.
From Ghana. Ghana being crowned champions, 220 for 8. He steers this down to third man. Will he get to here? Powell is under some pressure. Kyron Powell hustling around in the end. Gets up to 99. Ewan Lane will have to keep out a couple of deliveries, at least maybe even 5. I was looking through this list, Mali, and we're looking at the regional tournament. Ghana were crowned champions. And when I look through the list of players here, and we're talking about fast bowlers, there's no Niall Smith. Somebody has to explain that to me.
Interesting indeed.
221 for 8. We saw him here in Antigua. We saw him outside of Ramsford Beaton getting a warning or being called and suspended for his bowling action. Niall Smith was on fire. Not out, ball going down the leg side.
Thought I heard 2 sounds there, but
I almost thought so. The same. Assurance again coming. I think the one that hit him in his ribs, he still may be feeling that one.
Yeah, he's just seems like he's not quite sure what he wants to do. Is Lane, that one just seems
whether he wants to block or whether he wants to score.
Yep, just seems to be in 2 minds at this point in time.
He's on a long note, as you would say.
Just has to support Anderson, really.
That's all, until he gets to his 100.
Yep.
I think that's all he's asking for. Replayed, gets a single. So he's off mark. That's good cricket by Lane. And just for a moment, Hakeem Jordan thought that he had been through him. He's a big guy, Mali, because just look at him now and look at Hakeem Jordan.
Yeah,
he's a tall guy.
Yeah, very tall. Probably hasn't filled out yet, though.
And he's got long levers.
Long levers. Reminiscent of, I saw him bowl a little bit, his spell yesterday, that first spell. A little similar to Jason Holder, the way he goes about his business.
Maybe he's sort of model. Maybe Jason is his role model. We just never know. West Indies Academy trailed by some 37 runs. Anderson leaving that one alone.
Late inward movement. Again, look at where Walcott collected that one. Well past the leg stump. So just moving after going past the stumps.
I was very much impressed with the spell from Markino Minley. He was getting the ball to dart around.
Yeah, he did, and he mixed it up as well. Bowled a few short balls. Probably the quickest I would have seen him bowl in a little while. Seemed to be generating a bit of pace. Markino.
He was really following through on his action. Naughty shot there. The nerves racking. He was trying to play something that was not there. Just leave that alone. He's still trying to play it square. And I was talking to Seth while he was on set. And you, being a batsman, Mali, you know that certain shots are just not on in certain tracks.
Especially at this stage. Not sure what he was trying to achieve there. He still got the slip. Well, a slip and a gully. Well, first, third, and a gully.
99. Kevlin Anderson from Berbice, Guyana, looking for his maiden first-class 100. And he pushes it back to Jordan. Over completed. And he'll have to wait another over to make that happen.
Yeah, just making him wait. And Lane probably wouldn't be aiding in his comfortability at this stage. He's just been a bit haphazard with his stroke play. Good
contest at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Mali. Pickett Squashers 150 for 18 there, 20 overs in the Cool and Smooth T20 action for 2023, the 10th year. Empire Nation 105 for 5 in 13.5 overs.
Yeah, that one looks like it's going to go down to the wire. The Nation and Pickett's. Kuma versus Ian Tittle. What do you make of that?
Kuma, Johnny Frederick, all taking on. And in fact, it's amazing because it's blacks here.
I'm
Yes,
not
we did.
seeing him.
We did see him in the lunchroom.
He's
So
the assistant for the Empire Nation.
yes, so he's
Assistant
one of the
coach.
assistant coaches. He looks like that's him sitting there on the scoreboard. So he would have maybe missed out today.
Alfonso Jarvis.
Alfonso Jarvis Black, what a servant, was honored by the nation of Antigua and Barbuda with an Independence Award. Anderson Phillip will be looking to get one from Trinidad and Tobago sometime soon. And that's well played by Lane. Steers that down to backward point. Joshua De Silva, you could tell he's not accustomed to being in the outfield. He was doing dilly-dollies all around the ball.
Yeah, more accustomed to the pads and the gloves when in the field. Josh De Silva. But Lane there, just not quite getting in line, is he? Seems to be just staying leg side of these deliveries. Hence why the bowler feels like he's got a chance on every delivery.
223 for 8. Kevlin Anderson is on 99. 99 to the big man. If he gets there, it'll be well-deserved maiden first class 100. Anderson Phillip up the bow to him in his back and looking to force that. He could just stand up and just punch it down the ground, trying to get fancy.
So we've just seen an element of the nervous 90s that we would hear about. All of a sudden, just starting to play a few loose strokes here as he nears this milestone, a significant milestone for the young man.
Tell me about when you got into the 90s, what you did. Hold on, set. 99 is Anderson. In out the bow to him. He's back and staying. A beautiful shot. 100. A maiden first class 100. Stay down the backward point. And he says, this is what I've been dreaming for. Kevlin Anderson. He can't believe it. Wearing a big number. 23. Delivers for the West Indies Academy team here today. What a knock by the young man.
Yeah, and you can tell.
225 balls, 15 boundaries, a strike rate of 45.78, a maiden first class 100. He will remember this for a very long time.
Yeah, you can tell what that means to the young man just by the celebration. Really pumped those fists in bringing up that milestone. His first, hopefully, the first of many. Not only from a Guyana perspective, from a West Indian perspective.
103. Anderson Phillip up. And he's starting all over again. So you can see the model of concentration. He's deciding that I have to start all over again, get a big one. Who's going to stay with him? That is the big question.
And you could tell he was just looking for that shot, that run down there to that vacant third man region in the previous over. Almost got into a bit of trouble, but this time found the gap and the 100 comes up. Sure, the whole of Berbice and the Guyanese cricketing fraternity will be very proud of the performances of this young man.
Back-to-back centuries here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. He's back and staring that for more. Jordan stops running, only to retrieve. Wide delivery by Anderson Phillip. Badly lined delivery. And Kevlin Anderson just opening the face of the bat and steering it beautifully down to the boundary for 4.
Just inching closer and closer to that 259 total by the team Headley. And with Anderson at the crease now, runs just becoming easier to come by.
They trail by 28, Mali.
Just 28 now.
Just 28. All of a sudden the game, the field is just opening up because Anderson is on 107 not out. A big number. Anderson Phillip weighing 48. Bongs away. Bows a short delivery. He says not today, maybe tomorrow. End of over number 74. 231 for 8. They trail by 28. What a knock. by this young man, Kevlin Anderson from Berbice, Guyana, playing for the West Indies Academy. He has delivered on the big stage.
He definitely has, but he's got that 100 now. It's time for him to reassess as we see that century-making stroke again. Just ran down. Great timing from the young man. This pitch becoming easier pace, and you see that celebration. Johan Lane again as well, celebrating with young Anderson as he pumped those fists. Number 23, as you say, Vernon, a very special number indeed, significant number in the world of sport.
Michael Jordan, one of the richest sportsmen in the world, still making money. Dropped. Is it?
Yes.
Can't believe that. Tell me again.
Yes.
Can I see that again? Can I see that again, Ronnie?
Yeah, it was dropped. It almost looked, well, it was a sitter really by slip catching standards. Hard drive by Lane outside the off stump. The hand comes off the bat again. How many times have we seen that in that short innings? Clutching, went grasping by Kieran Powell. Didn't allow that one to come in. And that goes down.
Lane dropped on two. Akeem Jordan would not be pleased. He's having a hoik here. Where are they going? Now, has Lane got fed up?
Not sure. I think he thinks that he's already done his job because Anderson has got to 100.
No.
But there's still the bigger scheme, the bigger scheme of the match, the bigger picture.
There's a bigger picture
of the
here.
game. There's still somewhat 28 behind.
Somebody has to remind Lane of his role.
He's there to support Anderson. That's the key. And I think Anderson really has to take control here. Look to face as many of these deliveries as possible.
Lane has to restart again. He gets a short delivery. He's not watching the ball. This time he ducked into a short delivery, hit the back of the bat. He's got to watch the ball. He's got to keep watching the ball. Now Anderson calls him down to say, come on, son. You have supported me all the way. Look at the ball.
Yeah, the
Hit
bat.
the back of the bat.
Yeah, the bat was just left exposed by that. By Lane ducking under that short ball from Akeem Jordan.
They're going to pepper him with short balls. Two slips, a gully, backward point, short extra cover, mid on, mid off.
Once again, that hand coming off the bat. Not sure.
The bottom hand and just the top hand alone being played. Out of position. He just needs to have some control, losing his balance, more or less.
I think he's really anticipating these short deliveries.
He is. Sonny Lambris leaving the field. He's looking at his bat. He got a fifer in the first innings. Jordan will be looking to try to get 4 wickets. He's got 2. That's a lot better. He can bat, Mally. We saw him in the series, the Great West Indies Under 19 series, and he can hang around, but this is a different level.
Yeah, real step up here for Johan Lane. More experienced campaigners with the ball.
I'm trying to figure out, Mally, was Niall Smith not part of the West Indies A-team setup last year with Archibald and Louis?
I think he was.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm bemused.
Not sure if he's carrying something or the like.
Well, if we're picking from stats, Niall Smith has to be in the conversation as one of the leading fast bowlers throughout the region.
I'll tell you who I did see. Maybe he didn't pick up as many wickets or was as impressive with the statistics, but I saw a young fast bowler from Guyana against the Leeward Islands in the final match. His name was Shamar Joseph, if I'm not mistaken.
He didn't play here against in the games. No, yes, he did. He played in. No, you maybe might not have done that game.
No, I
Seth
didn't
and myself did that game. Shamar Joseph, and it was amazing because when Kim or Paul came back, he got dropped.
Yeah, and
well, you understand.
Yeah, but I from what I saw from that young
bowls
man,
a heavy ball.
Heavy, tall, swings it away as well.
Yeah, bowls a heavy ball.
All the raw materials to be a real consistent performer.
When I looked at him, the first time I saw him, Mally, he sort of reminded me of a Ulysses Lawrence. He has that sort of action, jogging coming up and smooth there. But trust
Fantastic
me,
action as well.
Yeah, but when he let it go, you could see the effort from the young man.
Bowling change, right arm over, Kevin.
Yeah, I thought he impressed me.
Even Matthew Nando. You couldn't find a room for a young player like Matthew Nando. I don't know, Mali. I'm just asking questions.
I understand. Yeah, I understand that. Young Matthew Nandy, probably, with the way he started, his first innings, scoring 100.
Yeah.
I think maybe he just fell away towards the back end, but obviously a young player trying to find his way at this level.
So, Shem Holder, who was really not coming to his own here, Mali, and when we saw him at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, he's only bowled 3 overs, in fairness to him. Anderson starts all over again. He's on 7.
Would you say Shem Holder would be the replacement for Rakeem Cornwall in this squad? Is he the replacement for him?
So what has happened to a Brian Charles?
Good point. Fantastic point.
If you invested in Brian Charles, he got 5 wickets against England, Mali. We did that game.
Yeah.
Right? Why is he not in this setup now?
He would have topped the wicket taking charts again this season, would have been near the top, somewhere around.
Maybe he's not available.
Maybe.
We'll find out. But Anderson is available now. And he's on 7.
Willing and available. Brian Charles would have taken some 21 wickets in the recently concluded regional 4-day championship.
What I like about Brian Charles when I see him is that every time I see Mali, he's improving. He is working on his game. He's working on his craft. He's not a tall guy like a Rakeem Cornwall. He's short in stature. Maybe the Kelvin Anderson's height. But you could see his variations. You could see him working on his game. Anderson on drive. Down to Justin Graves. Gets a single.
It's a good opportunity for us to have a real look at Shem Holder in terms of how he goes about his business, how he's trying to get these batters out, the amount of revs he's imparting on the ball. Is he really looking to spin it hard? I tell you what, there's a little leg spinner, the cool and smooth, a little leg spinner by the name of Micah McKenzie.
And Kadeem Josiah.
Kadeem Josiah as well, but Micah McKenzie indeed.
He's the man.
Looking to give it almighty revs on every delivery.
He's the man. So, Mali, as simple as this partnership looks, right? It's 30.
Just simply, just by support, Johan Lane would have only contributed some 2 runs to that. This is where I say Kevlon Anderson now will have to recognize the situation. Match awareness would be absolutely key here. It's imperative upon him to face the majority.
So let's look at the bowling figures, Mali. We got Vasami Pomal with 28 wickets, Rakeem Cornwall with 24, Akeem Jordan with 22, Brian Charles with 21, Markina Minley with 19, Kevin Sinclair with 18, Ronsford Beaton with 18, Niall Smith with 18, Justin Graves with 16, and the man who somebody has forgotten about, Preston McSween from the Windward Island Volcanoes, he got 15 wickets.
So, you know what they say, men lie, women lie, numbers don't.
32 for 8. We'll get the batting stats also.
That's a good shot.
Beautiful shot by Anderson. Use the pace. And I'm wondering, Mali, if Akeem Jordan is not trying too hard. Yesterday he was in a burst of a spell. He started here from the media center and he switched now to the CIUN, and he doesn't look like he have that same energy and zip. And he might have been disappointed with the catch being dropped off of Powell also. But his body language just, that was a lame effort delivery there from him.
You're not actually sure of what the plan is here to Kevlon Anderson.
112 to Anderson, and he keeps putting the pressure on here. He just comes quietly forward and gets a single, so he's showing some confidence into his partner Lane, who is trusted. The partnership is now 35.
And this sort of plays into the hands of Team Headley. He's got 4 deliveries now. Hakeem Jordan, 2 Johan Lane. You see Anderson come down and have a word. Joshua De Silva comes into the slip cordon, making it.
I'll tell you something, Mally. I'd have had a short leg, and I would have been coming body line.
Definitely, we've seen how uncomfortable he's been against these short deliveries, even on those ones that's pitched up as well.
Too easy. Just too easy. Got to make him uncomfortable.
Still got 3 deliveries to negotiate, though.
5 runs out the over. The West Indies Academy, they trailed by 22 runs, 237 for 8, into over number 77. And Hakeem Jordan into his 18th over, 2 for 60.
Wicketless today. Would have picked up those 2 wickets yesterday evening, as you would have said.
Seemed like a long time ago.
And there is again that inside edge onto the pad. So just as you called it, Vernon, no short leg, that ball looping in that region. And this is the thing, one has to always be switched on as the fielding team. It's not just the batters that have got to have a plan, it's the bowlers and the fielders as well.
So they're trying to bowl to a 6-3 field, Mali. Let's see how Anderson will deal with these 2 next deliveries.
They've got to keep him on strike here. They've got to keep him on strike. They want to be starting the next over to Johan Lane. So I probably anticipate a short delivery here by Hakeem Jordan. A real short one through to the wicketkeeper.
Hope it's not wide.
But I also anticipate, or Anderson should also be looking for the scoring opportunity. Similar to the shot played in the last over. That ramp over that slip cordon.
They trail by 21. The partnership is 36.
Now he goes full. And Anderson misses out, but a good result for Team Headley. Johan Lane stays on strike. Score is 2-3-8 for 8.
Let's look at the batting figures, Marley Richards. Alex Athernes, 647 runs, high score of 141, with 2 centuries, 4 half centuries, making him the leading run scorer here. Darren Bravo, 446. Leon Johnson, retired captain from Ghana, served West Indies cricket, 389 runs. Kevin Hodge from the Windward Island Volcanoes, 387. Sonny Lambris, 364. Shane Mosley, 324. Kevin Sinclair, 285. Macho Nandu, 274. Kemal Savory, 269. And Jason Mohammed, 268.
Well, having followed the West Indies 4-day, I see a couple of names missing off that list.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Zach McCaskey would have scored some 330 odd runs as well. Not seeing him there.
We'll come back to that. We'll get a feel in terms of what's happening. 238. I would have liked to see a Macho Nando around here. Send a nice message.
And also, if I'm not mistaken, Raheem Cornwall would have taken some 35 wickets.
Shem Holder dropped the ball and caught.
So his wicket-taking opportunity goes down. Brought into the attack pretty late here. Shem Holder, and the opportunity goes down. Johan Lane, yet another chance goes down off him. I'm sure a few of the batters, Kieran Powell must be saying to himself, wow, I get strangled down the leg side.
There seems not to be an awareness from Team Headley. They're just hoping that something is going to happen.
Yeah, and it's a genuine wicket-taking opportunity for them when Johan Lane is on strike as well, but just not seeming to have the right plans set at this stage. Anderson comes back onto strike. Ambrose moves into the outfield, comes into extra cover. Catching.
Beautiful shot. The fielder only could chase to retrieve. He stayed low to the ball and just paddled it Down to the deep backward square leg area, vacant area, and gets a boundary. 243 for 8. They're nearing their target. He goes up to 117. The young man from 238 deliveries. 5 runs out this over. Kenny comes quietly forward. Shem Holder.
The beauty about that sweep shot was he picked the length really early, and also the footwork was immaculate. He got right outside that off stump in order to maneuver that ball behind square there on the onside. Good batting from the young man.
On drive, down the ground. Getting an easy single. Over completed. 78 overs have been bowled. 244 for 8. Shem Holder 4 overs, 16 dot balls, 15 runs, no wicket.
Akeem Jordan is 2 for 61. Marky Nomini probably been the standout today alongside Justin Graves as well. They've picked up wickets, they've been challenging. But now we have another bowling change.
Hodge switch from the media center end to the CIUN.
So interesting to see if he gets any more purchase from the CIU end. Not too much from the media center end. The odd ball just turned and bounced a little bit, but nothing major.
Number 22, we're in not too close to the number 23, which is a big name.
He likes that shot.
He does. Late cut, down to the boundary for 4.
He really does like a late cut, because Kevlin Anderson just uses the pace, allows it to come on, and it's a big vacant area there behind the wicket. And with that pace on the ball from Kavem Hodge, it runs to the boundary quite easily. So he moves on to 122 now.
122. Kevin Hodge, the left-arm fast spin bowler, not fast bowler. Left-arm spinner from the Windward Island Volcanoes. Comes quietly forward. Dot ball, so 4 runs out of this over so far. The lone slip man and Karen Powell at first slip. Down the onside, Powell will have a chase. Most likely we'll get a leg by. So not too bad, Mali. I'm seeing well. After if you get into the 50 clubs and heading up to the 60, they're trailed by 15.
I think that bodes well for me then too.
Oh, of course. 248. 248 for 8. Let's see what the approach will be from Lane. Could have fired it after his pads. Comes quietly forward.
And with that forward defensive, seems a lot more comfortable against the spinners, that's for sure. Johan Lane, nicely forward to that one.
Slip, short leg. It's gone through Ambris. And they get a single in the process.
Not the worst single for from a team Headley perspective.
249 for 8. In fact, the main scoreboard is saying 250, so
yeah.
Anderson just getting that one right. Just pulling away. Wasn't quite ready yet. Coming up next will be a double change. Joel Manning and Seth Burton is back and cracking that. Big save there from Shem Holder. So over number 78 comes to an end. Looks like the score should be 250 for 8. But Seth Burton and Joel Manning will certainly find out sooner rather than later.
Good result there for Team Headley. Fired in that final delivery by Kavem Hodge. Just trying to keep Kevlon Anderson on strike. Him going back, trying to play that late cut that he loves so much, but can't find the gap. Johan Lane on strike again. Will he survive this over?
Well, Lane would tell you that he's supporting well in a partnership worth 45 runs. Tries to go big, but fortunately it falls between the fielder running off the mid-wicket boundary and the one running back. 251 for 8 represents a very good reply by the West Indies Academy. Talk of the day, Kevlon Anderson. 122 not out. His first class 100 in his fourth first class game. Showing that he's adept at both pace and spin.
Yeah, certainly thinking was really what set apart this innings, where he recognized the periods where he needed to soak up a bit of that pressure, where he needed to just play within himself. And then once he did that and got his team into a better position, started to show some intent, went in somewhat into another shell at the fall of what would have been 3 quick wickets after losing Kirk McKenzie, batted through that period again, and now here he is at 123. An absolutely fantastic knock from the young man.
Also with Naeem Young, his captain, batted well, a partnership of 77. Just 7 short of that partnership with McKenzie, on which they had to do some repair work early because they were 2 down without a run on board when Anderson came in. He came in at the beginning in the first over of the innings after Akeem Jordan would have had some telling success taking out Teddy Bishop and Keegan Simmons. Crashes another 4. His 19th 4 of the innings. He's really on a roll here. And he is batting as though he doesn't want to get out. Playing on the ground, not being indiscreet in any way. And he gets his team closer to the initial score posted by the team Headley.
Quite a lovely flowing drive from him. Got to the pitch of that one from Shem Holder. There was a bit of wrist work as well involved in terms of accessing the gap in that offside. And deserved 4.
He's comfortable with a single to take the strike at the beginning of the over. But now he can be happy there. Now the scores are now equal. When I say that, I know our graphics are not up, but at this stage they have moved up to 259 for 8, and how well Anderson has batted.
When you look at all the partnerships, all the major partnerships across this innings, one name that is there is Kevlon Anderson. So a partnership of 84 with Kirk McKenzie, a partnership of 80 with Naeem Young, had a little partnership with Joshua Bishop, and now this partnership here with Johan Lane.
He's showing not only capacity to bat well, but also to bat long. He has been in this for almost an entire day's play. when you compared when he started yesterday after the team Headley were bowled out for 259 from 70.4 overs. He has been batting from over number 1. He's coming back for the second, challenging the arm on that occasion successfully. So Justin Graves throwing this one in. So Anderson is building. His next target, he wants to get more than just De Silva. And then the 150.
Well, in terms of targets, I'm not sure if Josh De Silva is in his mind, but certainly he would want to get that 150 and above. It's really about scoring big runs at chances like this. You know, he has the opportunity at the moment. It's looking relatively easy for him. Slightly running out of partners, but Johan Lane has really played his part here. He's just 7, but the partnership is 61. And that tells you about the time that Johan Lane has spent at the crease batting with Kevlon Anderson. We also note that, yes, our scorecard is there, but they have a lead at the moment. That lead is 4 runs. And that was something that when we looked at the score at one point, we didn't think that the West Indies Academy would have gotten to that lead.
When I said he wants a target maybe to get more than De Silva, it's against the context. De Silva, he's a seasoned, settled batter for the West Indies. You can be top of the tongue that you made the most runs. Similar, Johan Lane, who is battling on this track, can say, I've taken the most wicket in an innings in the game so far. So these little individual targets, these little individual competition adds up in the bigger picture. Johan Lane goes big but misses completely. The ball beats him between bat and pad, beats the wicket keeper, but Powell is able to pull it up just before it got across the ropes. By signal by the umpire. Score moves to 262. 262 for 8. The West Indies Academy. And this is a real good partnership. We just still have to give Johan Lane credit. The new ball has been signaled here. So we know that the pace will come into context. Umpire Reefer just hands it. And no doubt they're going to go straight away.
Just a bit of an update on the situation with Shane Mosley. He's going to be replaced in this game by Sunil Ambris. As a couple of you know, yesterday he suffered a knee injury, went off for scans today, and because of the results of that, he's no longer available to play in this match. This change is in accordance with the ICC rules which govern the first-class cricket matches and was approved by the match officials. So Sunil Ambris, who was fielded since the evening of yesterday, is officially now a part of this Headley Week's match.
Quite a change from the days of old, when you could not replace a player. Anderson will be facing the new ball. He's accustomed to that because he was in the firing line in that Akeem Jordan opening burst. Saw his team down with 2 wickets down, in fact, came in without a run on the board. Now he has seen 265 runs scored. Saw 2 batsmen before him and then 6 while he has been at the crease. So he has all the incentive to move beyond the 133, which he has. Team doing well, batting 81 overs so far. Good carry there from Graves with the new ball. Angling down the leg side, it shows you that Anderson wants to stay long, because he could have opted to hook, could have taken the risks with the ball going down the leg side, but realizing that there is a fielder at fine leg and one at square leg. Did not go for that. Two slips, the gully, the deep point, a backward point on the boundary. No temptation there, just a cover. The deep mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. You'd make that mid-wicket on the boundary. Backward of square also on the boundary. There is no close-in man under the helmet. So I think they have a moral booster by exceeding the score. In fact, having a lead here already on first innings.
Surface nicely come across the surface, or rather come out to the surface just a bit faster. You also expect the ball to move just a touch more, as we saw on that particular occasion. So it squared him up, but we have to say that he played it nicely, or rather played it well in the end.
My concern is going down leg. Played in that mold, but he's still careful. 150. I would reckon maybe he's on his mind now. Batting not out. Lane is not interested in the single.
Probably a wise decision in the end with Joshua De Silva coming around at cover. Ball into his right hand. He's right-handed as well, so it wouldn't have been much of a challenge to have a go at the stump from there. Could have spelt trouble. It would have required a direct hit, though, given that nobody could have gotten back to the stump in time on that occasion.
65-run partnership here for the 9th wicket between Lane and Anderson. Lane has made an impact, even though he has only gotten 7 runs. Showing like his colleague Akeem Jordan that he can handle himself with the bat. It's not just about fast bowling, but it's about commitment to the team cause, commitment to partnership, and about his ability. I think he can build on that. The focus has been on Anderson because he has really batted with patience, not only with patience but with a measure of fluency. 24s so far in his innings. Could it be Minley?
Yes, indeed. Marquino Minley will take it up from the CAU end with a new ball in hand. Looking to wrap things up. Team Headley. On the flip side of it, West Indies Academy. We'll be hoping that they can navigate what you would call this new ball spell. Add a couple more runs. Increase that lead. At the moment, 267 for 8. Lane doing just the job that's required at the moment. They simply need him to stay there at the crease, to continue to be that partner for Kevlon Anderson.
A nice control shot by Lane. Working it off his hips and getting a single. Doing the right thing. Getting the main batter on strike.
Exactly what is required. Good thinking cricket, you would have to say, by Lane in partnership with Anderson. You wondered or questioned how Anderson would go about batting with the lower order. I remember Mali mentioning on commentary at some point he did expect that Anderson would have to start taking the majority of the strike. He's done that, and done that quite well.
Yes, and has developed a level of measure of confidence for Johan Lane. So he remains among the standouts He equals now the score Josh De Silva would have made. 136. Batting for Team Headley. And I said someone needed to replicate that effort, and partnerships needed to replicate the Jordan De Silva partnership. And Lane has been one of those who has provided that solidity. Young also providing that. All after the combination of Anderson and Mackenzie would have brought their team back into contention from a precarious position. Also weathering the storm between a good spell from Justin Graves, in which he had 3 quick wickets. Well, Lane is showing that he wanted to hammer that. I got the impression he was almost on his knees.
Well, he thought about it, was certainly in no position to play it. Anderson just coming on and having a chat with him, settling the mind and reminding him of what they're looking to do here this afternoon.
Looking at the bigger picture, not just the little competition between the fast bowlers. Over comes to an end. Second over with the new ball. .82 overs have been completed thus far in this innings, and the West Indies Academy showing that they can bat for a longer period than their senior counterparts. Now it's back with the electronic scoreboard there. Anderson 136, Lane on 8 of a partnership of 67. Do you think this partnership they're looking at batting towards the end?
Well, that would definitely be their hope and the hope of the coaching staff. But looking at the fact that there's still quite some distance between now and the end of play, I just think that the first moment for them, or the first objective for them, would be to bat past what will be this new ball burst, given that it was taken with the intention of picking up wickets. So I believe if they can get past what will be probably, let's say, 6 to 10 overs with this new ball without losing a wicket, that then begins to just slightly deflate Team Headley again, because there was a long period whereby they were bowling with that old ball, not reaping success, picked up the new ball with the hope that they could wrap up the remainder of the wickets. 2 wickets to go. If they don't get that within the 6 to 10, all of a sudden you find yourself in a period whereby runs might start to come a bit easier again for you, because bowlers are weary. They've been in the field the entire day. And it's also the consideration as well, because egos play out there as well. And you're looking at the fact that these are supposed to be senior bowlers, a couple guys who have played 1 or 2 tests, guys who have been on the fringes of making the test side, guys who have done well in the first class championship. And these young boys who haven't necessarily featured as much, don't have the level of experience, have been able to stake them out, as you would say. So even that, from an ego perspective, would cause a bit more deflation. The fact that they've now started to also bat through what is that second new ball. These guys would have felt like if they should have been inside, padding up and ready to bat.
Good delivery, leaving the right-hander. Fair answer. What I thought, though, it is a clear plan. They have a clear plan, because you did not see Anderson going into an ultra-aggressive mode after getting the 100. You did see some measure of caution with Lane at the crease at the start, looking to hold the strike. But at the end of the day, they're still playing quietly. They're still putting some purpose. You're not seeing any careless stroke. So perhaps working with the team plan, and part of that must be that we must show that we can bat a full day. Something that has been lacking in West Indies cricket, even at the higher level.
I guess I can understand what you mean there, but I guess looking at the scoreboard, you just never expected Kevin Anderson to really go into that ultra aggressive mode because, yes, he's gone the 100, but in the bigger context of the game, that 100 means nothing if he was to give it away directly after that, the position that the academy would have found themselves in. So it was a case of you've gotten to that landmark, but in the grand scheme of things, the situation for the team, his job is simply not done yet. Looking to put on more runs, 269 for 8, a lead of 10 runs for them after 84 overs in this match.
So the medium-term goal has to be to bat to the end of the day. Bat, bat, bat. What you would say takes 2 strikes to get them out.
Yeah, certainly that is the ones that 2 deliveries and it could be all over. And hence, once again, why I do believe that at no point was Kevin Anderson telling himself, okay, now I have the license to go after the bowling, because that would have been, I guess, almost small-minded from him, and especially when looking.
You see that though with the top batter batting with the tail.
Well, I guess it depends on the situation as well.
That's a good wake-up delivery for Marquino Minley. I like Lane. He seems to be very calm, not easily ruffled.
Yeah, because I guess when you're looking at it in certain situations, you might understand or say, okay, I know that the last 2 guys have absolutely no batting ability, and as such, I am looking to get as many runs as I possibly can in a short space of time. When you have a scenario where Johan Lane has batted 49 deliveries.
We have seen another no ball, mainly perhaps trying too hard.
Yeah, probably. When you have a scenario where Johan Lane has been at the crease for some time, you see that he has the propensity to stay there, then you know that as long as he doesn't lose his mind in inverted commas, you have a batting partner with you, and as such, there's no reason to take risks when really and truly all the pressure is currently on Team Headley at the moment. So the situation simply dictates continue to bat, trust the guy at the other end. Should he get out, then we will see if a different approach is taken in terms of Kevin Anderson probably taking on a bit more risk, looking to maybe pile on a couple quicker runs, given that there's not much faith left probably in the last man to come to the crease. But situation currently dictates that this is just normal cricket for them to continue playing.
Cracked away for 4. Will not make it. It's a huge chase by Darren Bravo. So Lane staying on his path of support.
Yeah, that one just hitting high on the bat. And I do believe Darren Bravo probably got a hand to it as well to cut some of the pace off of it, and hence why it never made it to the boundary.
Kelvin Pittman next in, the number 11 for the academy. He has been waiting long. Must have thought that he would have been under some pressure coming in to partner Anderson, but Lane has held up the process. Paid to the end of Team Headley's thoughts that they would have wrapped up this. Chance for a bye. That was another hostile delivery, and Lane is just having fun, just swaying away and showing the Pacers that I may be the target, but you're not going to succeed.
Every delivery that passes by with the new ball and the hand of these bowlers, the frustration slightly grows, and there's a change in the field now which might also tell you probably a slightly different approach to how they can want to dismiss Johan Lane.
Yeah.
Well, you're hearing a few applause. You ask why he moves to 137, one above Josh De Silva. That's the obvious. 137 from 265 deliveries, 24s in an innings that has lasted, you would believe it, a full day's play. Has batted 85 overs or 84.3 overs. Well, within that time, we will get the balls later, but he has really shown the youngsters on his team this is the way you absorb pressure. This is the way you respond to a situation. This is the way you set yourself up to be one of the top contenders for a place whenever that opportunity comes. But it will take consistency on his part. He will be on the lips, but he will have another game to play. He will have team weeks to play. And when that comes up, has to be the same approach, the same mindset. It is not finished. In fact, you have a second innings, and then that second innings start on 0.
Yeah, some batters would love to carry the runs with them, but certainly another chance for him whenever this innings ends to do what we call consistency.
Oh, lovely shot, but only a single. And I'm just impressed how he's content to play both of his strokes all along the ground. He was tested earlier in the opening hour of play during that spell when Justin Graves, the man who has the ball in his hand, so dominated the proceedings after taking out
funny enough, it's moments like this that continue to frustrate Team Headley as well, because Johan Lane is who they would prefer to bowl the majority of the deliveries at. But then because of the fact that it's just looking so easy out there, fielders start to get a bit flatter, and all of a sudden just another quick single to rotate the strike. Justin Graves unable to string together a couple deliveries at Johan Lane. Now he has Kevin Anderson back on strike.
Anderson has scored exactly half of the team runs. He's on 138. It's 276. Shows you the measure of this innings for you to understand it. 276 for 8. One man has half of the team runs. Josh De Silva had just more than half of his team runs. Shows you how some of these teams are dependent on strong solo individual performances. Akeem Jordan, who fielded that, would not like that statement, because he would have said, I put up my hand and I scored 54.
Funny enough, that is exactly how you get to the big numbers. We think about totals like 250. One man stands out with the bat, and two partnerships. It was something that was talked about a lot during the first class championship. The fact that two partnerships of 100 is what gets you into that 250 range, and then the other batters contribute with whatever they get, and that's how you actually go about piecing together the total.
Over comes to an end. 276 for 8 after 86. Vernon Springer is standing by. Mally Richards will follow, and a good period of resilience, I think, from West Indies Academy.
Thank you, Joel. And set. We have a super over at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Yeah, it's a close one. In fact, it could be two super overs based on what Mali is saying to me. 276 for 8.
And it's good to see this West Indies Academy team now have forged ahead. They've forged their way ahead in this match, Vernon.
Yeah.
And from a West Indian cricket perspective, You like to see this. Young Kevlin Anderson leading the way, 138 from 270 deliveries. Johan Lane has slowly come into his own here. Now he's starting to show that some batting ability.
And we're talking about stats at the end of the 4-day West Indies cricket 4-day season, which was a one-round. Leading the way, the big man, 212.2 overs, 58 maidens, 502 runs, 35 wickets. Rakeem Cornwall, we break for a while as Jordan is working away. Good leave here by Lane. Lane has gone to 11 from 55, Mali.
He has. He's played a good supporting role. He's tried to get out on a few occasions.
Tried?
Yes, he has. But
Okay.
I think Team Headley have not obliged. They've put
They-
down
they just-
a couple catches.
They've just dropped him as if they like to see him bat.
Yeah, and they haven't tried, per se, to actually get him out. They've just been waiting for him to make a mistake.
Well, I said to you, I'd have had Sonny Lambris on the short leg and I'd be bowling body line to him. Something had to give. Slapping that. He's got so much confidence now that he can play shots.
Just starting to grow in confidence now.
Bravo hitting the stumps from mid-off.
The second new ball being taken. Probably just coming onto the bat a bit better now.
Certainly. In second position was Vasami Pomol with 189.4 overs, 43 maidens, 426 runs, 28 wickets. And then Hakeem Jordan, who had a break from one game, 4 matches, 139 overs. He goes away once more, looking for more wickets. Wide ball. So Hakeem Jordan, 139 overs, 40 maidens, 382 runs with 22 wickets. Brian Charles from Trinidad and Tobago, 5 matches, 172 overs, 33 maidens, 524 runs, 21 wickets. Markina Minley, also from 5 matches, 117.4 overs, 22 maidens, 341 runs with 19 wickets. Kevin Sinclair from Ghana, 121 overs, 23 maidens, 299 runs, 18 wickets as we break for Hakeem Jordan. Jordan, arms pumping. Lane driving to cover for 4. What a shot! Oh, where did he find that?
Yeah, that just woke up the crowd here at the Coolidge Cricket Stadium.
Wow.
Beautiful drive, overpitched by Hakeem Jordan. But the way he leant on that, and the sound that it made as well, off the bat, absolutely superb.
Look at this, Mali. Is that you on Lane batting?
I think it is. He's starting to show that batting ability, just as I said. Overpitched delivery, half volley, but the
Nice
weight
co-
transferred his
high
weight
elbow, man.
onto that front
Oh
foot.
my
Brilliant.
sweetly. Down the onside. He's going for a big drive there again. Every now and again, Mali, he just gets himself into, as we would say, off balance. But he's still there.
I think the word is, well, a cricketing term is loose. Just needs to tighten up his game a little bit more, especially when defending as well. At times, just seems to be defending, but yet still playing an attacking stroke in one.
That's true. 280 for 8. West Indies Academy. What a knock by Anderson. He said, ow. He's looking for power. He wants to smack that to cover again. No ball. So the frustration creeping into the Weeks, the Headley, Team Headley. And Jordan is not too pleased with what is happening here.
Yeah, umpire Brathwaite just signalling that no ball.
And he's got his hand out for a long time. Scorers are not bothering with him. They finally acknowledge him. The partnership is 78, Mali. How this has grown. They lead by 21.
Seems like in no time as well.
No time because Team Headley has gone to sleep. They're hoping that something is going to happen. But the West Indies Academy, they're here to compete. They lead by 22, 87 overs bowled, 281 for 8.
Their 9th wicket partnership of 78. If you're the coaching staff of the West Indies Academy, you'd be absolutely over the moon with that.
Talking about bowling figures, we got Marquino Minley with 19 wickets, Kevin Sinclair 18, Ransford Beaton with 18, Jair McAllister with 18, Niall Smith also with 18, Shem Holder with 18, Justin Graves with 16, Maxween with 15, Larry Edwards with 14, Ryan John, I'm surprised he's not even in the conversation. He bowled real quick with 14, Imran Khan as usual, 13, Jeremiah Louis ended with 13 wickets. Still doesn't get a look in. Niall Smith has to be in the conversation. Brian Charles, he too has to be in the conversation. Mansingh from Jamaica ended with 12 wickets, 3 half centuries in the championship. He deserves a look in. He's one for the future. Wide. 281 for 8.
And Anderson seems unbothered here, even with the change of ball. Seems to have that extra amount of time.
Well, the thing about it is that Anderson is on 38. He's just come to the crease. He's not worrying about the 100, and you could see his approach. He's decided that he's starting again.
You could tell by the shot that he played after picking up that 100.
Oh, yes.
He marked his guard. Played a solid forward defensive, almost signaling to Team Headley, I'm in for another long haul here, fellas.
Good for Guyana cricket. He's back and staring that. There's protection down there this time, coming around the Shem Holder, but he can't stop the second run. And they get 2 runs quite easily. He loves that shot, Mali.
Yeah, and it's a very fruitful area if one can find it. Tends to be pretty much vacant more often than not. Joe Root, the amount of runs he gets down to that wide third man area as well. Anderson there moves on to 140 now, so just 10 away from what would be a fantastic 150.
He looks like a wall.
In control.
Yes, he looks like the academy wall. He's standing, he's powerful, he's short in stature, sort of reminds me of Adrian Barrett from Trinidad and Tobago. Keeps concentrating, plays the ball very late. Working this, more runs. Bravo is after it, can't stop it, he get 1 run. 141. Yuan Lane on 15 from 62 comes into strike and the academy leaves by 25. Team Headley, they're just like they're waiting for something. And I don't think they understand that the academy team, they've come to win this thing.
Seems like a long time ago now. Darren Bravo was signaling to his teammates that there's not much to come after Joshua Bishop.
In fact, after Ned, he wanted Ned.
He wanted Ned in. It was Bishop at the time batting.
Finally.
Nope. That's a crowd catch, Vern.
Yes, it is.
I think the eyes just betrayed you there.
Just for a moment.
Yeah.
I saw him went into it there.
Went down quite quickly.
Pressure mounting here on Team Headley. They seem not to have a plan to Lane. It's either you're going to bounce him out or you're going to bowl him one side. They've not seemed to work out or attack the stumps. Or maybe bowling him, be going at that big boot.
I think they probably looked to go a bit too full at times.
Who wants it? Who wants it? He gets away with it. He gets away with it. So he's growing in confidence, Mali.
But you can tell he's very uncomfortable against the short ball. And that short ball sets up other things for Team Headley to execute. But they just haven't so far.
2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid on, mid off. A deep backward square leg is pretty far. That one didn't reach him because Philip didn't have the pace to either go to the backward square or down to the long leg fielder. Short delivery. And even though he's playing leg side of the ball, they seem not to be able to get the ball up consistently to him. Marley?
That was well watched, though, by Lane as the end of that Phillip over. It was well watched because that was dug in shot, but it didn't get up, did it, Vernon?
No.
And he kept his eye on that one. Maybe a bit ungainly, a bit unorthodox, but in the end still found pretty much the middle of the bat. So Johan Lane, 17 from 65 now. This partnership becoming a real thorn in the side of Team Headley. Approaching 3 figures, 84 the partnership, 16 away. Anderson doing the bulk of the scoring.
I want to say to our producer Ronnie and the entire 360 team that is based here in Antigua and Barbuda and in Trinidad and Tobago. It's really a pleasure working with you guys. We thank you very much. We say good afternoon to the top man, Vinod Manchan, who we understand has moved from Pakistan to some part of the world. Artificial intelligence. Bang on target. It's all good. It's all good. We say good afternoon to Vinod. Good evening in England. John Maynard following the cricket. He says send greetings to you, Mali.
Yeah, my
the
guy.
Dentist.
The dentist, my guy.
Also to Seth.
Zoral, I saw Zoral here as well. I'm sure.
Please don't remind Zoral about that. Here is Anderson. Just working this one away. You know, I asked you a question earlier.
Yeah.
When you get to 99
Oh, yeah,
to the
I forgot.
90s, what happens?
Well, I mean, it does. You do start thinking about it. It's weird how that tends to happen. You start thinking of the milestone before you actually get there, and then certain things can creep into your game. Those voices, you know.
Lane. Driving. Wow. He loves that shot, Mali.
He doesn't half time those sweetly when he really puts bat on ball there through the outside, does he, Lane? Just showing you the tools here. He's got the minerals to definitely be a pretty good, consistent all-rounder, just at the looks of it. He'll have to work on his batting a bit more. Obviously, his all-round game.
He'll get better.
Definitely. Bowling is strong suit at this stage, but he's got the tools to be a decent batsman, that's for sure.
Kenny's driving again. Just would want to see him just head and shoulders get out into that Mali, but he's looking for power. You could tell it's a shot that he practiced. Oh, he says he's going to have a scoop now.
He's going the other way.
Yes. I like Lane. I love Lane. I like his... And he's practicing to be a...
Left hand. Oh, wow. He's got all the shots.
He
got
does.
the right-handed, left-handed. A la Brian Lara outside the off stump there.
Oh, my.
Jeez.
He's
Johan Lane.
Johan Lane, 287 for 8. He looks like a character.
He does. He does. He looks like he's enjoying himself out there.
And I think maybe that's what keeps him going, because when he got a bumper earlier, he laughed about it. Oh, he's backing across, stylishly staring it past backward point.
Probably
Very good
missed
control.
out on a single there.
Yeah, but I think Anderson is maybe just saying to him, just hold on, one more delivery in the over. And maybe they just decided that they're going to bat out the rest of the day, Mali.
I think every run matters now. Still
Yeah.
got 2 wickets in hand.
So you think Anderson is caught between two minds,
A
the
little bit.
same like Joshua De Silva yesterday?
A little bit, maybe just a wrong decision there.
Because I would have
'Cause if
certainly
you were
gone for
going to
that
do
single.
that, you'd probably have started doing that
earlier.
earlier.
Yes.
You're now more in control, so you take every run. No.
That's going down the leg side.
That's hurt him, though.
It has. But he's a fighter.
That inconsistent bounce.
Yeah, just not getting up there at all. He got down and he was hoping that would have been going over him. It didn't. And a P for leg before, they take a water break here, a well-deserved water break. The Academy lead by 28 runs, 287 for 8. Some treatment sorted out for Lane. And what a knock so far from Kevlin Anderson. 142 not out. Team Academy, they seem not to have Team Headley. They're just gingerly walking around. They got to come up with a plan.
Yeah, don't seem to have the answers, especially for Kevlin Anderson. They're probably ruining those 2 missed chances. Kieran Powell at the second slip, third slip, and the other one, Shem Holder, caught and bowled.
Yeah, you got to take those.
85 runs, the partnership now. Valuable in the grand scheme of things. The academy actually lead now by
Yeah.
some 28,
Just about.
if my math is correct.
Looking at the treatment area. That little bone area there, Mally, you know, in the ball.
Sure is a bit of a stinger. For Lane getting that rubbed out. But he's done a pretty good job here, must be said. Unorthodox at times, but think back to that extra cover drive.
Oh.
It's as good as anything we've seen.
Trust me. That came out of the top draw. You look at that. If there have been 5 shots in the game that we have to take out for highlights, you certainly have to take that one out.
I think, from what I've seen, Walcott played a shot, I think, yesterday, off the back foot through the covers.
The what? The punch?
The punch shot.
Oh, that was sweet.
That was sweet. I saw Kirk McKenzie this morning play an absolute
straight drive
down the ground off Hakeem
and in fact, an undrive. And that is the hardest shot in the world to play, Mali.
Hakeem Jordan round the wicket to him. Balance was tip top. That was the top shot, and that lane drive. Wow, the sound that made off the bat. Remarkable.
So we're getting some treatment here. The doctor is on hand. 287 for 89 overs.
See big Josh James probably sitting out this match here. Looking forward to see how he goes in the red ball game. Think he's got a massive future. We saw him in the regional Super 50 with both bat and ball. So the big man would probably be chomping at the bit possibly next week for his opportunity against Team Weeks.
Somebody please run Curtly Ambrose out of our booth here. He's going... The legend. 4 Nights Academy will be launched on the 29th of April, 6:30 p.m. at the Survivorited Stadium.
What's that, the third lodge?
Well, this one is for real.
This one's the real one?
This is the real one.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Yeah? You holding them to this one?
This one.
Okay, then.
This one.
Okay.
This is the big one.
That's all I'll say.
That's all I'm saying to you. This is the big one.
Okay. I'm glad it's finally here, though. Let's hope they actually go all the way.
Gotta go all the way. There's no turning back now.
Yeah, I think it's been 4 or 5 years in the making.
Yeah, you had a soft opening over, where was it, Jumbie Bay? Yeah, so...
why I say that, though, is because the first installment of players who would have been told, I think there's a few now that no longer even play the game. So, sooner rather than later, Vernon.
Got you. 287 for 8. Umpires trying to get the attention of the scorers. They seem not to be functioning. I don't know if they're looking at the cool and smooth game. Maybe I reckon. 4:23. The West Indies flag. We're at the home of Cricket West Indies. We're at Coolidge. And the Antigua and Barbuda, the country who, when you talk about West Indies cricket, you have to talk about Antigua and Barbuda and their investment and support to West Indies cricket.
Play, gentlemen.
And everybody has closed their borders. Antigua and Barbuda said, we're open for business. Anderson, sweetly timed, lovely on drive. And like I said to Mali, he's on 42.
Just a hint of outswing there from Anderson Phillip. But pumped down the ground, didn't find the gap. That bat seems twice the size now, doesn't it? That bat face.
You ever batted with a gunner?
I have, yeah.
Oh, that's sweet. Remember the days of Desmond Haynes using gunner?
I can actually give you an even better story.
Okay, that'll be interesting. Can't wait to hear that one. 142. Oh, sweet. Oh. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. He just kept his base, waited on it, and just opened the face of the bat and stared it down to the vacant third man for a boundary. He moves closer to 150. He's 146.
Very much in the vein of the modern batsman, Kevlon Anderson there with that ramp shot. A shot that you would have seen more predominantly in white ball cricket, 50 overs, T20, T10s. But with the situation of the game here, Anderson brings out the ramp. And it's in that situation, to that delivery, it's very much a low-risk scoring option.
They lead by 32. Anderson is 146. Works that into the deep backward square leg area. He get one run. He goes to 147. He's faced 278 deliveries and still going.
He's starting to really time these balls sweetly, even when he's not lifting the bat in anger.
Middle.
It's making a sweet sound. It's in control. 147 now. You probably would think, okay, he'd be looking to go after it, looking to overhit. He's not. Still stroking the ball on the ground.
Ewan Blake takes a middle guard. Anderson Phillip, fast bowler to fast bowler. Oh, well played, 4 runs. Oh, oh. Top shot, control, got on top of it, opened the face and stared it down to third man. He's growing in confidence, Lane.
And the thing that keeps you interested about Lane, if you were a bowler, is the fact that he's staying leg side of the ball. So he just gives you the impression that maybe he doesn't want to get in line, or maybe he's scared. But when that ball meets the bat, he's fully in control. Got leg side of that one, but almost just made room in the end to find that gap for more. That partnership now 94, Vernon.
21 to Lane from 70 important deliveries. Anderson Phillip, 1 for 52. He's into his 18th over. This is a second new ball. And the West Indies Academy, they're competing. They lead by 37. Down the onside, wasted delivery. Frustration creeping in to Team Headley. They need to regroup and they need to come up with a plan.
Yeah, just 4 away from the 300 as well. The West Indies Academy. And that's what we said, you know. Lane would just have to support Kevlon Anderson, especially at the beginning of his innings. It seems like he was trying to play too many shots, almost trying to get out. But now he's just settled, proving to be a real thorn in in Team Headley's side here.
2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, 3/4 of the way, mid-on, and down Bravo. Deep backward square, also 3/4 of the way. And a man down on the fine leg boundary. It's all happening here at the home of Cricket West Indies, Coolidge. Phillip to Lane. Lane stares it again. 4 more. 300 up for the West Indies Academy team. They don't have a plan for Lane.
They definitely don't. In that vacant third man position, how many runs you see scored in Test cricket, first class cricket down in that region? And captains refuse, absolutely refuse to put third men in position. On this occasion, it benefits the West Indies Academy. 300 comes up, as you say, just 2 away now from that 100 partnership.
13 runs off that over Mali, including 3 boundaries.
Down in that area as well. Think of the ramp from Anderson, 2 edges through that exact region in the slip cordon from Lane as well.
More frustration. More headaches for Joshua De Silva. Who? Not today. Maybe if he was captain of Trinidad and Tobago, as he did bowl a number of overs during the regional 4-day competition.
Didn't he pick a 5 for up as well?
Did he?
He
He did?
Yeah.
Against who? I missed that one. 3rd round? We have to find those stats, Mali.
He was swinging it around corners, man.
He was?
Yes.
Wow, I missed that. I certainly missed that from Darren Bravo. What a character.
I think he's pretty much here to bat, though. Wouldn't have gotten many in that first inning, so he'll be looking forward to his second innings dig. Kieran Powell as well. I think he'd be anticipating that second innings knock. Apart from the odd delivery that just bounces in consistently, still pretty good conditions for batting. Runs can be scored. Anderson is proving that.
Sweet, 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 sweet. 4 runs, 150 to the young man. What a knock. Kevlin Anderson answers the call. Here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. What a knock from the young man. Wearing the number 23. Lane comes down and says to him, I'm here to support you. You don't have to worry about anything. I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, trademark of his play is the economy of movement. He's very compact, is Kevlin Anderson. Allows that to just come onto him, and that 4 brought up the 100 partnership. 102 now for the 9th wicket.
He's on driving again, getting an easy single. And they caught napping in the field. They seem not to have an answer here.
Just starting to run this team Headley squad a bit ragged now. The academy lads.
Lovely shot there in our review system there. And all Bravo could do is retrieve Mr. Black's on the scoreboard. All he could say to Bravo, leather chasing, leather chasing.
It's a stride as well on that shot.
Oh yes, got good balance. He leaned into it. He was balanced there. Got onto his heel and stroked it beautifully. Lane 25. Waits for Jordan.
Because, in my opinion, there is such a thing as getting too big a striding.
That's true.
You
Because
know?
you have to be balanced. Depends on your center of gravity.
Yes, exactly. And if one was to take the term, get the foot to the pitch literally,
No, it won't work all the
you'd
time.
be kicking the ball.
You certainly will be.
So on that occasion there, Anderson just showing good economy of movement.
And bat speed.
Good bat speed as well. Nice. He's obviously got a good willow in his hand.
He does. Gunnermore should send some more bats for him. 150. We're batting for him that he get a couple more. Here's Lane driving. Beautifully square for 4. Oh, that's out of the top draw.
Full and wide from Jordan, allowing for Lane to free the arms. And now he's on to 29. He's feeling more confident here at the crease, full wide, and he just plays through the line.
What a knock. What a young man. 309 for 8.
74 deliveries now he's faced, so his scoring rate, remember, it took him quite a while to get off the mark.
9 runs out of the over. And Anderson can afford to relax because his partner, Lane, is supporting him. Played. Beautiful play. They're coming back. No, he says no. Just 1. I want to take them on. Anderson saying 2. He says no. 1. So he's going in confidence.
Awkward bounce there.
Very much
Again,
awkward.
Managed to negotiate it though.
So 310 for 8. That's the end of us for the day, Mali. Joel and Seth Burton, the mayor of Liberta, will come into the conversation.
Just in case you were misled and thought we were walking out and we're here, and it's 310 for 8. Kevlin Anderson 152. Johan Lane 30. West Indies Academy really fighting here, really showing the seniors how to do it. A lead of 51. So it's all adding up here. Joel Lane is now entertaining.
This is certainly what you expected, and in fact, just before that ball was delivered, Darren Bravo walked past Kevlin Anderson and actually told him very well played, young man. It certainly has been a fantastic innings for him. Just before we went off for the change, I was making a note that new ball was taken. If you could get through that early period of it, just about 6 or so overs with the burst, all of a sudden, without losing a wicket, things start to get a lot easier for you with the new ball as well. It runs away off the bat, runs along the outfield, and that's exactly what we've seen. So fantastic cricket from both of these batters. A partnership of 108 and continuing to grow as well. That one probably won't make it to the boundary, but certainly wonderful work by Johan Lane, being that part of the partnership alongside of Kevlon Anderson.
In fact, this is the best partnership of the match. It has eclipsed the Jordan, the Silver partnership of 104. So, wow, we have seen this academy team going leaps and bounds in this game. Really, they have had their times. They had the times when you thought they were outplayed, and they have come back, and they're really setting an example of how one should approach a day's play. They have batted the number of overs that would have exceeded a normal day's play. They have gone over 90 overs. This time
this one falls well short of Marquino Minley coming in at fine leg, and the facial expression really tells you how the day has ended up going, because at one stage it started to shift in the favor of Team Headley. Then the partnership took it back towards the balance, a couple quick wickets, but then this partnership here at the end especially has really not necessarily put nails in the coffin, but it is kind of put a load on the back of Team Headley, because as I said, they did not really expect to still be here at this time. But what you can say though is that Kevlon Anderson has done what is expected of a top order batter. It's just simply that. He's not done anything, and let me not say that it's not been special, because it has been special from him, but he's done exactly what is expected of a top order batter.
And he continues to rotate. He continues to show the commitment. Oftentimes the player gets 100 and they feel, I have arrived. Okay, I can be loose. He has not showed one inkling of that. He has just been focused and staying there, batting. He has been here since yesterday afternoon. In fact, came in after some tough circumstances for two of his teammates. That time Akeem Jordan was flying it around. Akeem Jordan had 2 for none. Now he has 2 for 77. So he has been made to toil. Good Yorker length delivery.
But once again, it tells the story of the evening session for Team Headley. Finds its way through for 4 leg byes.
Hits him outside the line and was able to, go between the stumps, and wicketkeeper Walcott for 4 leg byes. Fortune is turning against Team Headley here. And I think they notice it.
It's always those sayings of, when you think things can't get worse, the rain starts to fall, and it's certainly falling, as you would say.
And the heads are drooping, because we are not hearing the chatter, we are not hearing the chirping.
Well, it's certainly expected. But that was certainly a fantastic ball from Anderson Phillip. It was full,
Superb.
it was fast, and it just took the pad, and that was a
stop?
deviation there past Terran Walcott. And once again, looking at the faces out there truly tells you the story of the latter half of today's play. Slapped away
Powerfully. Anderson Phillip, perhaps running out of ideas, wanted, I guess, a slow delivery that was dipping, and it was just too full, and it was smashed for 4 by Johan Lane. What an innings. What a partnership. 120 for the 9th wicket. This is outstanding.
Yeah, simply fantastic cricket, and this is the reward that you get for spending time at the crease. This is the reward that you get for being patient with that new ball burst, because as I mentioned, you always expected that they would come hard with a new ball in hand, just 2 wickets to get. But if you could just spend a bit more time at the crease, like I said, back between that 6 and 10, all of a sudden you start once again to pick up on those loose deliveries, because it's a case of absolutely nothing has been working before with the older ball, because this pair was batting for some time. So they batted a significant portion of those overs in time with the older ball in the back end of what would have been coming on towards T. After T came out, batted again, then they took the new ball, did not get the purchase in terms of wrapping up the tail, so to speak. And now it's a case of being able to capitalize on the fact that they're down, they're out, they're tired.
Certainly, and the new ball, as you mentioned, it offers two options. One, I guess the intent was clear to blow away the tail, the last two. But it also offers an option of quicker runs being scored, and you've seen the scoring rate actually mounting from just about 3.2 up to now 3.5 over that period. They have really gotten things in their favor, this West Indies Academy team. Perhaps even Lane may be thinking of a half century. He's on 37.
Well, they've turned to the hand of Darren Bravo.
Well, we said it.
And instantly there is success. Darren Bravo. Well, would you believe it? This morning he said that if required, he will be the one to take wickets. He was given the ball, and with his first one, took the wicket of Kevlon Anderson. He's walking. The umpires were having a bit of a conference to confirm whether or not it carried, but he is finally on his way. An absolutely fantastic knock by the young man comes to an end.
An excellent knock, a superb knock of 153 from 282 deliveries. 21 fours, is it? He didn't hit a six, but he has batted all of the 92 overs that his team has faced. Bravo taking the wicket, steering it to Powell, and Powell taking it rather low. We'll have another look at that. Prodding forward. Yes, it was cleanly taken, and Bravo can say, man, I am the magician.
You will simply never hear the end of this, folks.
No.
But that young man, Kevlon Anderson, deserves all of the praises, all of the handshakes that he's getting right now on screen. He's batted effectively an entire day. He's been the anchor of the innings. At one stage, it was in partnership with Mackenzie, and ever since then, has been in partnership with every other person that has come to the crease. He certainly made a name for himself here at the start of this Headley Weeks Tri-Series. Absolutely fantastic. I simply cannot say it enough.
What is going to be critical for him? The next inning starts at 0. Be consistent, and we expect great things for him. So 9 wickets are down, 322 for 9. Kelvin Pittman joins Lane. It's the fast bowlers out there, the two youngsters who started the bowling. Lane is on 37. Pittman will face Bravo. It would be interesting to see his approach. What's the instructions? Instructions coming from the coaching staff. Bat as deep as they can, because it's the two of them who would have to open the bowling. They would not want to be out there too long. 16 overs remain in the day's play after this one.
I think here is just a situation of get whatever runs are probably on offer at this stage.
Well, he left that one alone, and it came back significantly, almost took the off stump.
What Bravo would tell you is that he moves the ball away and he moves the ball in. He would tell you that he's a swing bowler. Not certain if that's what's going to go down in the books, but yeah, certainly having the ball on the string at the moment is Darren Bravo, looking to pick up what will be his second wicket and the final wicket of this innings. Can't get through the defense of Pittman, but certainly at this stage you would tell yourself that yes, Johan Lane has been there for some time, but he's not necessarily what you would consider your recognized batter. He's played his role in terms of staying at the other end. So if Pittman is to survive this, I would tell myself that Johan Lane probably should maybe continue in that attacking fashion as we saw ever so slightly before. He's about to have a word now with Pittman, but certainly I guess we're into that stage where the remainder of the runs that they get is what we might consider to be gravy on top of the food. They'll take whatever is on offer, because realistically speaking, it doesn't make that much sense for them to look at the consideration of batting time here now this evening.
He pulls away. You can see Bravo's body language. He's happy to get out there. He's happy to get back at it.
Yeah, still
one particular dismissal that I almost credited for, a little chirping on poor Kirk McKenzie. He said, you have 2 more runs to get. You'll get to 52. And he really didn't get any more. That one beat him again. Real good swing bowling from Darren Bravo. That one beat Pittman. All ends up between Pittman and the leg stump.
Please don't talk it up too much. Bravo's going to watch this footage at the end of this evening, but
Look
certainly he has it moving around Darrow, beating him between bat and pad. Let's also take into fact that this is a number 11 at the crease at the moment as well. So let's just put it all into context so that when Bravo watches this footage this evening, you know, we're not telling him that he should open the bowling.
But he won't open the bowling, but he would tell you he has a 5-4.
No, he actually did open the bowling, funny enough, in the second innings versus Barbados.
And had a 5-4. So,
but Bravo doing the job, giving the ball and doing the job for his team. Just one wicket for them to take. Kevin Hodge is into bowl now. I would have to say this is good tactics, because thinking along the lines of, well, is that a scenario where Lane probably will be looking to just go almost at anything on offer. The field is well spread in terms of guys back on the boundary, in terms of long off and long on, a man at deep mid wicket, a man at deep backward square leg. The cover is now starting to drift off a bit closer, or rather a bit further towards the boundary. And in response, Johan Lane is just behind it in defence.
Well, he's showing that he wants to be there for much longer. He's not attempting the big stroke, at least not yet.
The thing about it is that, yes, he's been there for some time, and he was kept level-headed by the fact that Kevlon Anderson was still there. Still remembering where he comes into bat to throw the ball up, allow him to have that moment of a swing. And I do believe that is where the wicket comes in.
Perhaps he will be looking for the single anytime now.
Increases the lead by 1 more.
Center.
The lead by 64 runs.
A very interesting scenario on hand. The light is still good. 15 overs left in the day's play, which means that should they be bowled out soon, roughly about 11, 12 overs left in the day's play for Team Headley to navigate. A quick burst by the Academy boys. Wrapped on the pad, and that will be the end of the innings. 323 all out the West Indies Academy, but what it really was a fantastic job, a fantastic batting performance by the young men.
Yes, an excellent performance by them, particularly Kevlon Anderson. His 153 would have really been the backbone of this response. They lead by 64 runs. Kelvin Pittman departing LBW without scoring. Johan Lane ending on 38 not out, also a solid innings by all measure. Kevin Hodge ending with a wicket, adding to the list of wicket takers for this the Team Headley. And Joel, just your thoughts before we have the innings break and then we'll be able to return to let you know how many overs we would be seeing for the end of the second day.
Things certainly set up very interesting for the end of play here on day number 2. A couple overs for Team Headley to navigate. It'll be interesting to see their approach given how positive they came out in the first innings. But the young men of the West Indies Academy can certainly hold their heads high. They've done absolutely well across today. A lead of 64 runs. So when we come back, it's going to be the turn of Team Headley in their second innings. We're ready to get the final set of action underway here on day number 2 of match number 1 of the Headley Week series. 323 all out. The West Indies Academy represents a lead of 64. With the ball in hand, the man that took 5 in the first innings, Johan Lane, coming from that CIU end. And given the injury to Shane Mosley, we're now seeing Darren Bravo opening the batting. And it looks like Sunil Ambris at the other end.
Yeah, no Kieran Powell would have opened alongside Shane Mosley. So neither of the opening batters in the first innings coming out here.
And they're away. Sunil Ambris coming in as a replacement in this game for Shane Mosley, who went out with a knee injury in the first innings and could take no further part in this game. The match officials deemed that a replacement could have been brought in, and Sunil Ambris is that man. Funny enough, Mali, I think it's only fair, given that he was asked to do all the fielding as well.
Yes, we did mention that earlier, just how unfortunate circumstances would have been for him, but it's played out quite well in the end. Maybe not from Mosley's perspective, losing out on an opportunity because of injury. But at the same time, it's next man up. The next man is Sunil Ambris, and he'll be taking his first strike here.
He's away instantly. Thoughts of 2. Ambris, one of those individuals that can really score what you consider to be those nagging runs. But he's certainly a fantastic batter, and that was on display in the West Indies Championship, especially in the latter half of the tournament. I think back to the innings that he played versus Barbados in that final round, and that was the reason that the Windward Islands Volcanoes got over the line versus Barbados. Windward's in an absolute spot of problem.
To be fair, Bravo looks up for this, doesn't he? He's looked up for it in the field. We did wonder whether he would just bump up one position or there would be other moves made, but it's not to be. Bravo here opening the bowling. I wonder how many times you'd have seen Bravo, actually the batting, you'd have seen Bravo bowling with a new ball and then taking first strike.
Well, he didn't get much in the first innings. Bravo, in fact, was dismissed by Johan Lane, caught at slip. The end, though, oh, in fact, no. I'm
Just
getting ahead of
one.
myself. One delivery left in this over. Bravo would want to come good, as they would say, and make better on that first innings. He's certainly a talent. There's no doubt about that. Let's go through the end. The first over, 3 without loss.
What I will say, though, is that in this scenario, in this Headley Weeks tri-series, you probably think, Dwayne Bravo, we've seen a lot of him. He would have played quite a lot of international cricket. I think with a player like him, it comes down to we either pick him or we don't. We know all we're going to know about Dwayne Bravo. Comes down to whether he's in form or not. I think it's probably just an opportunity missed to have a look at some younger players, some newer players to the scene. I think Abhinav Mansingh comes to mind in his first season, putting in performances with both bat and ball. Yeah, maybe just the few other players that have been brought here. You think of Raymond Reefer as well in team weeks. You think, was that really necessary, considering he's playing international cricket? He's played a lot in the last year or so. Just missing out on opportunities to probably have a closer look at maybe some players that have gone more under the radar, but definitely have the talent. Think of Kevlon Anderson, not a name that's hot on the lips of West Indian cricket fans around the region, but look at the performance he put in here today. He's put his hand up.
Starts down the leg side. Kelvin Pittman. Just going back to my comment on Sunil Ambrose. First of all, I want to make a word change because I said he scores nagging runs, but that in fact is not true. He scores important runs.
Yes.
Because nagging probably gives you the idea or sense of a tail ender. That is certainly not Sunil Ambrose. He scores the important runs when required. And
when it really matters.
Yeah, and I just had to make that little correction to do him justice.
Yeah, we are in the internet age, Joe. Oh.
Yeah, not lining it up just yet. Pittman would certainly want to take advantage of this very short period of play that we will have here. The sun, in fact, has almost disappeared on us quite quickly. Gone behind the trees at the moment. There are 11 overs remaining in the day's play. I don't think we'll get anywhere near to that. So you can probably tell yourself that we might at best get half of those. So this short burst, you really want to make sure that you're accurate in asking questions of the batters.
But also at the same time, cricket's a very weird game, Joe.
Oh, driven beautifully by Bravo. Didn't necessarily get the connection that he wanted on it, and because of that, it won't go to the boundary.
And I was just saying is at times it's less accurate rollers, especially in a situation like this, prove to be quite dangerous as well. Because it's the odd delivery that's dangerous. It could be all over the place, could be struggling with their line and length, and then just out of the blue they produce an absolute jaffa. So it's important from a Team Headley perspective that Bravo stays on top of his game here, doesn't get too loose. As you said, probably wouldn't have too much longer remaining in the day's play.
Especially if we continue to have fielding changes like this, and the over is extended. 2 slips in a gully. A man at backward point, cover, mid-off. Good shape on that delivery, Mali.
Very much so. Good shape, just angling back in. A bit of swing, actually, back into Darren Bravo. Quite late as well, but it's the length. That's almost like a T20 death length there from Kelvin Pittman. And he would have just been playing the cool and smooth T20 explosion just a few days ago. So he's come straight from T20 into 4-day cricket. Different lengths required. It's a bit better. Remember, he's on debut as well. First class debut. Very inexperienced. Not just at this level, but just all round as a cricketer. Wouldn't have played too much high level, intense cricket, Kelvin Pittman. Still very much a raw bowler. A lot of technical refinement still necessary for this young man. But definitely he also has the raw materials. That's decent.
And closes out the second over. It's 5 without loss.
And accuracy is definitely something which he'll get better at as he goes along. It will be his first time in a system such as this. Will have come straight from club cricket, youth cricket, club cricket, and now here. Showed that pace in the West Indies under-19 tournament. Had to pull out of the under-19 World Cup squad through injury. But he's here now, and you just want to see that improvement, especially from an Antiguan perspective, knowing the rich history of fast bowling talent that we've produced over the years.
You said that with great pride in your voice, Molly. Too wide to tempt Sunil Ambrose at this time. I mentioned the fact that he came in at a stage in that game versus the Windwards where it was absolute chaos and mayhem for the Windwards. I had to just scroll back through my book. He actually came to the crease when they were 10 for 4.
Wow.
And he actually survived a close LBW shout as well on that evening. Had it been sent, it would have been 10 for 5, the Windwards, and probably good night for them. But after that, he came back out the following morning. I believe it was day 3. And in partnership with Tevin Walcott, the pair really batted Windwards out of trouble and into what was a very commanding position. He ended up getting 79 in that match. That 79 probably felt like 79,000 given the situation that they were in. And those are the types of runs that Ambrose scores at important times when you're looking for somebody that can be there, stay there, and still score. It is him.
And it's the way he scores as well. When he gets in, he looks to be really dominating, looks to apply pressure under the bowlers at all times. Makes him a pretty difficult bowler to bowl to at this level.
Exactly, that was what really stood out in his innings, because Akeem Jordan was into a fantastic spell swinging the ball, and Sunil Ambrose opted to walk down to him, put him off of his lengths, and I think that is really what brought them back into the contest, the fact that he was willing to apply that type of pressure back onto the Barbados side.
That's a fantastic delivery there. Just touched down and held his line outside that off stump. It may just seem like a pretty straight delivery there, but if you put it in context of Johan Lane and that movement inwards that we saw so much in that first innings, those balls that just hold their line outside the off stump become even more dangerous.
A few lights are being switched on here in the building.
It's gotten
Molly.
dark
Starting
quickly.
to get quite dark here at Coolidge. Goes after that one. Was in the air for a bit, but no real danger in the end. 10.2 overs remaining in the day's play. My mind says that we'll get 4 of those, given how quickly the light is disappearing.
We look to get a spinner on. Possibly, not sure. And Josh Bishop, you know he can bowl that new ball. You saw it in the regional Super 50.
Edged. And for a moment they thought they had won. But it is a boundary to Sunil Ambrose in the end of the 3rd over.
Yeah, it looked like length, like width there to Sunil Ambrose, but with that movement that we've been talking about, back into him, just cramped him for a bit of room, managed to take that top edge, flew over the slips. He survives. Picks up 4 as well.
Yeah, that's what you get with that new ball. Edges that fly. Push the bat at it slightly. Ambrose, not necessarily shot that you would want at this stage of the game, but once again we're talking about the type of batter that he is, and that is him. And on any day, regardless of the situation, that is how he plays. This day it favors him.
Looks to score more often than not. Very much a counter-attacking type player.
Oh, that one kept quite low from Pittman. Got the bottom edge of the bat from Bravo. We see him now inspecting the pitch to kind of give you an understanding of where that ball actually landed on that occasion. It was slightly back of a length, in fact short from Pittman, and nearly found its way back on to the stump.
I'm surprised that Kelvin Pittman and especially Naeem Young haven't employed a short ball attack here to Darren Bravo. Quite a short session.
Gets through. Gets to the boundary.
Yeah, there's meat and drink for Darren Bravo. That's exactly what he likes. 4 outside that off stump. Maybe just a little bit of shape back in, but that swung right into the middle of the bat. Actually hit straight through the man there at cover. Sweet, sweet timing from Darren Bravo.
Shot that we've seen him play time and time again going through that offside. Helped a little bit by the fact that the man at cover just fell over the ball on that occasion, but it was nicely timed by Bravo.
Will he go short here?
2-2. Fantastic shot.
He does, but it's short and it's a nothing ball outside the off stump. Just an easy free hit for a player of Darren Bravo's class. Actually, just allowed that to come on and timed it to that cover boundary. Strong area for Darren Bravo. Pittman again probably thought he would have gone short considering the last delivery. That's just a short, wide ball, and he stands quite tall, Darren Bravo. Got on top of that.
He's not going to miss out on that shot too often, Mally.
And he's such a good player to watch, isn't he? If you love watching left-handers bat, tune in. But where we have seen him struggle at times is to that short ball. It's whether he's going to leave or play the hook. He struggles with his decision-making at times, especially when that ball gets a bit big. But Kelvin Pittman with his pace as well. Is there a fine leg down it? Yep, I think it's laying down there. But still haven't seen that short delivery.
And once again, keeping low. And when you're looking at that lead of 64 is crucial for the West Indies Academy. If they're able to, and not necessarily just this evening, but if they're able to pick up quick wickets in this innings and really limit the ability of Team Headley to really get a substantial lead, then victory is certainly in their sights. But they do not want to be chasing a lot of runs, batting last on this surface with these types of signs on day 2.
Definitely not. Bit of pace there, though.
That's overbold.
Overbold called by umpire Gregory Brathwaite. 4 gone, 17 without loss.
Yeah, and even a leg slip in that position, a body line attack to Darren Bravo. One has to be trying at all times to make these batters uncomfortable and try and pick on their weak areas. I think over the years, Darren Bravo has just at times struggled against that short delivery. But so far, these young boys maybe showing their inexperience, not really testing out that theory. Also with the inconsistent bounce, the ball just keeping a bit low. Test out the middle of the wicket, because it also becomes dangerous if it shoots from that area.
Worked away. And that's going to trickle away into the boundary.
Very good delivery there from Johan Lane. In that corridor, just catching Sunil Ambrish on the crease. Manages to survive with that thick inside edge. You could hear the anguish, the shouts of anguish by Johan Lane there. Once again, just on that good length. Ambrish maybe just having to play around that front pad a little bit. Whoa.
Well, he played a shot at that one, and the bat was certainly nowhere near it on that occasion, dying as it went through to keeper Tevin Imlach.
Whoa. I'm not sure what to make of that one. Was that a leave? Was that a waft? Let's have a look at that again. Sunil Ambrish. Not sure if he lost sight of that one. Yep. Just a terrible shot all around. The less seen of that, the better.
I think it was just probably a case of the bunks, because in terms of the length of the delivery, the position that he got into, it certainly told you the shot he was looking to play on that occasion. But I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt based on how the ball bounced and kept low. So it made it look like an ugly shot.
Yeah.
We'll say that.
Yes, yes. You can clean it up for me. It's okay. But what I will say, though, West Indies Academy, they've got to be in between wicket and wicket here, Joe. We've seen this ball just keep low. Starting to pose a few challenges here for the batters. So it's important they're in between wicket and wicket, bringing bold LBW into play.
Yeah, certainly that has to be the plan or strategy going into this. And I think about a bowler like Naeem Young when I think about somebody like that. And funny enough, I think about a bowler like Justin Graves as well. Those medium pace type bowlers who have that accuracy more often than not. Who don't necessarily go for that much swing per se, but it's just there or thereabouts to the ball just coming back in, usually to the right-handers off the surface. I think that those two could be factors on the up and down nature of the surface.
Yeah, those guys bowl that hard length, don't they? And that's a length where it's really difficult to readjust if that ball manages to just keep low. Last ball in this lane over.
Tries to force that one. Once again, Ambrose can't get it through 21 without loss.
And all of a sudden, the sun's come back out. Not sure if it's where it went, but he's back now. Possibly we might get these 8 overs in. It wasn't looking so almost 5 minutes ago. And just as you said, Joel, looks like Captain Naeem Young is coming into the attack. So probably just favouring the accuracy over the pace of a Kelvin Pittman in this situation.
Well, based on how the sun has come back out, you would have to say it's a cricket fan. But Naeem Young just bowled the one spell in the first innings. Back here to bowl this evening, and even if it wasn't him, I like
the move
to see changes being, especially in these short bursts, these short periods, not necessarily, unless it is a bowler that is threatening. Having your bowler to have short bursts, short goals, changing it up, because you just never know who is going to that one to take the wicket. Not necessarily a case of looking to set up batters this evening, but given that you have that lead, if you could even just prize out one this evening, then the day belongs to you in its entirety.
Definitely, especially with the way Anderson batted that lead, 64. Oh, that one just held outside that off stump. Still effectively none for none, the team Headley. Still got erased some 43 runs. And all of a sudden, this ball just dying on the way through to the wicketkeeper. Still quite a hard new pill. Just 5 overs old. Bit of swing there. Back into Bravo. So, things happening here, Joe.
Slowly but surely.
Captain Young thinking about what he's wanting to do, coming up with his plans. So far, he's executed, looking to just maybe just Darren Bravo outside that off stump. Jesus. Right. And he gets him!
There's what we've been talking about. Naeem Young is the man for the job, wicket to wicket. And he picks up Darren Bravo.
Yeah, before I was inadvertently going to say Brian Lara. Just seemed like Naeem Young was dragging Darren Bravo across that off stump, trying to set him up for that straight delivery. Bravo comes a bit too far across. Let's see this one again. Full, angled in. Yeah, Bravo hit him just above the shin as well, which probably aided in his dismissal. So he has to go. He fails in this match. Team Headley, 21 for 1.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were painting the picture of. Naeem Young is that wicket to wicket bowler. Not just that, but he looks to pick up those LBWs, looks to pick up ball downs. And on this type of a surface, looking at where that ball hit Darren Bravo, that was simply what we were looking to describe here today. A tricky period for them. Kevin Hodge strides out 21 for 1. Bravo, he has to depart for 12. And the question then now is, can they take one more? Can they take two more with the fact that Team Headley still trail by 43 runs?
Yeah, well, they'll be very confident that they can. Some 2 deliveries still remaining in this young over. Hodge facing up for his first. See that low bounce again from Young. Not the tallest guy, quite skiddy. I think he's a very good cricketer, though.
Certainly a fantastic cricketer is Naeem Young, and a fantastic thinking cricketer as well. And I think that is where the investment from Cricket West Indies has come in, placing him as the captain for the List A games, captain here for the first class. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful, a pearl of peach. So many words that can describe it. At the end, though, of a successful over for Naeem Young, a wicket maiden, it's 21 for 1.
Absolutely fantastic delivery there from Naeem Young. Good wrist position, probably just angled into to middle and leg, and as it hit, it just went away quite sharply from the right-handed Kavem Hodge. Showing good skills here, Naeem Young. We know what he's like with the white ball. Suppose all the variations, off cutters, back of the arm, split fingers, he's got them all.
And it's so interesting looking at Kevin Hodge and knowing that he's somebody that enjoys the short ball, whether or not it's cutting, punching off the back foot, pulling. Looking at this surface, this is certainly not the surface for those type of square shots. Finds the edge, but falls well short of slip. And it'll be interesting to see whether or not he can make that adjustment. I don't think he might look to play too many shots this evening. Then again, I could be wrong. But it'll be interesting to see, how he makes that adjustment from what are his favorite scoring shots, favorite scoring areas, and adjust to the surface that's currently underneath him.
Yeah, the pitch is now becoming the type of surface where a batter has to look to be coming forward almost at all times. Not saying you are, but you're looking to come forward. Look to get that head out in front. That weight, that transference of weight from back to front foot, absolutely key. Also watching the ball. One has to watch the ball very closely with inconsistent bounce. And even then, you still might get done.
That's the funny thing about it. But as a batter, I guess just a case of doing all within your control, because there are scenarios where you just have to say it was the surface that got the better of you on that day, and that's something that they certainly cannot do anything about.
And that's one of the beauties of cricket. It's not only you're playing against the opposition, but you're also going up against conditions as well.
And that, to me, is where you find your stars. Because it's not every day that you can walk about with a road for a pitch and play through the line of deliveries. It's not every day that there'll be no clouds in the sky, So just those days where you have to make those adjustments, and those adjustments very quickly as well, is where you find those that go on to be the names that are remembered in history.
When things aren't in your favor, if you can come up with performances, those are the performances that truly stand out.
Thoughts on appeal from Imlach. He's greeted with the hands of umpire Basrat saying 2 left
Yes.
in the over.
I think the sun has finally gone for today. Not sure it will be making another reappearance.
Not unless it has a step ladder.
Yeah.
So things winding down here on day number 2, match number 1. Of this Headley Weeks series. Team Headley, you would have to say, have been kind of put under the pump by their younger counterparts in this match. Still not over 2 days left to come. 2 days of riveting action still to go in this first match. A match that, or rather a series in fact, that I will officially dub the career fair. You know, a chance to showcase the talents of these young men and hopefully secure a job. That job being with either the A team or with the test side versus India.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's clipped nicely by Hodge. Work to be done. And work well done on the boundary. It looks like Ashmead Ned out there doing a fantastic job.
Good chase late in the day from the young man. Does that look like stumps?
Yes, it looks like that could be the end of the day's play. 5:32 in Antigua and Barbuda and across the Eastern Caribbean. The bails have been flicked, and that will signal the end of day number 2 of this match in the Headley Week series. Team Headley, 27 for 1 they are, trailing by 37 runs at the end of the day's play. Still some work to be done tomorrow, but you would have to say that honours on day 2 go to the West Indies Academy. Honours go to Kevlon Anderson for what was a fantastic knock of 153, and ably assisted by Johan Lane, his 38 not out. Not just that 38, but the time he spent at the crease, Mally.
So to me, day 2, we've seen 3 real standout performances thus far in the match. You think of that 100 from Josh De Silva, the 5 wickets from Johan Lane, and today that 150 from Kevlon Anderson. 2 of those performances belong to the young guys. So that tells you everything. West Indies Academy definitely in front at the halfway stage in terms of the length of the match. End of day 2. Definitely. I remember on day 1 listening back, well, not listening back, but watching your interview with Naeem Young at the toss. And he mentioned, yeah, they're here to compete, but they're also here to win. And at this stage, they'll be harboring hopes of definitely coming out with a win in this match.
Yeah, that's definitely the approach of the young men. A quick look at that scorecard to end off this evening. Darren Bravo, well, he was the only one to fall to Naeem Young. He went for 12. The not-out batsman, Sonny Lambris, on 11, and Kevin Hodge there on for Naeem Young, as I mentioned, the only successful bowler this evening. But just 7 overs being bowled at the end of today's play. So all to play for tomorrow on day 3. Another day of exciting action in this Headley Weeks Tri-Series. The position of the match, 259 for 9. Team Headley in their first innings. That 9 was because of Shane Mosley having to retire hurt, and he has not returned. He's been replaced by Sean Ambrose. Now 27 for 1, trailing by 37 runs. West Indies Academy and imposing 323 all out today. So it's been a fantastic day number 2 of action. We certainly look forward to you joining us tomorrow on day number 3. Until then, have a wonderful evening.